Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. Give me Jalen Carter or give me death, Kane. Welcome on in here to the Hawks Nest on a fine Wednesday afternoon. I hope it is treating you and yours very well as it's treating me. So we got some slight little rumors bubbling about here. We got the draft here on the horizon, very close. And I'm going to, my fellow Seahawks members of the jury, present my final arguments to you. For one, Jalen Carter, we have gone through this process. We've looked at all these prospects. We've talked them up and down, and we got a little bit more to go. We've creeped inside about a week here, just about. Right on the nudge here. So it's time to go. It's time to make some final determinations about what we want, who you standing with, who you riding with. And I understand the character stuff and all that type of stuff. And you know what? Right now, here we are. I'm going to talk about it. Because I think the fact that we're at least meeting with them means there's much more chance than the door had been shut or there was no chance they were going to draft him. And I know that there's many in the Seahawks fan base that are screaming and shouting, there's no way. But this is going to be me making my last case. Maybe it's to make a final last case to one John Schneider. It's been a crazy offseason for the prospect known as Jalen Carter. He has had one of the most tumultuous rides I've ever seen, quite literally, not meaning to put a pun on that one. But he wins the national title, centerpiece of a defense, back-to-back national titles. And on the night that he's celebrating that said victory, there is a great tragedy, which to some degree he is in the hemisphere of. Enough to get charged with a crime within the situation. That crime didn't get charged at the time, but we weren't aware of as much of that happening at the time either, were we? We just liked him as a prospect. I presented a video saying I thought he looked a lot like Cortez Kennedy when I was watching his tape and would love for the Seahawks to draft him. My comment section was inundated with folks telling me that I was out of my mind, that there was no way that Jalen Carter was going to land to the Seahawks at 5. He'd be far long off the board. Don't even think about it. Still I dreamed. Still I hoped. And it continued to twist and turn from there, didn't it? We got rumors of character concerns. We had folks lamenting the fact that he was having maybe some conditioning issues. That continued to go on. And then right on the day of the combine, when we were going to start to get the measurements, some of the proof of those lack of conditioning and commitment issues, he was called back to Georgia by the police on an arrest warrant. And so he had to leave and we had no numbers. Things got even worse. Not only now the door to him slipping was certainly likely, but now the door seemed to be closing to him even being a Seattle Seahawk. And then he goes and has a pro day that was as miserable a pro day as any draft prospect can certainly have. A horrible look on many different levels, especially coming on top of the stuff that had already happened with the arrest warrants and the racing and all that. And so the door seems to have shut. In many respects, many out there in Seahawks fandom were wondering with the Malik McDowell situation that occurred in the recent Seahawks past, if not that meant that certainly he was going to be taken off the board. That John Schneider doesn't want to make this mistake 2.0. He doesn't want Malik 2.0. But then we start to hear that the Seahawks are going to have him back in there and visiting. He's going to come out to the facility after Carter had announced he was only going to be visiting with top 10 teams, indicating that he was aware of, his agent Rosenhaus was aware of, a longtime agent in this league, that he was indeed going to be picked in the top 10, that there had been some kind of assurance in that respect given. Which team? We don't know, right? Many thought, well, it had to be the Bears or maybe the Eagles. 10. Still, though, he goes and visits with our Seattle Seahawks. And then we get a little bit more word coming out now in recent days, it seems like here, where there's getting more and more connection now between Carter and the Seahawks camp. Peter King, who is a guy that I know I don't think there's a lot of controversy around this guy. He doesn't have a lot of outlandish takes. He doesn't seem to be a complete clickbaiter to me, and indeed might be a guy at the end of the day who's wearing a Hall of Fame jacket as a journalist in this league for the work that he has done over multiple decades. And I'm presenting the quote here over my shoulder so you can see it. It's almost become a cliche. How many team officials think the Seahawks will take Carter with the 5th overall pick? Almost cliche. You also have got Mike Lombardi out there saying that he believes that the Seahawks are going to take an edge or a defensive end or an edge rusher, which could be Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, or maybe it's Jalen Carter. You're seeing a lot of these mocks from these people that are connected in the league running their mock boards, very oftentimes putting Jalen Carter into that 5th spot. I see it over and over and over again. Now, who has what sources on what? Who knows not what? I don't know. But there is something to still this connection. He has not been sent on down the river in that basket. He's still here on the shore. Schneider hasn't pushed him out there yet. It would not appear to. There hasn't been the signs yet necessarily that they pushed him out there to it. And so I'm going to present just kind of a quick 9 points I kind of came up with. I was thinking about this. My final argument to you guys, my final argument to you 12s, and maybe even the final argument, God, if it could be out to John Schneider. Because this is a pick that has so much upside true to it, it should not be discounted. It's not to be, oh yeah, he's a really good player. Let's really unpack really what player he is. So right off the gate, my opinion, best player of the draft. And part of the reason I wanted to make this video was because I put an Anthony Richardson video out last week, and I feel like people got a little bit confused. Even though I labeled the video's name the Richardson contingency, it's not plan A. I didn't go Richardson plan A. As I've said throughout this process, I still am a Jalen Carter plan A, and I've been that way for a long period of time. That's part of why I push this, is because I truly do believe he is the best player in the draft. And I start to hear this now echoed from some of those analysts and people that look at this process that are getting down the line of their evaluation as they're being asked about it more and more. And you're just hearing this so resolutely from so many different people that know football. Don't take my word for it. From so many people out there that know football telling you this. You turn on the tape, it's not hard to see. This isn't a tough eval. You flip it on, it's right there for you. This kid's a game wrecker. It backs up to the analytics. His PFF scores, the grades of PFF, wow, they looked at him on top of the eye test, just making your eyeballs fall out of your head. Kid was the 3rd highest graded defensive tackle in the entire sport last year. 3rd. And he wasn't really great in one and sounded bad in other. He was a 91 as a run stuffer and an 89 as a pass rusher. So equally great in both respects, just about. Number 2, he's a Hall of Fame talent, producing at a college Hall of Fame level. And I don't see us really having many opportunities of those. Guys might develop into Hall of Famers, come in the league, down the line and go, well, he had those natural gifts, kind of like a Tyree Wilson. He kind of showed something on tape in college, but boy, really, he took it to that next level at the pro level. But it's rare when you got the Hall of Fame talent who's also producing, college football has a Hall of Fame, right? Maybe very likely someday Jalen Carter will make it in that Hall of Fame because of the production he put on the football field there. These back-to-back seasons that saw them get 2 national titles, with him being, again, pretty unanimously viewed as the best player on that defense. Not simply by my word of this, but by, I think we could take a consensus board on this one. You'd arrive at Jalen pretty strongly down the line from a variety of different opinions. Number 3, he fits the scheme perfecto. He can play anywhere on this defensive line. You want him at the 0 tech, he's got it. You want him as a 3-4 end, he's got it. Hell, you want to have him stand up. Georgia even had him stand up from time to time. As an outside rusher, I wouldn't prescribe that for him. But you can do it. Because he can go anywhere you want him to go. And he will be disruptive in that respect of things. He gives you star power with kind of depth as a backup, because you can move him around. If you had to play this guy at 0 tech for a whole game because you got light in the load on that, he could do it. It's not his best place. It's not where you want him at most of the time, but he can do it. You put him over at 3-4 end in this defense, which is the gap and a half approach most of the time now for our defensive linemen, most of the time. And he gets to get upfield and really attack. That fits him. You want him to 2 gap from time to time, sink down, root down, hold the point of attack. He can do that. He's got that in his bag too. Anything you need a defensive tackle to do, he can do. You want a guy who's good against both the run and the pass, he's good in that respect. You want him to play all over your defensive line, he can do that. You want to flip back to 4-3 looks and now play a 1 tech or a 3 tech, he can do that. Hard to find. Very hard to find that kind of player. 4, He should quickly ascend to becoming potentially the Seahawks' best player, maybe absent Tariq Woolen tearing the lid off his superstardom. And he will be right behind him at that. He is producing right now at that college level. He is showing you that game where this isn't about a guy scratching the surface. And we're going to talk a little bit about the lack of production in just a second here, which will be some of the people and what they want to point to in this situation. But he will come in here and he will be wrecking shop very quickly. I know all the stuff that gets talked about with like defensive linemen and all this taking time, and it's going to, not everybody gets to come in. He's going to be different. He's going to come in and give you instantaneous impact. Maybe not what his top end will be, but he's not going to walk in here and get you 10 tackles on the year and a sack. And you're like, well, that was just a developmental year. Or like you might with an edge where you have that happen, where you get the equivalent of an edge who gives you 4 sacks, not a lot else, kind of just out there on the field. You're going to feel this guy from the second he steps on the football field, in my opinion. I don't care about the workout and the approach on that. You're going to feel that. You want some protection. Number 5, you want some protections for Bobby Wagner and the linebacking core. I don't know if many noticed last season, but our linebackers were getting swept up like the janitors were out 24/7 every game. They're sitting there with guards up in their neck. Snap after snap, up in their neck. There was no fear being struck in the heart of anybody on that defensive line to command a double team. There was nobody causing that. And while I like Draymond Jones, he's not getting double teamed. And Jaron Reed hasn't been double teamed since, no, I'm joking. I was going to say 2019. But no, Jaron's still useful. He's just not going to be a double team player. He's not going to be a guy going to be doubled at all. So how do we stop that? How do we stop that thing that happened last year that was so much a big problem and part of our run failures? Well, getting some protection. Getting some Secret Service bodyguards up front. And that's just what this guy will be. As I said in my prior point, he's going to have the instantaneous impact, which means that those teams are quickly going to have to start to put two blockers on him no matter where he is. And now the linebackers run free. And now Bobby can just read it and go. So even in that moment now where if he's not getting that upper level production, but he is commanding those double teams in a way none of your defensive linemen have recently, defense gets a little bit better. A little bit more production out of Bobby. A little bit better of a team next year and into the future potentially for whoever ends up manning that middle linebacker position. Number 6 is one I want to point to of my points here. This is one I want to point to the folks that are talking about the conditioning and last year's lack of production. Because I think that this hasn't been nailed in enough. And I think it's one that should not be overlooked, and let's reconsider it really quickly. For the folks that are ardently on he should have produced more last year. He should have done better last year. I should have seen more from him last year. For you that stand in that camp, just consider this next thing that I'm going to read to you. Just really think about it for just a second. I'm going to take this as a quote from an Athletic article that was written. In regards to Jalen Carter, this has been a frustrating season, injury-wise. He has played through a lot. He suffered a high ankle sprain on the first play of the season against Oregon. Let me read that again. He suffered a high ankle sprain on the first play of the season against Oregon. He played the rest of the game and the next few weeks, but his snaps and his effectiveness were limited. When it happened, it was an odd moment, Carter said, because I never really got hurt for real like that. He said, I had to get a lot of treatment and it changed my mindset. Then, in the Bulldogs' 5th game against Missouri, Carter was hit by a borderline, and there was nothing borderline about it, but whoever watched this tape, by the way, Carter was hit by a borderline dirty chop block and suffered an MCL sprain. The team shut him down for 2 games. Carter was hearing voices that he should opt out, shut it down for the season to protect his draft stock. He wouldn't hear any of it. So let's do a little bit of 2 and 2 makes 4. If I have a guy in the very first game of the season who suffers a high ankle sprain, and the only way for a sprain to get better, and I'm not a doctor, so I'll let you guys maybe fill me in on the chat on this one, but if you have a sprain, I think you got to not play on it or train on it a lot to get it to get better eventually, right? The more you train on it, the longer it prolongs, the longer that you increase the chances of long-term injury with it. So isn't the thing to do to just then in that moment, if you're him, I want to still play, and the coach, well, we're going to have you rest it then, and then we'll just trot you out there on game day and get the snaps out of you and get out of you. Well, is that an explanation? As I said, there's two different things here that are always when we come to a situation and try to pull back what is what from it. Explanation, excuse. What's an explanation? What's an excuse? Ankle sprain, first play of the game. First play of the season against the first opponent, Oregon. And then you get a couple weeks later, the fifth game, just as that ankle's starting to feel a little bit better, just maybe a little bit of the stiffness is starting to kind of round out of that sucker. Here comes the high-low men. The high-low men of Missouri. Coming in with their dirty chop block. And now he's got an MCL sprain. Which again, much like the other sprain, I'm not a doctor on this one. I only play one on YouTube. But I think I would understand it that the best thing for that is probably not to be playing on it then beyond that at that point through the future. So he has these two major injuries that cause NFL pros to shut it down for multiple weeks, that end NFL pros seasons if they're far along enough in the year. And he continues to play on it. But do we have an explanation for why maybe the conditioning excuses might come a little bit more into play? Does it make a little bit more sense when you start putting that two together? Would you, if you were a college player, playing through that type of injury, knowing your draft stock's pretty well certain, but wanting to help your team, that's the spirit that was driving you through there? Because his draft stock was kind of set by that point in many ways. He was going to be a high pick. Could have shut it down. He didn't need to complete out that year in that way to do that. If anything, it's caused more questions his way, more than answers. But he did it. He fought through for his team. He stayed on that football field. He helped them. Likewise, you could have gotten to the bowl games. He could have shut it down again. He could have said, like a lot of these prospects, a lot of these guys that are much revered in the NFL, who bailed on their team, who bailed on that final bowl game of their team season because they wanted to preserve their body and protect themselves, who weren't suffering for an injury, who weren't suffering through multiple injuries over the course of the year, who were healthy as a hound, and they got to that game and they bailed. This guy stood up, walked in on both those two games and played well. Played well, commanded double teams, helped his team win another national title. So before we get to the point of deciding last year's an indication that the conditioning stuff wasn't on point with this kid, and that's certainly what it is that now he just wasn't willing to work. Have any of you tried to train on sprained ankles or torn MCLs? Is that the expectation we have of any players at any time, at any level? Not for me. So I look at that and I start to see a little bit of an explanation for why maybe not as much production from sacks and tackle for losses. Certainly the PFF grades indicate he was doing his job. Certainly from my eye test, he's doing his job. If I'm watching him ripping through defensive line, offensive line after offensive line, commanding double teams constantly, I'm going, well, he seems to be doing something right. But he was playing through those injuries. He couldn't train. He still went out there as a good soldier and did everything he could to help his team win, and they won. They're national title champions back to back. And you can add this guy to your team now. He's likely to fall in your lap. I'm in on this. I'm in. 3 last points. You take this guy, number 5, you set the table in this draft to run this draft. You come away with the best player in this draft, that's your first pick off the board. The pressure is so much more off now through the strength in numbers kind of concept. You're going to need to go back and get another defensive lineman. You might need to go get another zero tech. But hell, now you've got opened up the potential to not only create a solid defensive line that can just kind of do good enough. Just it's a rotation and they'll be plucky. No, now you got to come in with a real defensive line of teeth. Here's Carter. Here's Cansey. Here's a little Benton here as a third item with Jaron Reed, with Tremont Jones. Now you're dangerous, not merely good enough. Last 2 points. I said this about the video that I released on Jalen Carter a couple of months ago when I talked about him and coming to Seattle originally, and what I saw of him as a comparison to Cortez Kennedy, which wasn't just empty talk or meant to try to drive folks to my channel because I wanted to drive clicks with the connection between Kennedy and him. Watch video of Kennedy, go watch video of Carter. Yes, different eras, different generations, but they do things in the same fashion. They win in the same way. And elite defensive tackles, I've learned it here over my time as a Seattle Seahawks fan. Decades, I've been watching this team play. Back when the TVs were fuzzy and you needed rabbit ears to get that signal in right. Not many truly elite defensive tackles have run across these lands. You got Cortez. That's about it. We talk all day about how hard it is to find franchise quarterbacks. How hard it is to find franchise quarterbacks. Well, potentially looks like there might be 3 of them going here in the first 4 picks. At least 4 probably in the top 10. Whether they develop or not, we'll see. But there does seem to be a little bit of a sometimes more open pathway to finding an elite quarterback than there does defensive tackles. I posted that video a couple months ago about the edges in this league and how many really, truly great special edges they've been in the last 10 years. And then you take that list and you compare it to the truly amount of special elite defensive tackles that there have been that have come through this league in the last 10 years. Really go do the math. Really go look into these numbers. I beg of you. Because within then you'll see. You got this tiny little handful here of defensive tackles. You got all these edges that have been elite through that time period. It's hard to find the defensive tackle who can have that impact. I'm not talking about merely average. I'm not talking about merely a little bit better than average. I'm talking about impact. Coming with it. Real hard to find. And you can ignore and say, oh, we'll get it later. We'll go get it over here. We'll go get it here. Good luck. It's a thin draft for defensive tackles too, by the way. As you pass on maybe the best talent in this draft and wait for later, it's kind of a thin class in that respect. That's the reason a guy like Maze Smith, who hasn't pass rushed in his entire college career, is potentially going to be going in the first round. Because it's thin. And that shouldn't be a determining choice in itself, but at some point or another, with the 2 defensive tackles we're sitting on the roster, we're going to have to address this position a little bit and find some help. But this guy would be elite. And I went through and broke down the list as I looked at it. And my list of defensive tackles with Chris Jones and Fletcher Cox and Aaron Donald. I'm going to go through and go, okay, Cameron Hayward. Who else do we got? Boy, I don't have a lot of other names. Then I started to go into edges and I went, well, the Bosa brothers, the Watt brothers, that's almost an equivalent list just by 2 sets of brothers to what I had for the elite defensive tackles for that year span. Hard to find. Don't overlook that fact, how hard it is to locate these guys. You aren't just going to go find it down the line, buried in the dirt. You just got to do a little bit of digging. And not in this draft especially. And my final point on this, this team has indicated with the signing of Geno Smith, with the bringing back of Bobby Wagner into the fray, with the big signings of Draymond Jones, that they intend to want to go for it next year, that they intend to really want to push this. And they're smart for doing so. It's a wide open NFC as opposed to the just utter battlefield that is going to be the AFC. And a couple injuries happen, and a couple of even the few top teams that exist in this conference, then there's really going to be a wide open run to see who can get forward on this. So Seahawks are smart to take advantage on a team that did make the playoffs last year. And if you're going to sign Geno and take that step, if you're going to sign Bobby and take that step, then let's take the full step. Let's find ourselves in this draft position and saying, hey, first and foremost, I want to be driven by value. Who's the most valuable guy we got on our board? Jalen Carter. Oh, what's also our greatest need in this moment as we're sitting on this pick right now? Well, we had 4 defensive tackles to end the season. Now we got 2 in Miles Adams. We had 5, and now we've got 3. depending on where you see with Miles Adams. Oh, okay, so it's also a need. Yeah, it's a need. Is he ready to go right now? Oh, yeah, he's ready to go right now. He's going to walk in there day one and give you some snaps of impact. Okay? It makes sense all the way down the line you go, and the fact that he can come in and be ready like that, and you add on to this guy, like you take him and Cansey, him and Brian Breezy later on, you pair him up with one of these other really strong defensive tackle talents in this draft, and we can take what was this greatest weakness for us last season, which was a great inhibiting factor, that e-break to the 2022 Seahawk football team, and we can not only release it, we can start to get in that engine and open up a few more RPMs on it, in my opinion. If you could turn this defensive line into an impactful group, that's going to make Tariq on the outside better. That's going to give him more opportunities for interceptions. It's going to make everyone on the back end look better. And quite frankly, in recent years, our defensive line has kind of sold it a little bit at times on our back end, on our linebacking core, with so many second-level blocks getting down there, with sometimes so little to offer as far as pass rush. And then last year, the new opening vein to it being the struggles against the run and the inability to stop that week after week after week, almost no matter who the opponent. This guy's going to take you a long way to get in there with that. So when it comes to next week, when we start out Thursday, because there was question on this, I saw this in the comment, I saw from folks posting, I was like, you guys don't know who I want at this point? I haven't made that abundantly clear. Give me the Hall of Fame talent. Give me the man who day one is going to help to tilt the room. Give me the star in waiting. Give me the guy who's going to be a dog down on that defensive line. Tell you what, if I pulled out the Seahawks players in that locker room and I said, who of these guys here that we've got, here's a handful of guys, who would you guys take? Who would you want? Who do you all think they'd be walking away with? Who do you think they would probably be picking? That's a strong case I could make. And as I said, I don't know about the character, and I'm not really interested in what is what with the character at the end of the day. That's going to get determined by Schneider. But if it comes down to one simple question of what he can do on the field, if there's any wonder about that, let's toss out some of the silly stuff we've heard on this. Let's really break it down. He's a fine football player. He's a fine football player. Is there maybe that background stuff? Maybe, but there is no doubt. When it comes to him strapping on the helmet, getting on the field, getting in his stance, he's going to tear it up. A couple quick cuts I wanted to show you guys of this real quick here. This is a spring game or a little spring practice in Georgia between Jalen Carter and a guy by the name of Trey Smith. So I want you guys to watch and this is just for fun. I'm not doing this to illustrate my point. I made my point with that, but I just want to show you guys this. Just watch what he does, this man. This is a man playing on NFL Sundays that he's doing this to. Guy gets lower than him first off the snap, but his strength is so freakish, and they're about 5-6 inches off the ground at one point here, and he's just riding him back. Riding him back. Nothing, no silly moves, nothing, just mano-a-mano. One of those old school drills you had to do back in high school that you hated. And you just feel the power from him. Or if I can't sell you on that, if I can't get you there on that, how about a fullback? I got people out there wanting fullback love sometimes. I got people asking for, what about a little fullback love here, Brennan? What about we can get a new fullback on the team? And I say, okay, I feel you a little bit on that. Let's see what we can do with the fullback. So here we go. About Jalen Carter as a fullback. I want you to watch up at the basically upper left-hand corner of the screen here as he's aligned in fullback on this snap. And he takes out 3 guys. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Up at the left-hand corner there. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. What's that? Bing, bang, boom. What was that? Bing, bang, boom. So, hey, maybe we can, push comes to shove. He can just go be a monster blocker as a defensive tackle. So here's a defensive tackle lined up as a fullback, just blocking 3 defenders. No big deal. Nothing freakish about this guy at all. Just a common, normal prospect. See this kind of stuff every day. I wanted to have fun with this, folks, because I'm psyched that there's still a connection back here. I'm so psyched that there is, because I do want to see Jalen Carter here in Seattle. And you know what? I'm tired of apologizing for it. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to be losing my stuff on draft night if we pick him. I'm going to be so psyched about the rest of what our draft is going to bring if we do go and take this guy. So I understand there's going to be some people have some hesitancies. I know that there's a big fray of folks that are just completely out in every way, shape, and form on him. But if you're expecting me to be there or anything short of this, I like CJ Stroud. Hey, he's looking like he might drop. Anthony Richardson, maybe. I like him. I'm okay if we pick him. There's a difference between the contingency and plan A. And plan A is Jalen Carter. Plan A is the man that can go take you and bring you some legitimate Super Bowl aspirations if he can tap into what I think he's going to be in. That's, again, not going to be the player. He's not in his prime next year. He's still very young. But you fit him in with a rotation of him and Brian Breesy. Get yourself a zero tech in there with the other two guys like Draymond Jones and Jaron Reed in there, and the edges start to round out. Now you're creating a problem defensively on your front seven rather than them being a problem. And there's some guys that can still help to bring that in this draft as well, but nobody to the degree of Jalen Carter. Especially not for next year. Do me a favor, folks, if you like what you're listening to today, please do hit that like button and subscribe up as Mantor Lodge, or Mantorol Lodge. Sorry, Manor. I might have mispronounced your name, but thank you for subscribing. And King of Kings. Hopefully you guys are having a great night out there, and do as well hit that like button if I didn't already say that. We'll see what you guys think though. I'd be interested to see where your guys' thoughts are on this. And I saw we did have a couple donations, so I know that my tracker didn't show up on that, but we'll get it up here in a second on that one. So my bad. Let me get it up here to the top. So hopefully I didn't miss a dono here, but if I did, let me get to the donos real quick. Megan Gock Roger with a $5 donation says, B played cricket on a broken and dislocated ankle for 12 weeks thinking it was a sprain. Just saying. Thank you for the $5 donation. You can play, but I think there's a difference between doing that and having a grown man putting all of their power and strength upon you and trying to drive you back play after play and trying to plant it in that fashion. I would think that it's a little probably harder to pull it off in that respect of things in football terms, I would think. So, I hear you on that, but yeah, to play through those two injuries are not something. The key on this, Megan, is most prospects in his situation, if you took the average one, they would have just sat. The fact that he went out there and played on it was unusual for what you usually hear from these guys in that respect of things. And I might have missed a couple donations here, so if I did, sorry, we'll get my alert box was being weird for some reason here, so I might. Will they update this thing? Corey Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, good day, bro. So Carter over Richardson. To me, quarterback is more important position, but I wouldn't be mad with Carter. Couldn't be. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. And if I do miss your donation on this, I'm sorry. My donos were being weird today for some reason on this. So just put the comment in the chat if I missed your dono, and I'll be looking at the chat for obviously a long time tonight. So just present the comment. Just say, hey, you missed my dono. I had this comment. If I missed it on the deal, let me know what your donation was again, because it's been a little weirder today for some reason. My feed ain't showing up like it normally does. Yes, I take Carter over Richardson. I would have been perfectly happy going the Richardson or CJ Stroud as plan A if the Seahawks hadn't have gone with Geno Smith. Sign Drew Lock on the very contract you signed him on. Go out there and draft your young quarterback of the future at that point, and then take that road. I think if you're going to signal as an organization that instead you intend to go for it, if you're going to manage to get Geno Smith on a very player-friendly or on a very team-friendly contract, then at that point, I think you're signaling there, no, we want to try to be competitive right now. And both approaches would have worked for me. But I'm a big guy on you, Corey, you pick one lane or the other. You don't try to put a leg in each lane. You go to one or the other. And the team has indicated that they want it with Bobby signing, that we're going for this. We're not bringing this guy back in just to give appearances, I would hope. Maybe it's that, but I'm hoping it's not that. And while I love Richardson, I don't think he gives you pretty much any impact into next season into putting those hopes really much forward outside of being, in for a couple kitschy quarterback plays every once in a while as far as running some read option stuff. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you. Josie with a $5 donation. Need to be much better on both lines to beat the Niners. They were much better, more physical team than we were last year. Thank you for the donation, Joe Z. I do appreciate it. And that's where I come to with this as well. We walked out the end of the last year to Joe's point on this. Carroll and Schneider both in separate press conferences pointed to the fact that the Niners were further ahead, much further ahead than our Seahawks as far as talent goes, that they needed to get more, that we got to get better here. Does that mean just this offseason is how they look at that? That, well, we got Draymond Jones and Bobby Wagner and Devin Bush, and now we've caught up with the Niners. They got Hargrave, but I don't know that they've done that math in that fashion, in that way. And I do think that they intend to try to go for it next year. And this would be a move to help get you closer. You would narrow that gap between you and the Niners as far as that talent level with a guy like this. Because you're now picking up the kind of impact player that they have on their line. You're getting a equivalent to, probably I'm not going to say full on Nick Bosa type on the inside, but you're getting an improved, better Eric Armstead, I guess. It's certainly at least that. You're getting a DeForest Buckner, what they used to have there. And I probably missed a couple donations. Damn it. Life of a Pallet Builder, thank you for the $2 donation. Says hashtag Team Carter, hashtag 88. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I'm not going to deny it anymore. I'm not going to cover it up. I'm going to put it out there. I want Jalen Carter. I want him on this defense. I like the outlook with Jalen Carter here. Yeah, there's risk. You know what? There's risk everywhere. You got to risk when you step out your door. You got to risk when you fire up that car in the morning and drive out onto your street. You got risk when you go out there and walk your doggy. There's risk. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. And there's no greater reward in this draft at the other end of that thing than, for me, Jalen Carter. And he's already close to that reward. Unlike the Richardson, you might go, well, the top end on Richardson's better than Carter. Yeah, a couple of years down the line, maybe. Well, Tyree Wilson's actually going to be much more devastating outside. Yeah, a year and a half, 2 years down the line. Maybe. I'm talking about right here, right now. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, and I'm tired for apologizing for not wanting him, B. I understand, Megan. Well, the good news is on this, and thank you for all your donations, and appreciate your double donation too, Megan, is, the very good news on all of this type of stuff is that this is soon going to be over. Soon this whole situation, whatever we want, whoever you want, wherever you think they should go with this, is going to be in that place where it's going to happen in a week. There's no more running. There's no more going anywhere else. And, as I said at the top too with this, Megan, I'm trying to make this argument, but I also get within he's been as divisive a prospect as I've ever seen here in Seattle. And that's undeniable. And I wouldn't want to try to overlook that fact and say, sorry, I'm trying to catch and see where I can catch my, I want to see if I can get back to those donos because I think I've missed a dono here. So I just want to try to make sure I'm not being dumb there. I get so long-winded in the opening, folks. But I get where you're coming from, Megan. There's a lot of people that are in that equal place of, I did miss your dono there. See, I knew I had a couple donos out there. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. Says, don't worry, B. As I said before, my thumb is killing and am staying silent, as you know, as I feel, but we'll look at the tape again. We'll take care of that thumb, Megan, first off. And I know how it goes with getting injured on that stuff. Like, it's my biggest worry when I go out there and try to want to go play some basketball or whatever. I'm just like, that thumb's going to go out. The fingers, not the thumb, but the ankles are the ones I worry about. So take care of it. Ice it up. Rest. Rest is the way on that one. But thank you. Megan, another $5 donation says, B and 12s, welcome the Rogue Pod, who is a Ravens friend of mine. Well, Rogue Pod, thank you for jumping on in, Rogue Pod. Let me pronounce your name right. Thank you for jumping on into the stream. Appreciate you in that respect of things. I guess I'm not reading probably the back ones on this. So if I did miss your guys' dono today, I don't know. My thing was a little weird at the top. I've got it back on point, but it was weird at the top there. So my bad. But Rogue Pod, thank you for jumping on in the house, man. Hope you're killing it over on your side of things with the podcast. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, I just don't want Tyree Wilson. I can't get up on Tyree Wilson, man. I've tried to warm up to Tyree. I've tried to get to the spot watching his tape where I could totally get it, but I see a guy that doesn't have a lot of ability as a technician with his hands, who works everything off of power. What I've been instructed about players that work so often off of power at the college level as their only go-to move is that not only are offensive linemen at the next level capable and able to deal with that because they themselves are strong, because you can train in a weight room, you can get stronger. You can't get really faster or quicker to very much degree. You are what you are in that respect when you enter the NFL level. And so there's that, and then there's the technique aspect. A more skillful lineman that's just as strong as he is not going to just get overwhelmed by the long arms like they could with against the competition at Texas Tech. I've been in the same place. I think he'll become a fine player, but I think he's going to take time to develop. I don't know if he's a great fit for us as a wide 9 outside linebacker necessarily. There's some worries for me with Wilson, and I'm just not sure on that one. Luke Patton says, when was Aaron Donald pick? I think he was picked like 12-ish, I believe. Luke, could be off on that, but I think like somewhere in that neighborhood. He wasn't top 5. And Chris Jones in Kansas City. Yep, that'd be another one. Hungwoo, how old is Carroll? He's 72. So Tiger says, hi, Brandon. After the video released by his rep recently, shaking my head. How much hunch is JC is less likely to be a Seahawk? I get the feeling the agent was trying to sell the product high. After the video was released by his rep. Well, they're trying to combat the PR aspect of what he's dealt with this offseason, which is what any good representation is going to be. And Snow Tiger, like I've gone back and forth with Megan on this. Then, like I said, there's a lot of people in the chat have gone back and forth with this. There's a lot of people that stand in that camp with him that have a kind of, from what I can glean at times, beyond just what we know about with him, that there seems to be just a little bit of a gut instinct with him on just not wanting to be there with it. And I don't want to say I wish I could share. Wish I say that I could share you guys' gut instinct, but I get the gut instinct. Even though I don't share it, I do understand it. I just don't have that same gut instinct I get from him. That I'm feeling these shades of a bad apple, and that's where everything's told us and instructed of us of in this situation. I just don't quite get that. There's definitely some concerns as far as the character stuff goes, and maybe again as the background stuff is checked up on, Schneider comes to find out that it isn't good. And draft night, if he passes, I'll accept the fact that they did their due diligence. They had him in for a literal meeting. You can't do more as far as wanting from your general manager to do more in their background check by bringing him into the facility and really ask him those questions that they want answers to. So if they make the determination that it's a no at this point, I haven't been able to have that same kind of gut instinct. I walk away from it going, I feel pretty, I feel pretty good about what I see from him, what you hear from the teammates, what you hear from the coach. At least on the surface of it, you're not getting a lot that's pointing to him as this, guy in that respect, I guess. But I get it, Snow Tiger. There's a lot of people that are in that place when it comes to this. Mr. Isaac, how's it going, man? Good to see you. And I do feel bad if I might have missed somebody on the chat. I really do feel bad. Consumer, Carter gets in trouble with the cops, gains weight, and gives up a bit. Can't even compete pro day drills. DK breaks neck. Told will never play football again. Again, comes back, kills combine. Certainly a bad look. Definitely not a good look for him on that. I think he was also with it. A very good friend of his had just died within the last couple of months. Young kid. I know we'd all like to think maybe he should have just bounced back and got right back to training and, gotten his head on straight, and then maybe he should have. But that was probably also a little bit of what was maybe impacting what was going on there. I do kind of wonder too, with these multitude of injuries he had during the season, like a PCL tear and like an ankle sprain, if you do keep playing on those and you don't just take the couple months off, those injuries don't go away. You oftentimes hear players say that the injury didn't get fully healed until they had the offseason to let it heal. Was his ankle and all that stuff at 100% at that point? Was it still bothering him? Was he trying to rest it a little bit more? Maybe he's still not trying to train as much. Maybe the conditioning stuff's just that bad, but I think there's another part of this worth considering on that too. Go Hawks 2022 says, Brandon, do you think Houston will trade out of the pick 2? Any comments on Will Anderson visit today? It's great to hear they're having Will in. Certainly Will is a very, I think, safe pick when it comes to 5 and knowing what you're getting. And another guy that I'd celebrate if we did select. I like his tape quite a bit. When it comes to Houston trading out of the number 2 spot, it's possible. It certainly is possible. And I guess what's weird to me is that the Cardinals have been trying to trade out for a while now. They're not getting the pull. I would kind of tend to think that these teams are going to have a hard time of trading out because they're all going to want to get what the Bears got. As I said at the time of the Bears, they got a great haul. Some were saying they should have waited and they would have gotten more. No, they got the most they could have gotten at the time they traded, and it was smart for them to do so. And now teams are trying to match that, and they're not getting it. And so they're going to have to accept a lot less to move back, and that doesn't seem to be the case. So really now it comes down to a question of, well, it looks like Tyree Wilson's going to one of the 2 teams. Because you go, okay, they can't trade back. They're not happy with what they're getting as a return to trade back. So now both of them are kind of in love with Tyree Wilson. One of them takes Tyree, and then where does that leave them? I don't think they go Jalen. I think eventually one of those 2 teams, I don't think both, but I think one of those 2 teams at least ends up taking less value at that point to trade back than they're demanding right now. But now that is gutted. That is just pure gut instinct on that one, though. Cody W. says, the other day I commented that the 10-page essay to you, I was blitzed on the PB whiskey. My bad. I do that sometimes. No worries, Cody. Send it on through, man. I'm used to it, Cody. I get essays from everyone on this stuff. So I get hit up all the time with the DMs and long messages and all that. I'm sometimes late to get to stuff, but I usually get to it all. So it takes me a little bit of time to sometimes barrow into it. But man, send away, man. No worries. Brian Myers in the house. What's up, Brian? In utero. Good to see you. Greg says, I got to be honest. If we draft Anderson over Carter, not because of character concerns, but because we think he's the better player, I'll be really upset. I don't think that'll happen. JS will cook. I think he'll cook too. He looked comfortable. They did a press conference today. He looked fairly at ease. Carroll looked pretty well at ease. I think that he likes the catbird seat this team finds themselves in as they head into this draft. And I don't think that he's going to mess up this pick. We've selected up at this spot. I posted on a little bit of a short a few weeks ago, 4 times in the top 15 over this span of Carroll and Schneider's entire time here. All 4 of those picks have been successes to some range of degree. Some mighty successes, some good successes, but all successes. And whoever I think we end up coming away with will be a success. Now, do they go to Anderson or Carter because the character stuff? It is possible. It certainly is possible. But I'll trust if they do. I'll trust that, as I've said, that background check, the report on Jalen Carter is going to say that this incident with the racing is just the tip of the iceberg. And then they bring him in and they have a meeting with him and they ask him questions and he's flippant or whatever. And you put those, I'll trust that something like that was probably more the case if they go to pass on him. As much as I want him, and I do want him. I want that guy with the chip on his shoulder. He's going to probably have people questioning him. Come on, Pacific Northwest. We got room for that. We'll see though. Alejandro Rangel Contreras says, Brendan's so scared about Carter off the field stuff, laughing out loud. Brendan has got a lot more trepidations about this than I do. That's for sure. And that's why I want to say with this, I want to make it feel like, well, my opinion's what everyone's really wanting. It's maybe not. Maybe not. There may be even more of a slight majority in the fan base that would like to prefer to go to a different range with this. But I want to be on record with this. Let the record show. God, I haven't been this excited since I got my first whiff of poontang. Luke says, bottom line, Gio's average. Are you guys having some debate in the chat there? Snow Tiger says, love Jalen Carter, but man, it's getting difficult, not because of the off-field concerns, but his willingness and probably his agent trying to sell him high. Why Seattle hasn't had a play record on the inside since Brandon McBain. Carter is the perfect match of needs meets BPA. Beautifully said. Please. I'm with you, man. I'm at that spot as well. Space says show the one of Jalen Carter picking up the LSU quarterback, Hawks Nest. I'll do that one here before we sign off today. We'll get a little bit of the one-armed, holding them like a toddler. Brian says, I still think they choose Anderson over Carter, and I will support the decision if they do, Myers. I will. For sure, Brian. But give me Carter. Got a lot of love in the path. Thank you, Patrick A.O. What's up, Hang Woo? DBN says the character concerns that people are talking about are just him being someone who likes to eat. Like y'all want to let him go because of that? I think not. I like to eat too. Take him. Yeah, those defensive linemen got to eat, man. They got to keep that weight on them. So you got to it takes the calories to make that happen. Connor Clifton says, why do I have a feeling Carter is going to be a bust? Well, it could go, he's going to be he is the extreme offering this draft has, a boom or bust. He certainly is. And I'm a guy that will at times play it safe in the draft to a degree with certain prospects. But when the boom is a Hall of Fame talent, when the boom is a near generational defensive tackle, I give that a little bit more onus than I do necessarily the bust potential on that in this given situation. AI says, I've been on Carter the whole time. Too talented to pass on. I don't think he's going to be there at 5. Very well could be gone. It's possible. Ready says Seattle needs Carter and Carter needs Seattle. Jean Renault, personally, I would be equally excited if we take AR or Carter. I'm a bit worried about the future of the quarterback position if we don't go quarterback, but Carter would still be amazing to get at 5. Well said, man. Well said, and I feel the exact same way, Sean. I'd be a little more excited with Carter probably, but I'd still be excited with AR. Mark Habercorn, what's up, Mark? Mother Nature was pissed last night. Lightning, massive thunder, 2 inches of hail, and then it snowed. 9 inches, but it's still snowing and melting. Wow, Montana spring. Yeah, it's been cold here too. I'm kind of over it. Like we've been frozen all winter long. Can we get some thawing now, please? This is ridiculous. John, can you imagine if you participated in a car race with friends and 2 of your friends die? Wouldn't you be grief-stricken? Maybe ignore some of your responsibilities? I would think, John, yeah. I would think. And there's that, like, well, when is he going to, because here's what the people say on the other side of it. And I don't agree with this, John. I'm with you on this one where I can kind of put two together on this. The injuries during the season that were probably still lingering, has the car crash, friend dies. You know, you're supposed to theoretically be training 24/7, but it's probably, wrecked him up a little bit. And he's probably not at his best on that. As young, I can see a young kid, if we're talking about a guy's 30 years old, not just shaking that off and finding his way forward and understanding he's a professional. That's one thing. A guy that's 21 years old, to me, it's a little bit of a different thing. But this is where some folks don't have as much patience for that, John, in that respect, where they go, no, you're a professional. You need to act like it now. You're trying, this is a job interview. Grug says, I want to hear you and Rob Stan argue about Jalen Carter. Well, we're definitely on probably both the opposite ends of the spectrum in this situation on that. And many of the rest of the Seahawks fan base probably lies somewhere in between. Dusty827 says Carter's the most talented player in the draft, regardless of position. Dusty, I agree 100%. Snow Tigers, I want to be a Seahawks so bad, but don't want my hopes get high with John Carroll and Pete Carroll. John Snyder and Pete Carroll most likely want to play it safe. They may. Connor says, I really hope you're right about JC. I feel I've tried to pay attention to this as closely as I can, to watch the footages that we've got that's come out, and to listen to interviews, and to go back to the tape again and again and again, and just try to, measure everything as much as you can when you're trying to weigh that many different factors, especially factors that sometimes aren't anything to do with what goes on in the field, which is really where I really want to make my ultimate determination from. But I kept coming away from watching the tape and the stories of him now playing through these injuries, and him you have a defense that's littered with first rounders, and he's widely considered, both from inside and the outside, as the best player on that defense. And just so much of this is like an arrow that points to, this kid's going to be a little bit different. This kid's going to be a little bit more special than the rest. And I'm not talking Aaron Donald or whatever. I'm saying you're going to get a guy that's just more impactful in a way than anybody else you're going to get in this draft after that pick. That's my kind of bottom line on it. And I think he's going to get there. I think we're going to look at, if we pass on this guy, if we let him go on down the road and go, no, we want to play it safe. We want to, just take out the 3-wood, put it down the middle of the fairway. I really think that there's a real chance we walk away in that situation going, maybe we should have the guts to pull that one. Maybe when our Hawks came up back 20 years ago, we should have jumped on Warren Sapp when we had a chance to pick him up. And we should have paired Warren Sapp with Cortez Kennedy. Maybe we should have drafted Randy Moss. Had a chance to go up there and get him. And these guys slip. Now there's a lot of failures too. I don't want to present like there's no failures, like it's all successes on these risk guys at the top. But there are those certain insane talent type guys come down the pike in certain drafts. It's a risk reward, I guess. As I said, big boom bust here. Darwin Sauer says, I agree we should select Carter, but using him as a zero tech only would be a waste of his talents. So we decide another DT to be a nose tackle. Correct, Darwin. You would bring in another defensive nose tackle from this draft. And you could probably get even guys later that if you're just looking for a run plugging zero tech to just be a space eater inside, you can get that. Not to mention you could get it in the second round if you want to come back and take, I truly believe a guy like Keanu Benton, for instance, could play the zero tech just fine. So yeah, you can come back later on. He can play some snaps in that in a pinch, Darwin, but you're right. I wouldn't do it there for a long period of for a great many of his snaps. I would not do that. A little bit back on my... Cody W., thank you for the $5 donation, says, I wanted to apologize late at night after many screwball whiskeys. I comment literal essays. My love your content, brother. Go Hawks. Hey, Cody, go Hawks, man. And like I said, no worries, man. Comment anytime. I don't mind even some gentle ribbing. I don't mind. I could take it. After 4 years on this. Thanks for the double dono too, by the way. I think you might have accidentally pushed that in because it had the same message on your deal there. But go Hawks, brother. And I love the essay comments, man. It just means you guys care. And I know that spirit's out there amongst my fellow 12s, that you guys want to see the greatest for this team. It isn't a passing interest. It isn't something you kind of do with a side eye. It's like me, you guys track this stuff and read about every news blip that comes down and turn it over in your head. And what does it mean? What does it not mean? I love it. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, broke down 340 scouting players. Not doing any more. Megan, everyone reaches the breaking point on that stuff. I'm definitely fast approaching mine. I think I'm well over 270, 260, 270 or something in that, maybe in that range. But I don't think I'm going to get much more than 300 this year. If I get to that, that'll probably be a pretty strong finish on my tape watching. But well done. And you're going to be able to have maybe some notes on game day that you can provide on guys we draft if I might have missed them. So that tends to be what happens. They always end up grabbing some guy. I did look good last year. I had all the first, I think 5 picks. I had looked at all the guys that we had selected. So it worked out really well last year, but we'll see if at the end there's one of those Derek Lenore type guys, the Derek Young type guys, Megan, where you're like, what, who? Which Denore Lenore? Where did he play? Thank you though, Megan. Appreciate all the donations tonight. Hope you're doing well. Kevin, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I've said it for months now. It's Carter or trade back for me. I am 100% with you on that. If the lip service that we're getting a little bit from the Cardinals and the Texans is to be believed, and that there is going to be one defender taken and maybe even two defenders taken in those first 4 picks, well, then there's going to be 2 quarterbacks there. And I would hope to hell and high water that John Schneider would be getting a good amount of offers thrown his way at that point to move up and get one of those 2 guys. And that would then override that point. And I would think that that's what would happen. So if we go, okay, it's Tyree Wilson and Jalen Carter, you're at 5. It's going to be somebody at that point to me that wants one of the other 2 guys there. You know, Richardson and Stroud will be probably sitting there at that point, and you have you almost have 2 different archetypes of quarterback at that point. So it's like whatever flavor your particular team wants or is looking for, you can come up there and go get then at that point. I think it would play out that way as an alternative if Carter wasn't the guy. Well said, Kevin, and I'm 100% with you on that one, man. No doubt. Tyler Ross, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it. He says, did you ever see yourself making a Seahawks podcast page? What do you do outside of the grind? And Frank Clark vibes as it relates to Jalen Carter. Love your stuff. A little bit there. Yeah. A little bit of I love that kind of comp because it's 2 different situations, but you do feel a little bit of the vibes in that with Clark, it was a little bit the same way where you're not exactly sure what had really happened. And people made determinations and, oh, he's a woman beater and he did this and he did that. And that's what happened. It was a little muddled. It wasn't all clear. It wasn't clear that that was who he was from his character standpoint or that he was some bad guy in that situation. And certainly Frank Clark, absent the Uzi and the Lambo, has certainly kept it and punching Jermaine Ifedi in the face at practice. Those defensive linemen, I'm telling you, they play with an edge. They play with that little bit of that edge, man. You know, they're built just a little bit different, those guys are. But I like that. I like that vibes of Frank Clark kind of from that because I feel the same way where it's something being talked about, but when it gets to the point of him really being a pro at the end of the day, all this talk and kerfuffle about the whispers of this and that will all kind of blow away when you watch him on the field and what he does. You know? Did I ever see myself doing a Seahawks podcast? So I did a Seahawks podcast I started one back in 2012. And if you go on YouTube, you can still probably find it actually, talking about Mike Holmgren, or not even that. It was farther than that. No, it was 2007. So 2007, I think I did a string of them back then. And the Hawks were horrible, of course. It's right as Mora was taking over. And so the interest wasn't there. And it was more limiting, YouTube was, in the footage you could use and all that type of stuff. Like back then, everything was getting like pulled down. So you'd release something and if there was just a smidge of footage in it, they would take it down and you couldn't do some of the freedom stuff and really having fun with it a bit that you could in the way that they've done now, where it's like rather than taking it down, they do the smart thing, which is just attribute the monetization to the owner of the footage, which helps both parties, helps the party grow who creates and uses the footage and helps them utilize their footage so they're maxing out what they need to be making on it. So I did do that, but it was more of an audio only podcast, and that didn't interest me as much as being able to sometimes be able to put in the footage, and I didn't have the overlay understanding and all that at the time, so I needed to wait for technology to kind of catch up. But yeah, I always wanted to do this. Once I kind of realized this thing was going to be a possibility to do your own thing, and you didn't have to go through the levels you used to have to go through and be an intern at a radio station for 3 years and then a board guy for 5 years. And then, eventually you get in. This would be just a direct kind of approach to get in. So for a while, I suppose, in my normal grind, I do a ton of little things, man. I'm like just a little of this, a little of that. I make a move here, make a move there. But I do a little bit of IT work on the side. I also work with a studio out of LA that rents to podcasters down in LA. Gives them studio space to rent to them. And so I help them out on some things with that setup and edits and stuff like that with that type of thing. But thank you, Taylor. Appreciate you, man. And I love the Frank Clark Jalen thing, man. I agree. I feel the same kind of way about it. I'm like, I think it's going to come out to nothing when it's all said and done. But much love right back at you, brother. Kevin Mullen, $10 donation too, by the way. Thank you, Taylor. Kevin with a $5 dono. Thank you, Kevin. Hope you're having a good night, man. It's good to see you on. Says, if last year Hawks were a freshman year, what's our major and minor going into this season? Also, thoughts on Broderick Martin, defensive line of Western Kentucky. I think I've looked at Martin. I want to say. Where am I at here? Doesn't look like I think I might still have him on my list. I saw the name and recognized it, but I don't have my notes in here on him. So let me write him down. Broderick Martin. Why did I think I'd seen him? I think I've looked at his tape and I just didn't write my notes down on him. I looked at the tape on him. So hit me back up, Kevin, on the Sunday stream. And I'll let you know what I think of him, because I want to get it. That's definitely a name I've heard up at the top. He sounds so familiar to me, like I saw his tape, and I'm just spacing on it. Yeah, the Georgia kid. Could have sworn I looked at him. I got to go back and check on that, though, man. Sorry. Not sure. Not sure what happened there. I'll take a look at him, though. Western Kentucky. It's tripping me out, Kevin, because I know that I looked at this guy, but I don't know how my notes are not in there. So it's like, what is going on? Give me on the next one, though, brother, and thank you for the $5 donation. I promise we'll get that one up and going. If the Hawks were a freshman last year, what's our major and minor going into the season? So the major would be military strategy. You know, like tactics. Our major would be tactics. Our major would be tactics and physicality, Kevin. Or maybe our minor would be physicality. So our major would be tactics, getting this scheme a little bit more diverse, especially on the defensive side of things. You heard Sherman and Quandre Diggs talking in the recent interview. And if you go back and watch that interview, I'm eventually going to do a little bit of a show around this. There's some real nuggets they were dropping about the coverage stuff that was very welded into this defensive scheme and remains a main attribute of this scheme, both prior to the onboarding of the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell and running Carroll's 4-3 under prior. So it's when some of those people say, well, look at how all the coverages have changed last year or what they were doing differently last year. That's not really what Quandre Diggs was indicating a little bit there with Sherman when he was talking about it. So when I say tactics, I would say certainly getting a little bit more on with the pressure-based stuff, with Adams coming back, Bobby coming back, being a little bit more diverse defensively in your coverages. So that's why I go more tactics as a major, I guess. And then the minor is the physicality, is just getting stronger, bigger, badder, meaner on the offense and defensive lines, Kevin. Both of those. And that's where I would put the minor with that a little bit. Sorry again, I haven't seen the Broderick Martin. It's bothering the hell out of me because I felt like I had seen this guy and looked at him, but it's not jumping out to me. So maybe I'll try to see if I can watch a little bit here before we have the end of the stream and pick something up on him. But thank you for the donations, all of you. I appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good night. And do please, if you guys could for me, hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. Hank Willie says, why do we want to give Carter to the Eagles? We'll never beat them. Yeah, I'm scared of Carter going to the Eagles. That's a scary, scary proposition. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Nubalax says, I have honestly no idea what they're going to do. I wouldn't be shocked if they picked Witherspoon at 5 at this point. New Blacks brings up a good point. We did have Devon Witherspoon in the house here in Seattle, one of the top 30 visits, so there certainly is interest. Many of us have not considered a cornerback being the one that they select. I could certainly understand it being a pathway and approach they take, both with Christian Gonzalez and Devon Witherspoon. You have guys that, to me, have very close grades to each other. Witherspoon might have a little bit more of the upside to him, but certainly, I don't know if you'd look at Witherspoon and say that's a top 5 pick worthy guy. You do like him a lot. He's a really good player, but maybe the team's in love with him and they feel like rather than the risk of Carter, rather than the unknown of Anderson, rather than maybe the fact, or not the Anderson, the unknown of Wilson, and then Anderson is the guy that isn't freakish enough in some of his traits, that they come back to the corner instead going, we feel safer here over on this spot. If they're looking for safety, if they're looking for a refuge at 5, in all of the question marks of quarterbacks and defensive linemen that race and edges that underperform or edges that don't test well. DevDog31 says one of his college teammates wasn't on a scholarship, so he didn't get free lunches and he couldn't afford a lunch every day. So Jalen bought him lunch every day the entire year. Wow, what a great story, man. I love that. I didn't know that. I was not aware of that. That's pretty strong. That's pretty strong. Stu, Clark Phillips is a real leader. Would fit in Seattle. Oh, Stu, he's fun. He's got some fun tape. Kid out of Utah. He is twitched up to a maximum level. And a guy that would definitely slide, I think, into the slot 100% of the time at the next level all the time. Loved how he jumped routes. Loved how he could hit his back foot and drive on balls. You know, he did not just simply get up there to make the tackle, but he was going to arrive there before the ball arrived there. And I think he had 6 interceptions last year. He's a ball hawk. I think you put him out there at the slot, that guy would be great. And he can tackle. He really does. For a guy at 5'9", he throws his body around and he'll stick his nose in there and chop you down. He ain't scared to do so. I do think you can also get him, Stu, a little bit, not later rounds, but a little middle rounds. You don't have to go even in, I think, the top 3 at that point. Herbicide says, I don't think we are in dire need for a wide receiver. We are in dire need of a defensive lineman. Yeah, agreed, Herbicide. I would love if they didn't Carter and doubled back up with a defensive line. I think that'd be a great approach. You go Carter, Breezy, Carter, Cansey. Would not be bad at all to go that method. I watch as just devil's advocate. I've never heard of teammates or the team's coaches being reported saying, oh no, don't do it, horrible player. Heard of a teammate or coaches being reported saying, oh no, don't do it, horrible player. That's true. That's fair. Sometimes guys will get quiet. You do get that a little bit sometimes. Dabney Offerman says, Colts are screwed. They have to take a second-round quarterback down in the 4th pick. Laughing out loud. Well, maybe Carter is not the guy. It makes no sense if not Carter. Let's go quarterback. As long as it's not the case, as long as that's the case, open to any idea. I'm open to a variety of ways they can go here. I have a preference, but I'm open to other methods too. Seahawks 25 says Hall of Fame in college. He has 6 career sacks. Yeah, I think he'll be looked at historically as some of these Hall of Fame members, and we can go through some college Hall of Famers if you want, because I would say not all of them had insane production. But being a centerpiece player on a team that won back-to-back national titles, which isn't done very much in college football, very well may put him into that spot. But it's just my outlook on it, you know. Drunk, yo Brando, what's up with the Zay Flowers starting to climb up draft boards, at least on mock drafts? Is there something that popped out that some people liked about him? Well, you know, we've had some local guys here. Even shout out to John Robbins in the chat. Off to see him here, who was a big Zay Flowers guy for a very long back. I think Zay is starting to starting to definitely climb up the boards. We're hearing right now that he may very well be the first receiver taken off the board. And I think that what would drive that pick would probably be a team having confidence that he would be able to play on the outside some, as opposed to Jackson Smith and Jigba only being able to play within the slot. I'm not as sure that I have the confidence that Zay is going to be able to be an outside guy at the next level, but all it takes is one or two teams that thinks that way. And a very clear part of looking at this wide receiver class is that there is not any guy that stands out above head and shoulders anybody else. All of them have maybe question marks or a limitation, as is in the respect of Jackson Smith, where he's not going to play on the outside. So this could potentially just cause one team to fall in love with one particular guy, especially because we know, Drunk, there's always a variety of teams up in that first round that have the need for the position, that are desperately kind of looking for the guy. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate it. He says, imagine what Carter would do to these NFC quarterbacks. Put the fear of God in them. That's what he would do. He'd be keeping them up at night, tossing and turning. Tomorrow's Carter Day. Damn, it's Carter Day tomorrow. I can't run nowhere. I can't get away. It's going to be up my face all day long. You know that feeling we used to have when Aaron Donald was coming to town for Russ? Like, Russ is going to be running all day from him. He's not going to have any time. It's going to be up in his face all day. It's just going to be inundated. Remember that feeling? That's going to be a Carter on everybody else in this conference. We got twice a year play that guy. Twice a year. Oh. Gonna have a lot of linemen getting those tight hammies during the week. Like, coach, it's real tight this week, coach. Sudden tightness, huh? Yeah. I just don't think I'm going to be able to go at left guard today. It's just, it's tight. Yeah. I don't think it's torn. Like, it's not torn, but I overstretched it. It's overstretched. Really? It's interesting. You also had it overstretched in week 2, didn't you? I mean, I don't know. Did I overstretch it? I don't know if I recall that. I think you did. I think you had an overstretching. It was your right hammy, right? Yeah, I mean, it's my right. Maybe it acts up from some. What's interesting, though, is we're in week 15 now, and your hammy's tight, and it's been good every other week, but the last time it got tight was week 2 against Seattle, too. So Seattle's this week, and then week 2 it was tight. What do I make of that? I don't know. My hamstring gets tight. Why don't you back off, coach, okay? I can't be injured. I can't be hurt. Okay? It's a long season, 17 games. Why'd you add an extra game in the season? Did we need that? No, we did not. My leg's a little tight. Back off me, coach. Back off me. What are you questioning? What are you really questioning on me now? My manhood? Is that what we're doing? I got tight hamstring. It's really tight. Or you're just scared of Jalen Carter. Shut up, coach. Shut up. Keldon's in the house. What's up, Keldon? Chicken God, John gave a little bit in the press conference when someone asked him about drafting players with character issues, and he said that every situation is different. That was a little interesting nugget. I took the same thing from that, Chicken God. A little interesting little tidbit there. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation, though, man. Appreciate you on that. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Fun fact about the quarterbacks picked in the first round, only 10% chance of reaching a Super Bowl. Those are not great odds, are they? That is long odds. And there certainly is on top of that, Fat Daddy, just to piggyback on it, there's a lot of fail rate out of those quarterbacks too. The picks in the first round are all risky, even the ones at the top. And normally there's maybe a little bit less, I think, risk in other drafts. We're picking 5 last year overall. I think we could have found a less risky pick for something that was also a need for us. But I don't know if that necessarily situation exists this year. And yeah, in taking a quarterback, it doesn't provide you any guarantee of that Super Bowl. And as well, you're taking a quarterback, you're going to be having the guy sit minimum 1 year and maybe 2. Is that what you want to be doing with the 5th overall pick? Understanding that that's going to cost you a lot to do that. I mean, you're going to be paying guys $7, $8, $9 million to just be sitting there on that bench. It's a lot of moolah for that. A lot of moolah for development, as opposed to getting impact and finding a guy that could get something done on the roster right now in another position. But that's a great stat there, Fat Daddy. Not many. John Stillwell coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, John. Appreciate you as ever, sir. I salute you for the $20 donation. You're always wonderful in the support, man. Thank you so much. Says, great job, Brandon. I'm letting the other JS take it on home from here. I am too, man. For all of this trip, I was ripping the handles out of his hands. You know, we were 35,000 miles up, and he's sitting there kind of being like, you know, I'm not sure what he's doing. What are you doing, John? What are you doing? You know, he's kind of getting drifted off, a little bit of sleep, and I was trying to pull the handle over here, and I was like, look, let me just take the controls for a while. Just give it to me. Give it to me. Okay. I got it. Let's look at some of these prospects. We got this. I'll let you have it in a sec. Okay. Now we're to the end game. You got it back, John. Take it back over. Take us home now. Land us through. Land us through. It's looking nice and sunny. No wind. No crosswind. No turbulence. Just a nice, easy guiding path on down there to the runway. Let's just take it home. Let's land on that Jalen Carter runway. But no matter what he does, John, your point is one that, as much as I love Carter and I want Carter and I'm begging for Carter and praying for Carter, I will trust John Schneider's pick here up at the top of this draft in the direction that he does go. It would be very hard for me to be in a point on pick 5 where I freak out. Yeah. Adatwami Adawari. That one might do it. But I don't think he's going to pull some crazy left field choice out either on that standpoint. I got confidence that he's going to get this one right, John. He's going to land this plane. You know, it's going to be one of those soft landings too. I'm not talking about one of those Southwest landings, right? Where you're like, how much coke did that pilot do last night, right? You hit that runway with that first blip and it's like, like this guy just got his license last week. You know, no, I'm talking about that Alaskan land. You know, that buttery soft landing. He's got it. Jose Romero with the $2 donation. Thank you, Jose. Says, no way we can acquire Devin White, right? You know, Jose, it's a dream of mine as well. And Devin's a tough guy because he's got some bad tape out there where the snaps are not always going 100 miles an hour. But when that guy's got it turned on, there's nobody like him at the linebacker position at times in the whole sport. It's just the light's not always turned on. The fire's not always burning bright. I do not think that there's a way that you're going to be able to get Devin White, Jose. I do like him, but the unfortunate part here is that the market has pushed up here with the middle linebackers, and you have Tremaine Edmonds deal that was signed this offseason, I believe with Chicago, which put him to the tune of $18 million per season. And then you have Roquan Smith's deal, which was $20 million with the Ravens that he just signed at the beginning of this offseason. So the market rate is set now. You're looking 20 mil minimum probably if you're going to try to sign White. And I don't think that we could shake the piggy bank. You know, we could dig under some couch cushions. You know, we can call grandma and ask her to write a little check. But I still don't think we're going to be able to put enough scratch together to be able to work in 20 million under the cap space worth that you're going to do. Even on the first year, it'd need to be at like, you'd have to create in functional cap space an additional probably 12 million to get it done this year. Maybe a little bit less. And I don't see how they could do that. They've already kind of utilized the methods they have to clear the cap they have to clear. They have only a couple of other options remaining that they can really draw upon, in my opinion. Nicholas Newton, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And all members of the channel, I just want you guys to know, if you haven't noticed already, I have a week ago dropped my draft guide, 45,000 words on this upcoming draft. 45,000 words. So if you are a member of the channel, do go to your community post and check that out. As a lot of little nuggets in there. I put a little bit of work into that one. I like, pretty proud of it. So if you are a member of the channel, please do go take a look at that. Because those are the main benefits you get on the channel. So I want to make sure you're taking advantage of them. Landon Edwards, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it, Landon. He says, hey, Brando, Anderson or Carter at 5 and why? I'm going to tell you my pick, Landon. My pick's Jalen Carter. Because I don't ride through as a fan looking for the easy path. I ain't looking for the road unfettered. I ain't looking for the cement pavings to light us nice, easy paths. I want to go hard. I want to go wild. Team 10 years ago that went to the Super Bowl, they were a little wild. They had a little bit of an edge, didn't they? I want an edge too. I want the kind of players that strike the fear of God in the heart of the opponents. I want the type of players that are going to make those quarterbacks toss and turn those nights before the game. Stare at those players pre-snap, unable to even process what's going on around them. I want one of those. And Jalen Carter is one of those kind of players. And while Anderson is a marvelous player and will be a productive pro, the thought process of him not having necessarily the ceiling to him that some had first thought a year ago when he racked up 17 sacks and freaking 40 tackle for losses or whatever he put up that one year with 100 tackles total, that he's not exactly that, but he's still going to be a very good player. But to me, Carter will wreck shop. He will be the guy that is the proverbial game, the play in, play out, just game wrecker. He might not be making the tackle, but he's going to reroute the running back. He's going to make the quarterback step up in the pocket. He's going to cause the extra blocker to have to go take care of him rather than being able to slide out and get onto the second level block. Things that don't always statistically show up in the stat column, but have a great impact on the team, on the defense, and most importantly, on winning. And that's what he brings to play. Anderson brings it to a smaller measure, but not to as big a measure, and certainly not to a measure of as big a need on this team as Carter would also fill. I like the edges we've got right now. Anderson would fit in as a nice rotational guy within that, and he would be the best maybe of those guys that you have. But Carter has legitimate Hall of Fame talent. I don't know if Will Anderson has Hall of Fame talent. Anderson's probably safer, but I ain't running this to be safer. You know, I don't expect the team to do what I say them to do. I many times will have trust and faith with their 2-year plan and consistent winning and all that. But I get donos to ask me my opinion. I get people coming to this channel saying, what would you want to do? What do you want to do? How do you want it? Well, that's why I answer it in these ways. I know not everybody wants to hear these kind of opinions, but the way I'd want to run it is we're in this to hoist and raise Lombardi trophies. We're in this to win championships. That's the standard we should be trying to set here. Not the goal of consistent winning. Not the goal of just be patient. Something will eventually maybe sort of kind of hopefully happen. But let's go for it. Let's get up out of our bed. Let's put our 2 feet on the ground and let's drive this going forward. What choices can we make? What decisions can we make to get there? And when I look at the choice of those two, which is the one that's going to get me there? Carter will get me there. But there's a risk, there's a worry, there's a concern. Yeah. There's risk and concerns everywhere. Long-sighted folks. I've been long enough a Seahawks fan in my lifetime. I've seen many picks fail for many different reasons. I've seen the safest picks fold in half day one. I've seen the riskiest picks go far. And everything you could imagine in between. I've seen the first round pick, the safe offensive lineman who no doubt will help round out that line, no doubt about it, who didn't play one single snap in your Seahawks history. You play it safe. You worry at every turn about what goes bad rather than concentrate on how to get to the good. And you'll get lost in that. And you'll get scared by that. And you'll get petrified by that. We had a general manager here in Seattle by the name of Tim Ruskell. Wasn't a bad general manager. But he was petrified by risk. All the players had to check all those little boxes. Team leader, 3-year starter, major program, not a problem, good guy, all ball, all these little boxes. And you took all these players in every draft that was this wide assembly of 500 players, and it all slowly starts getting reduced by this guy and what he's looking for. Those guys don't fit. Those guys don't fit. Nope, don't want that. Don't need that. Just how about right in here? These are the guys that we'll be picking in this draft. Yeah, but Timmy Rusk, We got all these guys out here. You're just down to this of your view. Yeah. I've got to type. It'll take us there. And it took you nowhere. He walked in the door and had a nice opening draft when he walked in. Yeah. Had a nice offseason walking in. Yeah. With Paul Allen's money. Certainly did. But he was also getting the benefit at that point from Holmgren's other way that he had gone with it from a general managership, being that he was leaning more into the talent. So you had this one season of a confluence between Holmgren's wide and free, I'm going to get the most talented guys, I'm not really going to care with any of the background character, and then you had Ruskell with the everybody's got to be safe and amazing and wonderful. And it paired together for a single season. But it didn't last. And Ruskell kept leaning into that Kelly Jennings, safe. Darius Butler, safe. Get the safe guy. Don't get risky. Don't get risky. You don't risk anything, you don't get nothing. You know? And I'd much rather be taking my swings with the big risks, with the big picks and miss, than just be worried and I don't want to. What happens if this goes down? What happens if that happens? I'd much rather be like, let's go. And if it fails, it fails. So what? It's football. It ain't real life. Nobody's died at that point. Somebody passed on. Is it not possible to clean up a mistake if it goes wrong, if it's not the right pick? So I know we look at this top 5 pick and I think we get a little bit too much in that it's a special quality of gold. It is a gold we'll never see ever once again. Maybe not. But let's not overvalue it. Let's not become paralyzed by it. No, just my thought on it. That's my long answer to you landed on that one. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says lunch break. Thank you, Megan. Says hot take, another Ravens friend of mine. What's up, hot take? How you doing, man? Welcome on the chat. Love seeing some Ravens fans in here, man. You guys got a great organization, and I got a lot of respect for what you guys do. Definitely smartly run. Connor says, hey, B, if we pick Carter and it doesn't work out, I'm going to say, I told you so. And that is absolutely on point for you to do so. And in fact, I welcome that. This is what I want to have happen. I want people here to have takes. I want to have takes. I want to look at stuff. And if I've come to the conclusion of stuff, I'm going to lean on it. And I'm going to say, I believe this. And if I'm wrong, I will definitely eat my crow. I'll definitely take my verbal, whatever we want to call it at that point, you know? So I won't be a person that will shrink away if I am wrong on Carter. I understand very much that, you know, I'm laying my risk down here, you know, and what my intention is to do on this live stream today. That if there's a little bit of and I thought there was a bit of a question mark after I released that Anthony Richardson video about where exactly it is that I sit on this and how I do feel. Well, let's not get it confused. And so I'll own that the whole way. And if I'm wrong on that side, you and the like and many others, and I know Megan will absolutely be locked and loaded on me into the future if he does flame out. But here's the thing. I have the convictions. I got the convictions here. I didn't arrive at this lightly. So I'll take those bullets because I don't think they're coming. And I think just like I was right on draft night when I called LJ Collier a bust, when I gave the evaluation on draft night that Jordan Brooks ain't going to ever be able to be good in coverage, and he hasn't been. When I said, there's some worries with Dwayne Eskridge about his health and his hands and his route running, and those continue to be questions. And when I told you last year that Cross was going to be great, and that Tariq Woolen was like a Legion of Boom player, and that Kenneth Walker was maybe the best running back in the draft, and that Boye Mafe is going to be awesome. When I'm telling you those things and I was on it on those nights at the point, not waiting for people to tell me what my opinion's supposed to be, but giving you the opinion of it, I've been right on it. I got a track record here. I've streamed every draft for 4 years. So you can go back and check my receipts. You know, and I'm not right on everything. Everybody's wrong in these angles of things. But I don't see a lot of people, and my chat's free to clear it up, outside of a pick here, a pick there. Most of what my outlook's been on has been pretty on point with my stuff. And all those players I aforementioned were on the draft night in the moment telling those calls. And I'm that same spirit that I applied in those moments that allowed me to be right is the same spirit I'm applying here with Jalen Carter. That's why I am so voracious on this. That's why I'm so spirited about this. is because I do believe it's so in watching the tape on him and trusting the tape in that way that I have. It's not every guy that you come to so certain a conclusion on when you're looking at a prospect, but it does feel that way for me with Jalen. And yes, Connor, I will stick out my chest and allow the slings and arrows to be thrown right here, center mast. Center mast. I promise you on that. I will promise to take my beating on that other side of it. Drunk Squitter says, I'm going off the last question. Where do you think Zay Flowers ranks among all the other wide receivers in the draft? Currently, I've got Zay Flowers myself in a fourth whole point. So I do still have Jackson Smith-Njigba as my top, Jordan Addison is my 2, Quentin Johnson is my 3, and Zay Flowers as my 4. I have been drawn recently to drop, and my board's not finalized, by the way. I'll be releasing that this Sunday, a finalized board, my final horizontal board to you guys for draft day. But I have a poll to want to flip Johnson for Zay Flowers at this point. I just feel like Johnson's going to find a way to play at the next level on the outside. And I keep coming back to the thought that I feel like Zay Flowers is going to get kicked inside and that's where he needs to go. I keep coming back to that way of it when I consider this. But Zay Flowers has got a lot of upside that maybe a guy like Jordan Addison doesn't have. Flowers does have. Where there certainly is some star potential there with that kid, which might allow that to override where the rankings are of them in the moment. But Sunday I'll put a final posting of that with my horizontal board where I land with it. But he's right now on my low end at maybe 4. He might slide his way up higher as far as my final outlook. Because I'm trying to think about where Quentin Johnson's really going to land as a pro. And there's a pull to go drop him into the second round. The hands aren't good enough. The route running's not good enough. He has the horrible, the 3 code time where you're not, the lateral stuff you're worrying about a little bit with. But I'm a little torn with it too. AI says, plus we can't let the Lions get Carter. We will be seeing each other in the NFC Championship eventually. Very well. Good point, man. Both the Lions and the Eagles getting Carter is a just scary proposition. And the Lions too, both for similar reasons. You have these teams that are both getting really built up well, and then they all have a lot of picks in this draft on top of it. So the Lions start out good getting Carter at 6, and then they have another first round pick to go back and get their corner. I think they have a couple second round picks too still. Ugh. Grug says, I don't think the Texans or Cardinals are very interested in Carter. They didn't bring him in for a visit. Meanwhile, every team between 5 and 10 did. Great point, man. Great point. CR, what are the prospects you consider for 20? For sure, Skoronski, if he somehow slips. How about Bijan, Cansey, Breezy, Nolan Smith, or Miles Murphy? CR, I think there's a lot of guys worth considering in that spot for me. So let's do this. Number one, all the guys you mentioned are a yes. So I would say every guy that you put a good priority list there, because I would probably stack that in the same way. If those guys would be, I'd have like Cansey, Breezy, Bijan, Murphy, Smith would be like the priority on that. But I like those guys you picked. At 20, aside from those guys, I think if you went with Darnell Wright with the intention of also moving him to right guard, they've met with him. I think that would be a pick that could make some sense at that point. At 20. Joey Porter Jr. drops to 20. That could be a pick that makes sense. I think a little bit too early for Ringo. And I cannot take Maze Smith at 20 overall. I just can't do it. I would add Will McDonald in there. That would be the only addition I would put on top of that. So Will McDonald, Joey Porter Jr. Porter might go somewhere in the teens, but he might last to 20. Those would be the guys that I would put as the other ones that would be candidates, along with Darnell Wright. Feel good about that. Landon Edwards, thank you for the $5 donation. This is for that incredible answer. You got me fired up. Let's go get Carter. Ride or die. Hey, ride or die. We're not shrinking violets here, are we, folks? We don't have our head pop off the pillow every morning worried about what's going to go wrong. We've been in 3 Super Bowls in 20 years. There ain't franchises that can even taste or sniff or smell a Super Bowl. They don't even know what the trophy looks like. Hey, Cardinals, I keep looking in your trophy case. I can't see anything. There's a standard here set. A man by the name of Paul Allen walked in those doors, dropped down his billions of dollars, and said, hey, I got a standard to set in this city. I got a standard to set with this football team. So when people say to me, Brandon, why aren't you more happy with just being a consistent winner? Why aren't you just more happy by being a man what's got a team going to the playoffs every year? It's content for you to talk about. Always good every year, always high, always driving that content in a solid way because the team's worth talking about to a degree. And I say, yeah, that's all well and good, but I ain't here for the content. I ain't here just for the channel. I'm here to watch this team hoist Lombardi trophies and win Super Bowls. And nearly 40 years watching football, it's taught me many a thing. But one thing I've been taught above all else, it's the men with the cojones. It's the men with the stones. It's the men with the sheer audacity in this game. It's the men that walk into Dallas and say, oh, you with the hat, you that won all these Super Bowls, you who are a legend, we're going to kick you out. And oh, here, running back is the best in football. And we're going to move you on as well. It's the ballsy who get it done. It's the men who walked in 10 years ago into this organization and they said, none of this is good enough. None. We're turning it all over, and we're not just going to turn it over once. We're going to turn it over just twice to make sure we get it right. Teams around the league went, look at the churn. Got another release, this pickup. What are they doing over there? Setting the stage for Super Bowls. That's what they were doing. So get fired up. This team in a rebuild year. This team with $44 million of dead money. This team moving on from 2 Hall of Famers. That team went to the playoffs last year. And now you got 10 picks and you got a Hall of Fame talent. Hall of Fame talent right there. On the edges of your fingertips. Right there. He's going to slide because people need quarterbacks. He's going to slide because bad teams are scared. And that's why they're bad teams, because they're frightened. Because their head does pop off that pillow in the morning and they go, how's it going to go wrong? Houston down there with the, don't let Bill O'Brien back in the house again. That won't happen again, will it? We're not like that. We're not afraid here. We're not scared here. We've seen too much good. We've seen too much go right. So yeah, let's ride or die on this one. Let's go. And you better believe I'm hyped on this. I thought the Carter dream was dead. I thought I was have to accept second helpings here. Leftovers. I thought I was going to have to accept safe choices and a lack of risk. I don't like that. That's no fun. We live this life once. Let's have some fun. Let's go for it. Let's build up the biggest, baddest team we possibly can. And let's let that begin with Jalen Carter. I love it, brother. I love it. People are riding with me tonight, and I feel that. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5 donation, brother. Appreciate you as well. He says another guy I would love to add is Saiki Ika, a human wrecking ball that will also command double teams. Offense, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, brother, when Saiki Ika runs on you? He is a big, big man, Fat Daddy, and there are not a ton of zero techs in this draft, but there's a couple. A guy that you probably are going to be able to get later, which is nice. If you're talking about pairing him up with a Jalen Carter, you would certainly have a lot of human being down there if you put those two together. And he's a need. He does fit to a need of the position in that respect of things. He was highly rotated out. I mean, if Carter was kind of rotated out, Saiki was really rotated out. on that Baylor defensive line. He's got really short arms for his size, which is worrisome. So he's not able to really use length in order to win. He's not going to be a real stack and shed kind of guy. He's got a little bit of bend for his size to kind of dip and get around the corner a bit, but he didn't always on the tape that I watched with him consistently hold up at that point of attack for me, Fat Daddy, and what I saw with him. He's a guy that is a good zero tech prospect, but the problem for me with him, Fat Daddy, has been people talk about him in the second round range, and I'm like, more fourth round range. That's kind of the more right place with him, you know? But people kind of talk about him as sort of like almost a lesser version of a Haloti Ngata type. And he's really, really far from Haloti Ngata. Not that he just doesn't move the same kind of fashion, and he's not as stout at the point of attack. But he is a fun prospect, Fat Daddy, that's for sure. Fat Daddy, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, when are you wrong? When are you wrong? People will let you know. If you are right, people will be quiet. Yeah, thank you, Fat Daddy, for the double dono. My brother hounds me all the time. He's like, you've got to put together a video of the successes, right? The hits, so that I can kind of go, here's my receipts. And I probably do. I always feel a little bit like it's a little like ego inflating a bit. You know, is that really going to be fun content for people to see? You know, like, here's me being right about this guy. Here's me being right about that guy. But I feel like the track record has been pretty good overall. And it's not perfect. Nobody's perfect in this industry or looking at this stuff. But I feel like with as deep as I do look at stuff, I'm going to be more right or wrong than I'm not. And if I come to a conclusion on a strong opinion of a player, especially, a lot of these guys I'll hedge. A lot of guys I'll say if he goes to the right scheme, if the coach can teach him on this thing specifically, if he can move it into this fashion, that's one thing, right? But this is a little different from that for me. I view this in a little bit of a different fashion. So I don't know. We'll see on this one. I'm telling you, if we get him, we're going to be very happy, and people are going to be very happy about this guy. I feel like real early into his career when he gets on the football field, where they're like, holy hell, why do we overthink this one so much? Yeah, holy moly. But yeah, people do let you know. And I'm okay with that. I've taken a strong opinion on this one. If I'd done more hedging with Jalen Carter and been like, I don't know, I mean, the production, but I'm on my final point on this. I'm at the last of the evaluation. And as I say through this is a process evaluation. It's not turn on the highlights of a guy, come to a conclusion, and then you're done. It's going through the game tape. It's looking into the background as much as you can here from my standpoint of things. It's trying to find the finer details of this to make that ultimate determination. And my gut instinct on this one, my little twinge, my little tuning fork, it's going, Jalen Carter. That's what it's doing right now. I got to go with the gut on this one, man. I got to ride with my gut. Robert, my brother, is in the house and puts a $2 donation saying, make the damn video. I'm going to do it, I think, at some point, because then I can at least, when I get people that question on stuff, I can go, just here's the link, and I'll just point off the link. But I thought about going back through the old drafts and just going bull by bull on players and what I said and what I thought they were going to do, because I've never been one to shrink away from having a strong opinion on these guys. I'll give you guys the bottom line with that stuff. I'll go hard, especially if I believe it. And I'm telling you guys, I'm a believer on Jalen Carter. I've been to this Sunday school. I've drawn in the books. Okay? I've eaten the wafer and the little paper cup of wine. And I'm telling you, Jalen Carter's the way. Mark says, I am eating now as B comes on. When I'm cooking. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, I know how to time it, man. I know how to do the dinner timing. New Black says, my take is less about Carter and trying to take advantage of snagging a quarterback for the next 10 plus years in this unique situation. Geno could be a 1-year wonder or regress. Then what? Great point, man. That's a great point. And that's one that I would say is one of the points that I've gone back to say, even though I am a big Carter guy, There's a couple of directions that Schneider can go here, which would be ones that I would still support because of the fact that it makes sense. And that certainly your point that you give on that makes a complete amount of sense here, and that you're not going to be back here able to pick a quarterback in this position into the future. And especially if they are in really truly love with one of these guys that will fall, that is certainly a strong argument to be made that can override even the picking necessarily of a Carter pick. It doesn't quite get there enough for me on that Nubelax because you have made the signing of Geno and you have sort of hitched your wagons to the process of, no, we are going for it right now. This isn't about awaiting this through and organically necessarily slow building this. This is about, we think we're closer than we're further away. Let's bring in Bobby Wagner. Let's make some of these go for it moves like signing Draymond Jones. So it just, to me, aligns more with taking Carter into what you've done from a philosophy standpoint this offseason, pushing it in this fashion, in my opinion. Kirk Stemmer says, Locked On Seahawks said that Jalen Carter used his NIL money to pay for food for a non-scholarship players on the Georgia football team. Sounds like a good character guy to me. It does to me too, man. That would be my walk away with it. You know, and it is good to hear some of the good things on the other side of it with this guy at times. There's been some of the bad that's whispered about non-specifically often. But now we get a little bit more of the good, maybe pushed to the other side of it a bit here, which is encouraging. So, yeah, that's an awesome story, man. Chicken Gotts says his teammates and coaches love him. They certainly seem to. That's what I'm getting from it, too. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate you. He says, I remember when I was stoked when we drafted Rick Meyer, the next Joe Montana. It's another great point here. And one that I do want to make sure we're illustrating fully. None of these picks are certain at this spot. Take away the risk of Carter and the off-the-field stuff. Tyree Wilson is no certain thing. The corners are maybe as certain as you could get at 5, but those would be grossly overpicking them into that spot to take them in that area. And as I always say, be a student of history and look back at what's happened, even within your own organization, throughout multiple organizations being here who have picked high. We haven't picked high often. It's not been a place that we've found ourselves very much. But when we have been up there, it's not like there's necessarily been some no-brainer pick for us that was just to knock it out of the park. As Fat Daddy says, you took Rick Meyer with the number 2 overall selection. And it was not merely just a pick which was bad from the team standpoint because they were somehow locked in isolation and making the decision and weren't informed by other processes. They had Bill Walsh consulting with them on that choice. Bill Walsh thought Rick Meyer was going to be the next Joe Montana. Because this was after Bill Walsh was done coaching with the Niners and all that, right? So you have Rick Meyer coming from the same college as Joe Montana, showing some of the similar skill sets to Montana coming out. And it was a miss. Even after a really good, solid first year, a complete miss. You trade him away. You managed to get a first-round pick back for him at least, but it wasn't a good selection. Aaron Curry, we've talked about a lot. No Browder, the next Lawrence Taylor. The next Lawrence Taylor, no doubt. No doubt. The next defensive player to take over this game. Everyone, and then what happened? No instincts for the position. Always going the wrong way. Bust. Didn't work out. Brian Bosworth. Amazing linebacker. Oklahoma. Heisman candidate as a linebacker out of Oklahoma. Warrior. Mean. Cool haircut. We give up a compensatory pick of a first-round pick because it's so safe and we're so sure that, hey, this guy will be a guy to come in the defense and man this defense and go, and comes in and there is no safety here. There is no magical belt that you can wear through the first round that will take you to a safe pick city. It's all a risk. It all really just comes down to how much risk you can stomach. But a great point on that one, Fat Daddy. And thank you for all the donations, brother. Dabney says this is the big boy league. Carter not only has to act more like a grown-up now, he's got to go up against 6'5", 330-pound offensive linemen. for sure, he's going to have to do some growing up. I think you're going to have an atmosphere around him and an environment around him that's going to help foster that. Tom Drew Sunkus says, if the top defensive player, maybe even best player in the draft, falls to you at 5, you take him. If they want JC, then WA, Witherspoon, or Skoronski would be okay, even if trading back to 9. Yeah, I agree. If you're really set on not going with Carter at that point, then just move back, even if it's just to pick up an extra second-round pick at that point, because you are getting a fairly equivalent player there at 9 from whoever you're looking as an alternative selection there really at 5. Good point on that one, Tom. And I'm with you with it. If they're not going to go Carter on that, that would be the better approach to go. New Black's only character concerns I care about is how much he loves football and how much effort is he going to put in. Can't coast on just natural talent in the NFL. Indeed you can't. Indeed you can't. Consumer says Malik Willis gave food to a homeless guy at the draft. It didn't help him play football. No, but Malik didn't have the questions with is he, there's very many people that are positing at times with Jalen Carter, like, is he a good human? Is he just a bad human being? There's a lot of that sort of jumping to that point with it at times on him. So I think a little bit of these counter stories to that, to maybe upend that narrative a little bit, are maybe a good counterbalance. And Dabney, with your 6'5", 330, Carter's going to go up against strong men now. He is. But it was also not like he was going up against the weakest competition in college football. He was in the SEC for these last 2 years. He's been in playoff games going up against guys like Luke Wilper with Ohio State. It's a center that's going to be playing in these pros. That's going to be one of those 6'3", 6'4", 300-pound guys. So he's gone against those guys in college even. Are they going to be a little more stronger and bigger? Yeah, a little bit. But he's already had a pretty big challenge already and showed out on that. I think it will continue as he goes on forward. Your boy Michael says draft can't come faster. Shaking my head. Love Jalen Carter. No, it can't come faster. No. Not at all, man. I'm chomping at this bit. I am ready. I'm ready, but I do love hearing some of these rumors with him connected to our Hawks. I love the sounds. That's the sound. Drunk says, where's Pumpkin? She's currently stuffing her face right now, Jose. She is really hungry. Yeah, you. She looked back when I said her name. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, you know what you have to do if he busts for me, B. I do indeed. I do indeed. But I trust my outlook on this one. Nicholas Noon, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Seahawks blue and green, but wouldn't it be karma or coming full circle with the 5th pick we got from the Russ trade catapults us another Lombardi with a quarterback like Richardson? It would definitely make the story a little more enriched on it. But, what if Carter is also that same guy that takes you to a Super Bowl as well as a centerpiece in your defense that they gave you? You could kind of play that as a tit for tat game a little bit and going a couple ways with that. Yalrick V, shouldn't we at least consider Lamar? I feel like almost everyone should. I wish Holmgren was still in the wings somewhere. I don't think Holmgren would have taken Lamar Jackson, Yalrick. He would have needed a little bit better within the pocket quarterback play than what Lamar is going to show you in that respect of things. No, you've kind of you've decided on Geno at this point. If you were going to look to make that Lamar decision, then you would have held off on Geno and waited out on the market a little bit longer with it. So I don't think that I certainly think the team considered it and knew that they could have had this as an open possibility, but it's a mess. What Lamar wants, what he wants as far as guarantees, what the Ravens want back as far as a return goes from the team, if they can get Lamar to agree to the ridiculous contract, it's a mess. Look at the Jets and Packers situation as it exists right now, where those teams have seemingly kind of come to some kind of compensation, I guess, but yet not. Yet they're kind of at an impasse, yet a deal's expected to maybe get done. There's a lot of this going down with these situations where the teams that have the quarterbacks are just kind of making it hard, I think, a little bit. But no, unfortunately, you've kind of rode this direction. You got to ride this direction. Addison Shelbo, I want Jordan Addison for my own selfish reasons of having a jersey with my name on it. Laughing out loud. Hey, that's as good a reason as any. Copper Wise says, please don't pick a wide receiver in the first 3 rounds. You can wait on this one, Copper, especially for a slot-only guy. Y'all, Rick V, do you have a tangible reason or just a no? Yeah, so it's just the cost of the first-round picks. Then you got to pay him. Then you're going to have to pay him guaranteed money. And I don't think that he's going to get healthier as he goes forward in his career as he has been in the past. And he's not been getting more healthier recently as Lamar, which isn't a surprise, y'all, Rick, because he's been playing like a running back at the quarterback position for the first few years of his career. So just about like the degradation that we saw in Cam Newton and how he was falling apart very early on in his career from a physical standpoint. When you play like a running back early on in your career as a quarterback, you're going to age like a running back at the quarterback position. And that's what I think subdues to happen here with Lamar. And it makes me very hesitant to give up the picks and pay the money to go out there and have to give up all that to then onboard that to your team. Justin Goins, do the blinds pick at 6 because they traded with the Rams for Stafford? Yes, that is correct. Adam, what do you think about Schefter saying quarterbacks might not be taken at 2 and 3? Should Seattle try to take CJ? My feeling on this is I don't trust anything coming out of right now Arizona or Houston. I think both of those two teams are trying to drum up some support for a big trade for some team to move up to get the quarterback. So I'm a little bit not trusting that as much to a degree. Like I would trust a little bit more of the King report when he says he's hearing that it's almost like cliche. Again, this was let me post the direct quote here from Peter King. It's becoming almost a cliche. How many team officials in the NFL think the Seahawks will take Carter with the 5th overall pick? I put a little bit different onus in that as I do to Schefter, who is often used as kind of a pawn in this information game of the NFL. But I do buy the fact that Houston's not necessarily sold on quarterback because they are going to see their guy taken off the board. They loved Bryce Young early in this process. He's gone now with Carolina looking to probably take him. They may not be as sold on the other quarterbacks. And then it does seem like Tyree Wilson would be one of the picks. Who would be the other pick beyond that at that point? I'm not sure with the Cardinals and Houston there. But it's possible. I think that if that does cause 2 quarterbacks to fall to us, Adam, because the Cardinals aren't taking a quarterback, so that means now you have 2 quarterbacks landing in your lap. Rather than take one at that point, I really feel like you're going to be given a pretty good trade haul to move up. You're not going to ask the same in return of what Houston and Arizona are going to ask for. You might be willing to do it for 1 less first-round pick than what they were asking and still come away with a lot. I think that would be more of the way I would look to go if a quarterback was lingering in there. But if they took a quarterback out, I might be okay with it. I like all the quarterbacks in the top 4. I think all of them are going to be able to play in the pros. Absent, I'm worried about Bryce Young's size, of course. That's mightily worried. Mark, thank you for mentioning this. Please do hit that like button and sub up if you're not already. I would really do appreciate it. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks, for all the donos today on the stream. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. In my 50s, and if I allowed the wrongs of others to influence my life, I would never have any friends. It's very true. It's a great point. You come in with some pearls tonight here, Fat Daddy. It's something that I think teaches you in life that as you go through very often. And that, time heals all wounds and stuff goes bad, stuff goes right, things go up and down all the way around. And, you start to just understand sometimes people need a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Not everybody's set in, if they make a bad choice or a bad decision, that's who they permanently are or where they're going to permanently be. And you especially feel like as you get older, you understand to apply that to younger people and to kids and people, especially just coming of age of being an adult. It doesn't matter what background or where they're coming from. You do look at them, I think, a little bit through the thing of, hey, where are they coming from? There's still time here to fix this. The die is not cast. They're not super grown. There's still some time for this to get right. Get him in a good situation, get in the right place. And it's not like he's been a complete, in the case of a guy like Carter, a complete circus there. You know, we don't have any reports of him missing practices or showing up late for practices or, you know, not being willing to go hard and play hard every game. Indeed, we get the opposite of those kind of reports, Fat Daddy. So, well said, man. I'm starting to get to that same kind of wizened state as I'm getting older and around that same age here, or as I start to get closer to approaching that same age. And that certainly is the same thing that kind of dawns on me too as well. Well said. Well said. Addison Shelby, what is your dream pick at 5? For me, it's Anderson, but he won't be there. Jalen Carter's my dream pick at 5. And Addison, that's kind of this with this show today. That's my theme of this show. We're a week out from the draft. What do you want to do, Brandon? Well, if you're running the shop, what would you do? If you were in John Schneider's ear, what would you whisper? Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter, John. Jalen Carter. That's what I do. He's my dream pick. He will help take this defensive line to the next level. He will give me hope that this defense could round itself into top 10 shape almost alone with what you're going to, knowing you're going to add on top of it too, but almost alone with his presence brought in there. I feel very, very strongly about this one. Seahawks blue and green. Will Cansey be there at 20? Probably not. His tape is too close to Donald. I think some team's going to bite in the teens on that one. Jonathan Batur, is Jalen Carter's your next Jamarcus Russell? It's possible. I can't quite see the comp myself, Jonathan. Jamarcus Russell was much less accomplished as a football player than Jalen Carter was coming out. Jamarcus Russell was in much worse shape, much rougher shape, had a lot more needed to be done in his development to round himself into being a functional quarterback in this league, versus Jalen Carter, who's very pro-ready as a defensive tackle. Off-field stuff might be the thing that bears it all out, that tears it up, but there's definitely many more differences between those players than there are similarities. Riverside, I might be willing to take Cansey over Darnell at 20, even if we get Carter at 5. Me too, man. It's just too dangerous. It's too, come here. Come on. Asking for you. Let me get some coffee here. 1 second. It's cat cam. Yeah, don't show him your butt. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. I can't see Carter on the same defensive line. Fun P would be just too ridiculous to pass up. I love Washington too, but if he drops to 20 and you go Carter, can't see your first 2 picks out the gate. Oh. Get out of here. Base trophy rings, baby. Addison, I would be extremely disappointed with the quarterback in 5 because Bobby Wagner signing is a total go for it move. Taking a quarterback in the top 5 when we have Geno locked in as a future move. Let's go for it. That's all I'm saying. If the organization wanted to take the patient approach after this last season, after winning the Russell Wilson trade, after accumulating all these draft picks, this fan base would have supported them in that decision. You guys want to hit the cruise control button, take it slow, 2-year plan? Fine, we'll wait. We get it. You got to turn this all back anew. But instead, they didn't do that. They said, you know what? This team's kind of ready. These rookies are ready to go. We're going to get the second-year returns from them. We're going to get the 10 picks in the draft. We're going to get that $44 million of dead money back on our books. Let's go see what we can go get done with this. And when you indicated that, when you said that's the way we're going to go with this from an organization standpoint, then go that way. Don't half roll it. Don't half measure it. Breaking Bad style. Full measure. And Carter's a full measure move. Going for a quarterback could make that more half measury. Justin Goins, Lions going receiver with the 6th pick. They have a top 10 receiver. They love a top 10 receiver. The curse of Mike Milan with live on with his draft will live on with his draft. Yeah. That would be funny if the Lions went receiver, because I would feel like, Justin, that's one of the only ways they could go in this draft to kind of mess this up. They could take corner, which would be beautiful there. They could go a variety of edges there, which would make a lot of sense. Offensive lineman like Skoronski could certainly add up for them there, quarterback. But if they were to go receiver, that would be very strange for them, I think, for the other players that would be available at that pick. Seahawks Blue and Green says Will Anderson definitely doesn't want to be the Cardinals in that mess. Did you guys see those player polls they took about the Cardinals? You want to have some fun? Go look that up online. They polled these players this last year about facilities, food, treatment, travel, all that stuff. Let's just say Arizona didn't come out too well in that. Didn't come out looking too good. Yeah, Buda Baker requested a trade. Fortunately, we could definitely not do that one. And the Cardinals are definitely not moving that one. Though the Cardinals might have a way of, maybe they can package their pick in Buda Baker to get more returns back from some team. Herbicide, I like Cansey's ceiling way more than Breezy. That's fair. Cansey's my number 2. Herbicide too. So it's Carter, Cansey as my 2 defensive linemen. I see it similarly. I do think Breezy does have some upside, but it's undetermined if he'll really get there. Casey McCracken, you drink it again, Brandon? Not yet. Adam, when y'all think a center will be taken for Seattle? Probably 2nd or 3rd round. Casey says the hits and the misses. I'll try to include both, man. I won't cherry pick. What I like to do, what I was thinking I would do, Casey, is go back through the first round, for instance, from 2019, and then just cut it down and go pick by pick on what I was saying about the players, where I saw their upside, and then just let each pick play, and then let's see how I did. We'll go pick by pick and see how did I land on each of them, how's my outlook looking on them? I think it's a good idea. It's good for content. Copper Wise says, if Bijan's at 20, we should sprint the car to the podium. It's going to be tempting if he is. Addison Shelble says, loved your reaction video to the 3 horrible first-round picks prior to Charles Cross. Hilarious. As everyone knows, I can't hide I'm an emotional man when it comes to that. I can't hide it. I can't dress it up. If I love a pick, I'll tell you guys I love it. If I don't love a pick, I can't. You're going to know that too as well. But I think a lot of people said too, that it's got them hyped on Charles Cross last year, watching me with it, because they had seen me so down on the first picks of the last 3 years, where I really was down on those picks when we first took them. And then Charles, I'm over the moon with as far as that selection goes. And rightfully so. Jordan R14, who you picking with the first 4 picks? I would go Carter, Cansey. I'm definitely torn on this next one of which one to go outside that. I would probably then go. I still lean back to saying John Michael Schmitz would probably be the second round pick, and then with the first second round pick, I might just go Maze. I might go Keanu Benton. If Maze's off the board in the early second round, if the first second round pick, Maze Smith was there, it's impossible, but I'd almost go crazy style with just Maze, Carter, and Cansey would be freaking ridiculous, but that'd probably be overkill. Even Cansey's probably overkill because you do have Draymond Jones here, so Cansey's going to only be in on the rotation. I guess I'm probably driven to middle linebacker in the second round at that point. It's probably one of the top guys in there, Deion Henley, maybe Campbell, maybe even Sanders, maybe even Simpson if he falls. Don't think that there's really an offensive lineman outside of Schmitz in the second round, and I could completely wait on a center. I get those people saying you can still find a center later. I just wanted to get the lines dealt with, really. So something along that reaction, something along those lines with it. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can we build a Legion of Boom 2 with this draft? Probably not, I would say. I mean, it depends on what you mean by Legion of Boom. You know, are you going to create a legendary defense, the likes of which comes down once every maybe, what would we say, 20 years of football is about what you get as far as the legendary defense in that degree? You got your 85 Bears, you got your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you got your Ravens defense. That's really it. And the Legion of Boom. I mean, the modern era, since if we go back to like 1980, those are kind of the best. And then if you go to the 70s, you'd include the Steelers in there with their defenses. So are you going to create one of the top 5 defenses in NFL history? Probably again, no. That's probably a one-off on that one, Taker. Can you create the best secondary in the NFL with the right moves? Certainly. If Jamal can bounce back to being what he was with the Jets, and Quandre can continue to get that foot, no pun intended, back to front, Tariq Woolen becomes the superstar kind of like player, and then we get the next cornerback position really settling down, and there's a lot of talent out there for it to get settled down. You know, you can definitely make it a mightily productive unit, but yeah, you're never going to create a Legion of Boom, I think, 2.0 to that respect again. It's too hard to create those legendary defenses. Appreciate you, Taker. Hungwoo Lee, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I heard at Panthers, the general manager likes Stroud, Frank Reich likes Richardson, and Tepper likes Young. Oh, Lordy. So the GM likes Stroud, the head coach likes Richardson, and the owner likes Bryce Young. That seems problematic. That does not seem like Hongwoo that's going to lead to the right decision being made. He says they should decide on who throws the football best. I guess or it's find a 3-headed coin, Hongwoo. How do you get as a general manager maybe I would be as an owner. You get to the point as an owner of like, not only does you come as an owner and not only does your coach not agree with your general manager, but you're going to come in and add a third name into the fray where, no, it's really this guy. Shut up, GM. Shut up, coach. You don't know. I know. Oh, what a dysfunctional situation down there in Carolina, if that's the case, Hongwoo. That is not going to be good for them if there's that much uncertainty. And they're this late in the process, they're still that much uncertain about it. That would be strange, but funny. And I can completely see it being true, Hongwoo. It's a very much a football thing that something like this could play out that way within an organization that had traded up. Because Hongwoo, you would think, you sort of make this determination when you move up to number 1 with the Bears, right? Like you kind of don't make that move of like, well, we'll figure out which one we all agree upon down thing. Like you have a guy in mind that you want, that you're in love with, that causes you to give up all of those assets to go up there and get that quarterback. I am not in favor of we trade up blind and will eventually arrive on a guy. What? What if your evaluation goes in the tape on all of them and you're like, we didn't like as much as we liked initially. Now as we go through, like, come on. It's very silly of them, Hongwoo. They're being very silly to not have that choice already hashed out. And Skronsky at right guard, Hongwoo, you want to go with Skronsky at guard? Sign me up on that. You can trade back to do so, I think, but I'm with it. Herbicide, I'm so over Mozzie. I'm over him too at talking about him being a late first, or even the early second round. It does suck having to go up that high. He is unique in his own way. I'll say that. Not a lot like him in this draft, and the ability to really, you're talking about Saiki Ika. He ain't in the same level of Mozzie Smith as a run stuffer, that's for sure. Mega says, you know how strong I go on Carter B. While I see your point, I will watch the video again, but doubt my mind will change. I feel you on that. I hear you. I'll tell you what, listen to some of these pros that have played in the game talk about him and watching their tape on him. I mean, it's, but tape doesn't lie. We all got our evaluation spots. Addison says, that's my point, Brandon. We made go forward moves with Jones and B-Wags. So wouldn't taking a quarterback at 5 almost be a step back from this apparent go forward mode that we've found ourselves in? It would a little on the surface, Addison, and for the most part, I do agree with it. I think there's another there. If I think if John Schneider was saying as a counter to that, he would say the way we look almost at this 5th pick is it's a bonus pick. It's a pick that we got, kind of for nothing a little bit. We had our pick for Russell last year. We have our other 2nd round picks. This one we can treat like that. We just got handed this magical extra pick basically. And so therefore we're not driven as much for to make it by need. Again, I say to this, Addison, it's not what I would do. It's not the number one way I'd want to go with it. Yes, you're right. Those other moves indicated you are in a go for it mode, and to take a quarterback would not be congruent with those other moves. But they could look at it like that standpoint of it. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. And it is true that it's hard to find quarterbacks in this league, and there's teams that find themselves into desperation fast, and Geno could regress, and you have a way to get out of that contract after only merely a year. True. And so there is some logic and reason behind taking him even being in the go for it, but it's not what I'd want to do, Addison. It's just that I do think that there's some logic and reason behind taking that approach. Megan says, I have outlined my opinion on what makes Carter a miss for me be, and buying lunches for those who can't afford it is great, but not nearly great enough. Hawksnest. I get it. Just a little counterbalance. It's a little, the weight's been pushed all over here. It's a little, maybe bring the weight up just a little bit there. Justin Goins, was Rick Meyer the quarterback in Notre Dame in 93 when they blew the undefeated season against Boston College? No. I thought Rick was out by that point. I thought he was drafted by that point. Let me double check. That sounds kind of right at first, but he played in Seattle in 93. So that would have been another Notre Dame quarterback. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, can you give me my flowers for being right about Kobe Bryant at the Hawks Nest? Well, indeed, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez was the first man on the scene with Kobe Bryant back in the day, putting me hip to him, calling that pick far out in advance. And of course, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, one of our longtime mods here on the channel, is on the road and route and heading towards 1,000 subscribers. He's just about to click through over on his channel. So if you haven't, please go over there and sub up to his channel. But Jose hit that one, man. How about that ball hawk, Jose? How about that guy with the nose for the ball? Maybe he finally gets to play on the outside and we're really going to get to see him bloom. Lions Mania says, it looks like we're drafting Tyree Wilson then. Bro, Houston, Arizona's in love with him, man. I'm hearing he might not last between one of those two teams. He seems like he's going to go. Everyone's saying he's going to be the first edge off the board at this point. Coug fan for real says, couldn't tackle even in college. Boz sucked. Pissed off Fred Young along the way. Shaking my head. Oh, no one pisses off Freddie Young. Kelly's in the house. What's up, Kelly? Hope you're doing well. Marcus Lorenzo, it's not ideal, but I would still be excited if we took Witherspoon or Gonzalez at 5. Marcus, I think that's a wonderful way of putting it. You have other picks that might get you more excited. You can't get angry really about Witherspoon or Gonzalez because in a draft of tier 1 guys with not a lot of safety to them, with a big bust factor to them, with a lot of question marks about when they're going to reach the point of their development to be the player you think they are as you're picking them. These are 2 guys that are going to be very pro ready from day 1 to step on the football field. And I would think it would also be picks that would be made with a bit of a vision employed. And that vision to me would be one that would also be a vision that was based off of an evolved thinking towards the position and how you're building it up. And what I mean by that is you've struck gold with Tariq Woolen, Marcus, and you have a guy that might become one of the great next lockdown corners in this sport. And we had this with Richard Sherman. But the big issue that came out from Richard Sherman as he became that guy was just as he became that guy, you were kind of starting to have to move off from Brandon Browner. And so now teams could kind of start to pick towards that other side of the football field. And this now made it to where Sherman's value got reduced, even though he was a lockdown corner, because teams just weren't throwing at him. And the value was now about him shutting down half of a field, turning offenses into using just one half of the field at times. And now you do that, you get around that eventuality here with Tariq Woolen now by bringing in a guy like Witherspoon or Gonzalez to be the guy that's, you're not going to be able to pick on either of these 2 guys. And it would be an interesting way to go, Marcus. It's not the head of the line, but it's an interesting way to go, and there's certainly some intelligence behind it. Henry Mars, would you draft Nolan Smith at 20? Can't quite get there with him myself, Henry. I people really do love Nolan. I liked him so much better in the second round than I like this first round talk with Nolan Smith. And we can blame the Georgia defense for the lack of production from its edges, along with its interior guys at times to a degree. But I don't know that he's going to be the upper end pass rusher that some people think he's going to be. You could end up finding a guy that's really good as a run defender off the edge, but then doesn't do a whole lot for you as a pass rusher, past the high effort type stuff and the high motor type stuff. I know there's other ways I'd rather go than Nolan. I'm not quite as high as Nolan as others are, though, admittedly. Seahawks Blue and Green, do we know if GMs talk to each other before the draft to have verbal deals in place in case something unexpected happens, or is it just on the fly when the clock starts? Oh, no. The first part of what you were saying is 100% the truth. These teams are in many ways obsessed with the preparation. You know, they're going to run the war game scenarios of different ways mocks can go and how to play that. And certainly when you're at the combine, you're going to have general managers testing the waters on trades even then when they're talking to other general managers. And then this is increased even further upon that you have certain general managers who have more intimate relationships with other general managers as far as just them having that prior, deeper kind of background to have those kind of deals that can get facilitated in advance. So you certainly have got some things, I think, on the fly to a degree that you in advance that you put down. Nothing's probably hardened in there. But you have a good idea of where you'll go with it directionally if things play out a certain way in the draft. So as much as you can do, I guess is the basic. Justin, are they doing the B&B show tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? No, we're doing it on the B&B show. Justin has been rerouted to Saturday. So I'll get a thumbnail created tonight and I'll get that posted. But Brendan wasn't able to do tomorrow night, so we're going to be doing it on Saturday, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And Hungwoo, I agree. I do think that Nolan Smith can play on the outside. He could be an outside linebacker. I don't have any worry about his size concerns. My main concern with him is just the upper end pass rushing ability, and I don't know if he's going to get there. That's the part I'm worried about. Deatel says Cansey won't be there at 20, I don't think, but yeah, he's probably top 5 on my whole board. Understandable. He is he is absolutely a player that pops on tape. Jacob Davis, you think Anthony Richardson could be there at 20? Nah, Jacob, I don't buy that their quarterbacks are going to be, there may be a bit of a dip here where we don't see the 3 or 4 guys taken in the first 4 picks, but I would, with like 99% certainty, believe that you're going to see 4 quarterbacks taken in the first top 10. I don't think any of them fall out of that range. Not with how many teams there are that do need quarterbacks still at this stage of things. TD Nolan did see Todd Billings' analysis. Addison Shelble says Seahawks. Brendan Nelson has talked about a situation where the Hawks are forced to trade back because of their cap situation. Do you think that's a possibility? Yeah. I mean, it's something that could help to instruct them. I don't think it's going to solely instruct them to trade back, but it's one way to get around some of their cash constraints as they stand right now, is to move back off the pick in order to lessen that down, or package up a couple of picks for one pick to maybe, cumulatively lower the cost down. I think there's a couple of ways of doing it, Addison, but I don't think that they're drawn to that they have to do that in this draft, that they have to walk away with this draft pairing off, like they're due to spend $16 million on the 10 picks in this draft. And that Schneider's walking into it saying, I've got to find a way to shave $3 million off what we're going to have to pay these rookies this year. I don't think that's going to happen, but it certainly could help to inform them on a decision. Jack Wilson says Rob Ring likes Lucas Van Ness. Interesting to see if the Hawks trade for him. Gonna be fun to see where Lucas Van Ness goes. Hard to say on that. I've seen boards put him up in the top 10. I've seen him drift all the way to the bottom in the first round. Seems the people that really do like him, Jack, really like him. I'm kind of lukewarm myself. I'm with Nagasa. I look at him as really just a one-trick pony guy. Round 2, I think, is a good way of putting it. Jim Boy Michael says making players pay for food is crazy for the Cardinals. Yeah, the thing that I don't get with that as an owner is you make so much money in this league, and there's ways you can control to make yourself look better. And like those kind of things are going to get around. Say nothing of the poll that was released. Like that type of stuff gets out to players around the league who might consider you for a free agent destination. And that can be a final, if everything's equal, that could be the determining factor that caused you not to get a player. If it's between dollar for dollar, you and another organization. And it's just strange. Addison says, yes, this division is becoming very weak. The only team we have to worry about is San Francisco. Indeed, the Rams continued their offloading, their tank mode that they are moving into this next upcoming season as they moved Allen Robinson for not even a bag of peanuts, but a single peanut shelled. That's all they asked for. So the Rams have completely signaled at this point that they are in tanko mode. So the division has definitely got a little easier this next year for sure. Megan Gockrodge, the Hawks Nest, can you please send me a list of the Carter videos I should have a look at? Willing to have another look, but doubtful things will change. I'll try. I don't have which games I watch notes. I just have the notes on him that I had. So, but I'll try to see if I get some time to do that. Jack Wilson, I think there'll be a good chance the Hawks trade out of the 5th. Am I the only one? No, I think it's a good chance. For sure, Jack. Brian Meyer says, or Austin says, where there's smoke, there's fire. Carter to the Hawks, please. Please. For me, the pick 20 is truly interesting. We have an idea what will happen with the 5th, but 20 is a gambit. McDonald, JSN, Flowers, Addison, trading down. I'm super curious. I think you'd feel very impelled if you're Seattle. You're talking about trading down. If you take Carter at 5 and you get your BPA there, I think that I'd put betting money down at that point that you're moving back a bit off 20 somehow. Like you're going to try to drop 20, maybe 20, 28, 20 to 30. But you're definitely, I think they're going to try to move back at that point and pick up some extra picks if they can make that work at that point. But that is a very interesting one. Why do I? Because there is a multitude of different directions they can go at 20. It's not really a small collection of guys that'll be right around there and available. It's a big grouping of potential players there at 20. And I agree, Herbicide, I agree, Damian Lewis is better at right guard than left guard for sure. Dreamforge Contractors, they brought back Bobby for leadership. They left a huge hole on the DL. Oh, we're pitching Carter. That's right. Make a triumph. I don't want Jalen Carter on the team. Fair enough. Young Vital Game says, man, we get Jalen Carter and our current edges get 10 sacks each. Facts. I love it, man. Yeah, that's right. Definitely would help the edges, that's for sure. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the big dono, brother. Appreciate you as ever, and I hope you're doing well out there tonight. He says, hey, buddy, been listening to the show for the last hour or so. Been real busy around here. Well, you've got a new baby, baseball practice tonight. Anyways, if you were a gambling man, over under 2.5 trades for John during the draft, I'd take the under. I see 2. Well, we have our like mind on this, John, or Randall. I'm using John Randall. We are of like mind on this, Randall, where I do see 2 trades. I see a move back at 20, if not at 5. And then I see them moving up in this draft tactically to target a certain player, be it in the 2nd or 3rd round. So those would be the 2 trades I certainly see. Is there going to be one more beyond that? I'm going to go over, John. Or Randall. I keep calling you John, Randall. Sorry. I'm going to go over. I think there's one more extra trade they do in the back of the draft to maybe trade up and target. I see just one more extra one in there. So one in the 1st round, trade up into the 2nd, 3rd somewhere, and then one more at the end, Randall, I would see as an extra trade. John's going to move around a bit in this, both up and down, I think. That'd be my take on it. Such an interesting part of this draft of how many picks you end up accumulating in that 2nd to 3rd round period. So right now, of course, you got 3, basically, in those picks, but you could certainly find a way creatively to get way more. But I'm going 3, Randall. And I hope you're having a good night, man. Not running too hard, getting some sleep. Getting some sleep. Hangmu says, I bet all my money on Frank Reich to win. You'd think you'd want the coach to be signing off, don't you, Hangwu? Beyond what the GM wants or the owner wants. You kind of, at the end of the day, when it comes to having the quarterback on your team, beyond other positions that you might overrule them on and say, no, this is the defensive tackle you're getting. With the quarterback, you probably want your coach kind of on that one. We saw this case a couple of years ago with Flores in Miami not being in on the Tua show. Right? And that causing some friction there in that situation and the development of Tua in Miami because he didn't want him. And so I think you've got to make sure your coach wants the guy. I would hope they get to that point. Yalrick says, I've been saying I want AR in Washington with DK beast mode on the next level. That would be pretty beastly, man. Red Ace owners usually don't make personnel moves. Not normally, but there are times where they do. Jimmy Haslam down in Cleveland reportedly was the guy that made the call for Johnny Manziel. And of course, there's the story of Jerry Jones having to have the Johnny Manziel card ripped out of his hand in order to not have it to be the selection for the Dallas Cowboys. So there's times in history that they've come in there and they've tried to, they do write the checks. They do technically have the ability to make that say. Chan Man says, do you think the picking Carter will create more sacks for Jamal Adams pushing quarterbacks out of the pocket? And how many more sacks does our defensive group end up with? It's great. What a great question, Chan Man. Let's go with first off. Does Carter help Jamal Adams in his blitzing? Yes. If you have a player that's going to command double teams, that means that the offenses have a less of an ability to slide out that that edge tackle or tight end to then block Jamal Adams. Jamal Adams came in and was really effective out the gate in his first year coming off the edge because he was arriving on a defense in Seattle that never blitzed safeties off the edge. So there was no tape of it. Even though you had Jamal Adams who had done it a lot, Seattle as a defense hadn't done it a lot ever in their recent history. And then when you started blitzing a lot, what happened from that was then you had offensive lines now shading their protections over to Jamal. And when you can start to shade protections to a side on a blitzing defender, that means you're kind of single blocking everybody else up on the interior of the line. And if you have a guy you have to put those double teams on instead, and you have to commit to that because you know he's going to get penetration if you don't, now you're not as able to easily slide those protections over to that other side of things. So yeah, it would help for sure. How many more sacks would it create collectively with Jalen Carter's presence down there? I'll just say the first year it creates, and this is arbitrary, this is certainly just based off of my feeling. I'll go with he'll create an additional 10 sacks in his first year, and he would create an additional 15, 16 sacks in his second year. Not sacks he has, but sacks that he can help contribute to. And that might be a bit aggressive, but I'm feeling aggressive today. I'm feeling a little aggro. Tommy says, what if we draft Anderson at 5 and trade up to draft Carter? That would please everyone, wouldn't it? Hard to be mad at that, wouldn't it, Tommy? Hard to be mad at that one. And that would be a hell of a draft to walk away with those two guys on the front line of that. I mean, you put those two guys on a single defensive line, say nothing of what you're putting on top of it. Whew. That'd be dangerous. Michael C., we will indeed get a good guy. Dean Reeves says, Team Carter all day, every day. All day, every day, Dean. No doubt about it. TGC Naves says, dream round 1 scenario is Carter Anderson, prefer Anderson, and Jordan Addison, JSN. I'd be okay with that. That'd be good. Jonah the Whale, yes, Brandon, yes, we are creating a legendary pass rush, so we're going to call them Boomtown. Laughing out loud. Let's go, Hawks. Team Carter all day. Sorry, Megan. And yeah, Jonah, if we traded Fant, we could get tight end Washington, but we got to make that move first to make the other happen. Jack says, lots of good D players in the second round. Picking Witherspoon and trading down gives them 2 great corners and the opportunity to get a really good edge player. Well said. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, it's lovely, and I love that he's done that, but it takes far more than that for me to change my mind. That's fair enough. But he's feeding people. He's feeding practically the homeless. Tommy says, I personally hope Russ takes the Bronx to another Super Bowl. Krug says, I still think Kobe Bryant will be a great pro. I feel like there's Pro Bowl potential there with him. I agree with him. I agree with you there, Greg. I like him still a lot considerably as well. You know, I think he's a guy that is probably best suited on the outside. You know, they made it work with him on the inside, but I think he could really be the guy that develops out on the outside best. It'll be interesting to see how it goes this year with him because certainly nothing, no matter what they do within the draft, they've got Julian Love here now to play more of those slot snaps, which now allows you to just not only maybe push Bryant back to the outside, but then increase the competition level on that outside as well, which will hopefully met out a better performance. Not that Jackson was bad just here, but then you can take the position from being slightly below average to maybe slightly above average, and how that could definitely help the defense. Immortal E-Tech says Richardson's definitely better than Willis, so it's not a fair comparison. Yeah, I've heard the comparison put out there by others too in that, Immortal, and I fall in line with you on this one. I don't get the Richardson-Malik Willis comparison. Just 2 different entire players, 2 different ways they throw the ball, 2 different ways that they run with the ball in their hands, 2 different ways in which how they process on the football field. Both, I guess you could say, are mobile quarterbacks that had a lot to clean up in their game coming out of college. That's about where you start and stop the comparison between the two of them. It's just apples and oranges a little bit on this one more than it's apples and apples. Jack says the Seahawks are in really great shape to do whatever they want. This is going to be an epic draft, and there's 3 to 4 ways of making that happen. I'm excited. As you well should be, Jack, and well said. There are a lot of ways to come out of this happy. I've got a preference on this way I'd love to see this go, Jack, which is, of course, the theme of the show today a little bit, but I'm not married to any one thing, and I'm going to come out of this, I think, with a big, crap-eating grin on my face when it's all said and done. And I think the majority of the Hawk fans will. You got these 10 picks, 2 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders. It would be hard to mess this up. Dean Reeves says, I hope Anderson goes before 5 so that the Hawks don't even have to think about it and take Carter. That would be lovely. I do as well, Dean. I hope it goes, we'll go Bryce Young, and then we get Tyree Wilson, and then the Cardinals take Anderson, and then we get Colts taking Levis, and then we can just take Carter. Call it a day. Herbicide, I don't get the hype on Van Ness either. He's fluctuated all over the place, but as Nagasa was saying above, one-trick pony is the way to look at him, in my opinion. He's a strength and power guy, stack and shed guy, high-effort guy, but he's got no first stepness, no quickness, and no bend. And if you're talking about a guy being a top 10 edge player in this league who's missing those kind of base traits that are I think a necessity to be elite at the position, how do we get bought into that? It's hard for me too on that one. I can't quite get there either. Grug says Nick Bosa will take a pay cut to play with us. One can hope, I guess. Joe Engbert, as somebody who has worked at Seahawks facility, we didn't even have to pay for food. Yeah. Great point on that, Joe, and that's good inside info, but it shows you the level of ridiculousness that the Cardinals organization went to with that, in the way that they were looked at with that poll, and as that information comes out, you just look awful. It's the Moneyball scene where the guy's trying to get a can of soda in the locker room, and the player's like, yeah, you got to pay coins for that. And he hands him a couple of quarters so he can get a soda. It's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I was going to say, if you're an owner at this point in time, you didn't buy the football team to be turning your little profit every year. You bought the football team because it should be a passion project, and you've got the money to be able to understand that you might take some losses at the forefront of this as you're owning the team in the first, let's say, 10 to 20 years. But you're then going to sell the team for probably 40 times what you bought it for. So you'll offload those, in the Cardinals case, your food losses. Oh golly, over 10 years, we had $2 million in food losses. Well, it's okay. You're going to sell the thing for $10 billion at some point. So I don't get the thought process, but I guess, I'll never be an owner. So, hey. Dean Reeves got a great point here. He says, Carter with the red flags equals Seahawks without Carter. Carter without the red flags. It's right. No red flags on Carter. He's going top 3 in this draft. No doubt about it. Bears might not even make that trade either. They might make him the number 1 pick in the draft if he's got the clear, clean character background. Ski Nation with the $2 donation. Thank you, Ski Nation. Says, just got here, saw the title. Let's go. Hey, let's go, Ski Nation. The connections are there. The connections are there. Peter King, a man who someday might wear a Hall of Fame jacket, is a reporter covering the NFL for multiple decades. Says it's become almost a cliche. How many team officials think the Seahawks will take Carter with the 5th overall pick? I'm just saying, Ski. Get high, brother. We are a week away. We are a week away from the magic beginning. And that Super Bowl window to begin to get cracked open off the back end of this draft. Get ready, folks. Get hyped. ATM 351, thank you for the $10 donation. You're awesome, ATM. Appreciate you, brother, and I do salute you. Says, I've been jealous of the talents like Aaron Donald and Nick Bosa and would love to have Carter here, especially having him in the throwback jersey to really show his best Cortez impression. Looks a little bit like that, doesn't he? In my thumbnail, got him in the throwback jerseys. Guy got little shades there of Cortez. I know it's not the 96 or the 99. Ooh, those kind of, I'm telling you, those comps I made with that ATM, when I made that video, it was not to get clickbaits. It was not to just gas up the Seahawks fan base. When I put that out there and said, here's my comp for this guy, here's who I see him being, I see Cortez Kennedy 2.0. The swim move, the quickness, the power, the explosion of power, the relentlessness, the football intelligence and awareness on the field at all times during the play, the unblockable nature of their games. There's so much between those guys that is so very, very similar. And I'm with you, ATM. I've watched our opponents within our division have these kind of players that are separators, that who in themselves can wreck a whole game plan all on their own. I don't know how many weekends I've had to suffer through watching Aaron Donald do that to us. Game after game, we're going, is there no answer for this man? Is there nothing that can be done? And indeed, there was not, seemingly, because you never found an answer for Donald. The only answer we've had for Donald is that he hopefully gets injured eventually, as he did this last year. That's our only answer for him. And the same's absolutely been true with Bosa. Cross did okay with him in one game. Another game, they protected him. And he had one game where he had some problems with Bosa. Bosa gave it to him a little bit. But I would love to have a player like that as well, ATM. And they are hard to find. You don't just locate them every other draft. You don't say, oh, we'll get around to finding a guy like that later. When you get your opportunity to strike on that kind of player, you strike. Because if you wait, you're going to be left waiting for a very, very long period of time. And yeah, man, I see Cortez in him, ATM. I really, really do see that. That comp was not empty. There's not another guy I go to and go, well, maybe this other guy's a little, he's not Donald. He's not Chris Jones. People talk about maybe Williams with the Jets or Jonathan Allen. No. Tez is the comp. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Buying the Trey Lance in trade block rumor. Randall brings up another reason why we should try to be striking this next year. Are we not thinking to some degree there's some dysfunction there with that Niner organization, especially when it comes to their quarterback situation and what they're looking to do? But Randall asks, buying the Trey Lance trade block rumor. You do a second for him? I saw an article with the scenario. Highest pick was a 3. 3 years left on a rookie deal. Well, first, Randall, there's no way that the Niners are going to trade Trey Lance within the division to us. There's just no way, shape, or form that I would see them ever making that kind of move. For the same reasons that I thought a couple weeks ago, Randall, you'd never see the Cardinals willing to trade with us for us to move up and go get our quarterback of the future. It's just not a move you tend to see in the NFL. It can really go bad for the team that's trying to move them. I don't think that the Niners would get more than a 3rd round pick for Lance. I think that's accurate. That's as high as they're going to get for him at this point with his injury history and the fact he hasn't produced at this point in time. Am I buying it? Yeah, I'm buying it. There seems to be a difference of opinion between Shanahan and the front office on Lance. And there doesn't, again, seem to be something that is everybody buying into the same situation. It also makes me laugh my ass off here, Randall, because I feel like they're going to end up moving Lance, who's got some freakish talent to him, who's got some upside to him, and then they're going to marry themselves to Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold this upcoming season. And Brock Purdy coming off the Tommy John surgery and Sam Darnold just being Sam Darnold. I like our chances. In a weakened NFC, in a weakened NFC West, Randall, with those two guys now as our 2 quarterbacks, Lance provides the scary position, the proposition that would exist there. If he taps into his talent with that team, hard to stop. You might not have an answer for them if that works right for them. But to me, Purdy's got limitations. Darnold's got limitations. I would love it if they would do that, Randall. I would be over the moon happy if they were to move Lance. That'd be great. But But I also think that, boy, it's going to be a bad look for that front office moving him for a 3rd round pick at this point when you just gave up 3 first round picks a couple of years ago for him. It will not be a good look on them. And that seems like that won't get the deal done. They're just maybe kind of trolling the waters right now, seeing what they can kind of get for him and putting it out there. But I think they end up just sitting on him was kind of insurance for their quarterback situation, because there's so much more other uncertainty there within that I don't know how you feel comfortable going Purdy off the surgery and then Darnold. That to me, I see neither of those two guys taking you to the Super Bowl for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. But I can't see them moving him to us, Randall. Would I do it? A second for him? No, I wouldn't do a second for him. I wouldn't. I still like him a lot. I still like his potential a lot, but the injury is what it is, and I don't have a lot of tape to go off of here after a couple of years of him really playing. I don't like making those determinations kind of blind, as you would need, like leaning on my college assessment, essentially, of him more than the pro assessment. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence to do that, Randall. Appreciate you, though, man, for the double dono. That old fish guy, Aquarium Fish, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard. DJ Owen just tuned into the show, but not sure if you've mentioned already. Have you heard anything on the Trey Lance trade rumors? Just wondering how much the Niners will lose their ass on that deal. I guess what I would think is if they are making this move, DJ, it's being made because they want to get out from under basically the salary and cost of what Lance is, because Lance was a top 3 pick, so he's carrying a decent amount of base money. And if the Niners were looking to find a method to be able to clear out some cap space and they feel good about the other quarterbacks, I think that would be driving that deal as much as their lack of faith in Trey Lance, which then again comes back around to the silliness of the Niners making that move. You're not making it because you're out on Lance or you're sure that he's not going to get there. You're making it because you're in a cap situation where you've paid 6 or 7 guys on your roster an incredible amount of money, top of the market at their positions. And now you're about to have to make the same determination with Bosa and give him $30 million a year. And so now this draws you into a place of moving Lance. If I'm a Niner fan and the way that their thought process arrives at that, I'm not happy at that. That to me does not seem like a successful pathway in this situation. And the thought process, Brock Purdy comes back off that Tommy John and he's just going to be out there, whistling bullets across the football field from, day one of training camp. That's a risk. Maybe they just trust Darnold that much, DJ, But I wouldn't. Not if I had a Super Bowl roster. You tell me, I got a Super Bowl roster. I'm in the middle of my Super Bowl window, and I gotta count on Sam Darnold to be my Super Bowl quarterback. I don't care how stacked my team is. My faith is not going to be high. Johnny Utah. Love that name, by the way. Little Point Break reference. With the Rams and Cards tanking in San Francisco quarterback situation, the time is now for the Hawks. As awesome as it would be to have AR-15, I hope we go defense at 5. Well, I feel like my fellow 12 man is in lockstep with me, and that's a wonderful, beautiful thing because that has been, Johnny, in many ways, the majority of the comments that have come down on this stream here today. And this stream here today is just about that. Let's go for this. What's the go for it pick? What's the pick with the biggest explosion rate in a good way? What's the pick that can take this defense up to the next level in addition to some of the other picks we can make in this draft? Who can be the difference maker that you can grab at number 5? And it's clear and it's apparent and you don't have to think about it for too long. Let's go with it. Let's dive on in. As you say, Johnny, as I'm talking about with this Niner team that can't figure out what the hell they want to do with their quarterback position. As you look at the Cardinals, who are in complete disarray. When is Kyler coming back? Do we even want Kyler Murray? Who's this defensive coach guy who's never coached before ever? Pew, 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 shots guy. Then you got the Rams full tank mode. They're just giving away players at this point. They're paying people to get rid of players basically at this point, as they did in the Allen Robinson deal. Full tank. 4 wins on deck next year. Put it in the bank. Already you're able to stack. Already. We walk into next year right now, 4 wins. 2 Rams, 2 Cardinals, 4 wins. Before you've even gone through the rest of your schedule next year. In an open NFC. And while that Eagles team may be good, that division's going to be tough. Giants are going to be tough. Cowboys are going to be tough. Washington could be very interesting as well. No weak Nellies out there. I'm with you, Johnny. Time is now. Let's go for this. Let's not mess around. Let's not play about. Johnny Gelato, Seahawks are probably the cheapest team to trade with. They're dying to trade down from 5, and everyone knows it. That's why they won't get much. Possible. Jonah says Carter with the 5th pick and Cansey with the 20th pick, and then Trenton Simpson with our 3rd pick. Ooh, some freakish talents in there. He says that would make my year. Let's go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks on that one. I like it. 1023. Would it be funny if the Cards release Hopkins and we just take him? That would be pretty hilarious. That would be pretty funny. Military 1945. I'm with you, man. I can't wait for the draft. I can't either. This is as excited as I've been for any Seahawks draft. And that's saying something because every year I get hyped for this thing. But this year it's another level this year. It's another level. You look at these picks and you look at what you can do. You look at the team you can field on the back of these picks. Few teams get this kind of opportunity in NFL history to do this kind of damage. And it should have us hyped to the moon. Douglas Lord says the 20th pick for future first rounders. I'm with it, Douglas. I'm with it. Megan says the Hawks Nest Sip 2 Tally Films is another Ravens fan friend of mine. What's up, Sip 2 Tally? I love that name, man. It's very phonetic. But welcome on into the Hawks Nest. Seahawks Blue and Green, would it be worth it to lose your 2nd round picks to land Carter and Cansey? It'd make you so dynamic in there. I might be talked into it, man. I love Carter, but I'm right with Cansey as far as the love there too. To bring them both. The only problem is that making that selection, you have Draymond Jones here, and it's, you're going to have to, I guess, just spin the snaps between the 3 guys a little bit for the 2 positions you have available for those 2 guys to play. But I would be drawn. I would be very, very tempted. Very tempted. Jason Moose, Jalen Carter had 3 sacks all season. He wasn't a factor at all. Well, I think that if we're just simply measuring a defensive tackle by sacks and he has only 3, then certainly he wasn't a factor at all, Jason. But if we take a look at a little bit more of an advanced study of him, we come to understand that he is indeed that impactful. And Jason, beyond my opinion on this, go listen to any number of given NFL people that have played the sport who talk about this guy watching his tape. And I've yet to see somebody who's watched his tape who said, it's not right there readily apparent to me that this kid's going to be awesome, that this kid's got it. He's got it. Now, as far as the sacks last year, one of the things I led with at the top of the show, Jason, and one of the things I mentioned was the fact that a lot of the people that go doesn't have an impact last year. And let's just look past the fact that, again, Jason, he was the 3rd rated defensive tackle in all of college football by PFF. The 3rd in all of college football. And he got that grade while having an ankle sprain in the first game in the first play of week 1. And then he had the high-low chip play where then he gets a torn PCL on top of it. And he played through both of those 2 injuries. So I guess, Jason, is the expectation then they should have played through those 2 injuries and still been putting up high-level production at that point as he was getting double-teamed a high prevalence amount of the time? I don't know. I think that's asking a bit much at that point. But for me, when I turn on the tape, he's impactful. And some players, it goes beyond just looking at just the stats on it to make a determination with them. Jonathan says, so excited for the draft, I just bought a new TV. Laughing out loud. That's the way to do it. Jonas says, I actually heard something about the Ravens interested in Hooker. I think he was one of their 30 visits. I could see it. There's some talk about Hooker maybe sliding into the first round. Seems kind of crazy to me, but could happen. There's some teams that need quarterbacks. Sip 2 tally films. That's my cue to dip. Greg, who was the better prospect, Jalen Carter or Quinn Williams? Well, it's probably a bit of a what's your flavor kind of thing. I go with Jalen Carter personally as a better prospect. I think he's a little more freakish. Williams is really good though. Jackie Treehorn, you and Brendan have helped me exponentially understand the drafts the last couple of years. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Jackie. I love what you're doing. I love your username as well. That's an awesome username. But we learn as well as we go through this process. And, you learn off each other, and we try to pick up the tidbits as we go through with this. It's always a process where you're trying to get better at this and understand where you're going wrong in the past when you've done your evaluations, how to get better in the future. But we try to understand it at that deep level as we can, man. That's definitely the angled goal here for sure. Jadon London, enjoyed Hawk fans. Have fun and don't take the draft too seriously. Seattle success doesn't pay your paychecks. We have a top 5 pick. Let's go. It's going to be my theme as well as I talk about this and we approach this draft, Jadon, is let's just enjoy this. Let's savor where we're at. We were a playoff team last year. We've got a great team going forward into the future. 10 picks in this draft. The future is bright. It's going to be hard to mess this thing up. Let's just enjoy it. Enjoy it no matter kind of almost what happens with it, because I think it's going to be, as I said, it's going to be hard to mess this one up. You ain't picking 26 in the first round and 63rd in the second round, It's a little different. We're at the top with all these picks. Camden McLaurin, thank you for the love. Love right back at you. Jonas says, I'll be honest, I personally like the Notre Dame tight end better than Washington. He's a way better blocker. Way better blocker? I don't know. He's a good blocker. Washington's a pretty good blocker too, though. Jonah says, Brandon, that's right. Cortez Kennedy 2.0. Team Carter deal is still on. If we draft Carter at 5, I'm going to send you that autographed Cortez Kennedy rookie card. My word. Oh, yeah, Jonah. Let's do it. Let's go. Bet, as the kids say. I'll definitely, if you send it my way, I'll put that sucker right there over my shoulder here next to Hutch. Why do I says I'm making my call for the first 5 picks will be defensive tackle, edge, or inside offensive line skill player. Mark it down. That sounds about right to me, man. That looks correct. Deadly says hot take. I'd rather take Breezy over Cansey. I think it's definitely a preference thing. I could understand wanting to go in that direction with it. And Breezy, I do have highly rated. He is my next guy right behind Cansey. So, they're very close to each other on my particular board. And Breezy does have more of the size, length stuff that you want from the position than Cansey does. I just do trust the explosiveness of Cansey to translate to the pros. I feel like it's going to work. Yeah. Seahawks Blue and Green, I thought Purdy is out most of the year, so why would they trade Lance? They think they're going to get him back by training camp. But even if they do, it's like the guy's not been throwing all off season. He's had to be sitting there looking at his arm resting in probably a sling. How strong is, it's not like he had the most strongest arm to begin with. Isn't it going to take him a long period of camp to then get just the arm up to strength, quote unquote? I don't know. Christopher Standard Time. Yeah, I think Birdie had the Tommy John surgery. I thought he did. That's how I saw it or read it. Why do I, says General Manager John Schneider, on character concerns? Every situation is completely different. I learned early on that you can never say this is the way it is, and that's how we're going to move forward. Interesting comments on why do I. It was posted earlier too on the show. Somebody was gleaming that same thing that you're gleaming from of, don't get into this. We've got this happened once thing, and so now we'll never go down this particular dangerous road once ever again because we got bit once. I mean, that's how I read into it. It seems like that's kind of how you're reading into it as well. And I take away from that of, as I say, there's a little bit of this. There's more than just a little bit of wafts of smoke here in regards to this Carter to the Seahawks connection. Copperwise says, who takes a massive reach in round one? Great question. I guess it depends on where you look at Darnell Washington, but I've kept thinking that he's a guy that ends up going up in the first round. But let me go, because you're asking who the team would be that would do that. Let me look at I've done some mocks on this, so I like going as my baseline to take a look at this when I have these questions, because then I can see what I did, sort of. What did I do? I know this is riveting. Riveting. It's a good question. I mean, I think if the Ravens went with Hendon Hooker in the first round, that would certainly be in play for being considered that, I think. I don't know. It's going to be a highly unpredictable first round this year as much as any. I'm guessing I'm going to get like maybe 18 or 19 of them right when it's all said and done. But I guess let's go with the Titans taking Zay Flowers. Like reaching at that spot of things would be like, just to give you a specific answer to your question. Something like that. Copper-wise, that'd be my Titans. Just strike me as a team that might be willing to reach a little bit in this draft for their needs. Jonah, why do in Dead League, Brian Brees did have a good combine or a good pro day. I don't think he was at the combine doing much, but I thought he did a pro day. Was okay. Sean says Jones and Carter together is a dream scenario. Sean says, I always feel teams with a dynamic inside force control the temperature better than a team with a singular dominant edge. I feel the same way, Sean. Especially in the modern era, because when you can control the inside and you can make trying to work your way through the inside difficult, you can start turning offenses a little bit more predictable, I believe. Whereas if you're an edge, you can run away from edges, as we saw with Bosa in the Eagle-Niner game in the playoffs. You can sometimes confuse an edge just by leaving them unblocked and kind of playing mind games with them a little bit. You can't kind of do that same thing with a defensive tackle. If you got a dominant one, there's really nowhere to run. We saw this with Donald with us for years. We saw it with Chris Jones in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. I mean, he was the guy wrecking shop in that game. And there was nothing really the Eagles could do about it, even despite having the really outstanding offensive line that they had. Joshua Mason's 8 says, can you imagine the collective groans if we trade down from number 5? Depends, Joshua. I mean, if you get a grand haul back in return, I think the 12s would be pretty well on board with that. You're talking about future first-round picks and extra picks in this draft and still picking twice in the first round in this draft, especially picking high, like top 10. I think they'd be more on board with a Joshua than in prior years where we were picking 24 and then we moved to the back of the first round or we moved into the second round. That one was a little bit, I think, tougher for some fans to stomach. Wicked Garden, Brandon, not sure if you talked about this, but the Hawks hosted Will McDonald the 4th today. Thoughts? If there's one player in this draft that I just have a feeling of, this guy feels like a Seahawk player to me and just a guy that they would love, a guy that they would... It's the most generalized term to use, so I'm sorry that I don't have something to kind of give a better articulation of this, but he's just Seahawky. He's just Seahawky in the way he's built. And you look at a guy at 20 that they might look at and want, wouldn't shock me at all if they jumped on Will McDonald at 20. It just feels like a John Schneider kind of player, the kind of guy he would look for. It's just, to me, I can completely see it. So the fact that they've hosted him, not a shocker to me at all that they would love this kind of guy. And if they picked him, I would be, he is the most beyond Carter's or any other players in this draft. I don't know how to say why I think this, but just no corners, nobody else. The more like Seahawk kind of connected player that just feels like that's kind of a Seahawk player is Will McDonald in this draft. Why do I? So the league has considered to make Lamar go back to Baltimore. I did hear the contract he turned down was bigger than Hurts with more guarantees. Hard to pass on that. Conspired. I heard the league conspired to make Lamar go back to Baltimore. It certainly is possible there, man. It's been a weird situation all the way through in how this one's played out. And, the Deshaun Watson contract messed this whole negotiation up in a major way, that's for sure. I think it would be best for the NFL to find resolution here. It would be best for the Ravens to find resolution here. I don't think you're smart if you're a Ravens fan base, if you're looking at the situation saying, let's force Lamar back here on a franchise, and that will be us getting to a Super Bowl next year. We're definitely going to be a Super Bowl contending team with him there being forced like that. I think if you're a Ravens fan, you'd have to look at this and go, look at this last year. He decided not to come back with that injury because he was worried about not getting his contract if he got further injured. What's to stop that from again playing out again this next year? You've got to deal with this one way or another if you're the Baltimore organization, and that's either pay him or trade him. But sitting on the franchise for another year is neither of those two choices. And I think it will end up with the Ravens kind of with egg on their face if they choose that lane instead of trying to go one way or the other. Div says Willie Anderson at 5 and Devon Witherspoon at 20. I don't know if Spoon's going to last to 20 on that, Div, but if he did, that'd be great value to get him at 20. That's for sure. Hey, I like it, Dev. I like it. Defense would be a lot better with those two additions. So I'm with it. I'm definitely with that. Preslin, what players do you think can fall to one of our later round picks? Our later round picks. I guess, can you get a little more specific on that for me? Like, what do you mean by later? Which players later round picks? Just like in general across the board as far as every position? Which players would fall to later round picks? Or you mean like a first round guy that falls or second round guy that falls? Can you elaborate just a little bit more on that, Prezone? Just a bit. I don't quite know what you mean on that. Hung Woo Lee, thank you for the $5 donation. Hung Woo, appreciate you. Says we mostly interviewed defense and O-line for the top 30 visits, which is great, but didn't look at many running backs. Any concerns? Not really. I think that the team probably is most likely to really target running back later on in this draft. And so there's a lot less risk involved with those kind of picks at that position in the draft. So you have less of a need to really meet with the guy and go over the ins and outs with them, especially if you have other positions that are more vital that you're going to look to really need to address and get right in this draft. Whoever you take as a running back might be the third, fourth guy on your depth chart, wherever you sort of pick them after this draft. So there's just less concern and worry there as far as that position goes moving forward. So I think the running back is one of the ones I think you don't have to do as much of that background work absent you're making him a first, second, third round kind of pick, then you would want to. But this team's more likely to probably take 2 running backs beyond the 4th round and onwards, I would say, just by the nature of how they've set it up. But I like that they've dealt with the places. I like that they've just bought the visits in Hungwoo that are for positions of real dire need. And again, round out those interviews, get as much a collection of guys of possibilities that you really do like at those positional groups, because they're vital needs. The defensive line's a vital need. Center and right guard are vital needs right now. There are other needs on this team like running back or receiver, but those are the vital needs on the team. So smart of the team to concentrate, I think, in that fashion in the way that they are. TD says late round. Roshan for 3rd and short running back. I don't think he's going late round, TD. He's going to be probably minimum 4th round and probably going in the 3rd round at this point, based on what I'm reading. Alejandro says Carter would look awesome in the throwback uniform. Yeah, he would. He looks sweet. Why do I with Lamar? He has hit free agency and has seen the interest. Makes no sense to play on the tag and not sign a long-term deal. Market has spoken for better or worse. He's definitely got to decide what he wants to do here one way or another. You know, do you press the situation or not? There's a lot of kind of just messing around here a bit on both sides, and neither side seems to be real certain on what they want to do. It's a weird situation. The whole thing is just kind of strange. My standpoint on this, the Ravens need to be consistent with their thinking, though. And that's a little bit like what I would say with the Packers, too. You want to draft Jordan Love, you want to set the stage for the next quarterback, well, then set the stage and then move off of him. Don't sit there and hold on to the guy going, we want to make sure we're getting enough assets back in return now. Like, is he valuable or is he not? Are you ready to move on from him or are you not? And the Ravens in the same case. You drafted the guy, you had him play the position like a running back at times. He's been battered and bruised. But you did that seemingly showing your hand that eventually you were going to let him walk because you knew that that's not a formula or a recipe for that guy to have longevity in the NFL playing the position that way. But now you suddenly want to hit your brakes because you don't like the thought of losing him, and you want to now get this like maximum return back for this guy that you had the whole time as a general thinking of, we'll just wind through his rookie deal as far as we can and then move on. Stay consistent with your thought as an organization. If you go down a line, then go down that line. Megan says, wouldn't be upset with Witherspoon. Where do you take him? I mean, 20 for me would be okay, Megan. I don't think I would want to go 5. If you move back to like 12 or 13 out of the 5th pick and then selected him there, I'd be okay with that too. That's all right. That'd be okay value at that point. Not at 5 though. Probably not top 10. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, what defines a player being Seahawky to you and why? It was a bit of what I was struggling with, Megan, on this one. I don't really have something I can tangibly say. I mean, I could say there's the quickness to him. You know, there's that suddenness that he has. He checks the boxes size-wise. He's then got the arm length in addition to it. The twitchiness is there, the bend, the dip, the first step quickness. The fact that he had a lot of production while still being played kind of in a weird position at times, is like sometimes like as a 5 tech and a 3-man front. But I don't have a real good answer for that, Megan. I wish I did. And I'll try to think of a way of kind of better clearly defining it. But there was something about Will McDonald from the moment I turned on the tape with him that I said, this guy just feels very connected to the Hawks to me. Just feels like if there's something that I can't express in a real articulate way, it just feels kind of hockey. Johnny says, if we traded 5 to a team like Washington or Tampa Bay, we could probably get 2 first-rounders. Then the Russ trade would have given us 3 first-rounders. Laughing out loud. Agreed, Johnny. I've always compared this to the genie in the lamp with the 5th pick and moving back and getting more first-round picks. Is that the genie, the first thing he tells you is you don't get a wish for more picks. But that's indeed what you would very well be able to do here if you move back for multiple first-round picks. And Johnny, who's to stop it from being self-perpetuating at that point? Who's to stop it from you then continuing to trade for those multiple first-round picks in the future off of these extra future first-round picks? You know, you make 1 pick every year and then you keep trading a couple down, you know. Not a bad way to go. Joka says, would you be opposed to drafting maybe Jordan Addison at 20 or JSN if he falls? I really don't want to take a receiver at 20. I don't like the value there. And both of those guys are good receivers. They'll be good pros. I'm happy enough to let them be good pros elsewhere. Kind of my feeling on it. ATM, thank you for the $5 donation, ATM. Says, who on our defense would get the biggest jump of production if Carter was on the team? My bet would go to either Nwosu with sacks or Woolen with picks. Good question. Probably the biggest jump would probably be Nwosu would get a couple extra more sacks. You might get Woolen with like one extra interception here with Carter's presence there. But Nwosu might be able to work a little bit more. The thing with Nwosu that he does really well is he navigates the traffic of the fronts where he can beat you as a pass rusher just purely. But if you have him twisting and stunting and kind of operating off defensive tackles, he can find the gaps and the holes in that. And when you have Carter taking the double team blocks, there's going to be a lot of those gaps and holes as he's twisting back in around on the defensive line at that point. So probably Nwosu would get a couple of those cleanup sacks kind of thing, as he rotates, as he stunts inside a little bit. But I think both of them would benefit ATM. Both of them definitely would, I would think. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donos tonight, man. He says, just killed a wild boar. Have a good convo. Gotta go. Well, thank you, Fat Daddy, for the $2 donation. Were you doing it out there with the pitties, with those giant pitties out there on the island? I've seen those boar hunters, man. Those are next level pit bulls out there in Hawaii. They got the big ones out there. You see a normal pit bull, you're like, if it came at me, I could probably like hold it down or something if I was attacked. Those Hawaiian pit bulls, man, they'll take your leg off with a chomp. Those are land sharks. Congratulations, though, Fat Daddy. Gonna eat good soon. Why do I? These three things are true in the Pete era. No tight end or cornerback ever picked before the third. Wide receiver never drafted in the first. With 4 picks in 51, does any of that change? No on the first, for sure, I would think. Why do I? No on the tight end, no on the cornerback. I don't see that. Wide receiver in the first, I don't see it either. Because there's not a strong enough receiver, and this is not a strong enough of a receiving class to dictate it. On top of the value is going to be better with other players that are available at that pick. You're at 20, and you've got the opportunity to take Kalijah Cansey or Brian Breeze or Jackson Smith-Njigba or Jordan Addison. To me, it's a pretty easy call to say, no, I'm going for the defensive tackle, defensive lineman. I'd even say the same if we're talking about edge. If it's between Will McDonald and Nolan Smith or Jackson Njigba or Addison or Quentin Johnson, once again, I'd rather go for the edge. The edge is where the value is there between those two. One-Eyed Willie, how would you feel about the double Georgia picks, Carter at 5 and Smith at 20? I would love Carter at 5. I'm not in on Smith in the first round myself, One-Eyed Willie. I don't trust him as a pass rusher. I love him as a run defender. He would bring value to the team if you took him at 20. I think there's a good, safe floor to Smith as a player where he does give you some value. I'm not sure I see a guy that's going to perennially get up around 10 sacks a year. I don't know that I see that production coming out of him into the future. He might, but I think there's a big risk of that. And if I'm going to take that risk, I'd like to do that in the second round rather than the first myself. Thaddeus Sexton with a $5 donation. Thaddeus, thank you for the dono. I do really appreciate it. He says, have you watched any film on Mohamed Ibrahim, the running back from Minnesota? He plays like beast mode. I did like him quite a bit, Thaddeus. And the thing, you're right to kind of jump on him a little bit and getting hyped for him, because I don't know if you had the same feeling, but you look through all the mocks with this guy and you look at where he's being put, and he's being put out like the 6th and 7th round. And there's a lot of other guys in this draft. When I look at the 6th and 7th round, want to bring up kind of my notes here on him, so bear with me here. There's a lot of other guys I don't like as much in the 6th and 7th round. And if you get that guy here, just tremendous college production, 3 years of 1,000 yards, 1,600 yards this prior year, 7.1 yard per average carry, 20 touchdowns this season on 320 carries. Like, I don't know why he's not being talked about a little bit more. 5'10", 210. He's a little bit of a fire hydrant, so he's got a nice build to him. He's not like some of these running backs in this draft that are, 5'9" and 180, 185. So he's got some weight to him. He runs hard. He's got a burst to him, Thaddeus. He's hard to bring down, to your point, as far as making the comparisons to beast mode. He runs really well behind his pads. He's got good feet, good balance. I liked a lot of his game. I've got more of like a 5th round grade on him, and I wouldn't go 4th, but I'd go even 5th round even. But another guy that I just don't, I can't quite get why he doesn't get a little bit more acclaim for the level of production that he had coming out of college. And 3,000 yard seasons in college, 1,600 yards last year, 7.1 yard per carry, average per carry. I like him a lot, Thaddeus. I like him a lot. I like him a lot better, for instance, let's take a couple of running backs here. I think I like him better as a running back than Kenny McIntosh, Dwayne McBride, Keaton Mitchell, Zach Evans, Eric Gray, Deneric Pierce, Evan Hull. I'm more of an Ibrahim guy than any of those guys. So, I don't know. He's been like a little bit of the forgotten man in this draft a little bit, and it's a deep running back crew, so it's understandable if there's a year as a running back you're going to get lost in the sauce. This is the year that would happen. But he's a guy who could definitely come into some team and end up being a guy get you 100, 150 carries and just kind of finds his way into becoming your starter and plays really well in that role. Outstanding production from him last year over his college career, quite frankly. Wicked Garden says, damn, we're really going to draft Jalen Carter. It's going to happen. Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. 8 days, folks. 8 days until the dream begins. Seattle, wait. I keep seeing morons having us draft Hooker at 5. I see the same. It's ridiculous on so many levels. No way, no how. No way, no how. Wicked Garden, give me Carter at 5. Can't see at 20 and Will McDonald at 37. Ooh, sexy. I like it. That would be nutty. Nutty. Jonah, I could have worked every day for the last 3 weeks just so I could guarantee you get draft weekend off. Friday night. My draft starts with some pre-gaming, laughing out loud. I love it, man. You're doing it right. And we will be doing all next week. Just let you guys know. Next week's going to be a real fun week. We're going to be streaming all week. So the only Tuesday is the only day I'm not streaming, and that's just because I'm going to be on Brendan's channel. So streaming Saturday, streaming Sunday, streaming Monday, streaming Wednesday the night before. We're going to run our final mocks the night before. So get ready for a lot of Hawks Nest here over the next week because we're going to be going real hard here on the channel to the lead up to this draft. We got to do it. Wilbur Knight, Anderson is a monster. No doubt about it. No doubt. Megan says, that's okay, B. Just heard the word and really didn't know what it meant. I wish I could give you a better elaboration on it. I do. It's just a weird kind of like, just feeling you kind of get. Felt like last year with Abraham Lucas, he just felt Seahawky to me too. Just something about it, you know? Something about it. I got to think about it though. I got to find a better way to describe what I mean by it because it's not going to work as a descriptor. Why do I owe my yes? Looking at the consensus board, 4th and 5th round are a sweet spot for running back, and we need 2 Roshan and Chris Gonzalez would be nice. The next Carter and Lynch. Woo! That would be nice. I like it. TD says, is Darrell Taylor going to be more consistent this year? I think he continues to step forward as a pass rusher, TD, but I don't think he's ever going to become a run defender in this league. And we just got to view him as he is what he kind of is. And as a pass rusher, he can be very competent. He was our best, most efficient pass rusher last year by the analytics statistics. So yeah, I think he continues to be very good in that respect. And he has quickness, first step quickness, bend, dip, things that help to make you very successful as a pass rusher. Is he going to step forward in his ability to use his hands? I don't know. He hasn't quite showed that yet. He showed some kind of little subtleties of it the position last year. He had like a spin move off on one sack, which would not be something I think you would have seen from him in his first 2 years here. So there is a little bit of development you see from him, but he needs to come further with his hand usage. He needs to come further with his counters, and he needs to come further with his plan of attack. How are you choosing play and play to go about your business? How are you setting up the offensive tackle to make your pass rush moves work? All of those things are where he needs to start taking steps forward if he's going to get better as a player or be more than just a pass rush only guy. Space. Oh, Jonah might have our answer here, Thaddeus. He's saying maybe he's got a bit of a fumble problem. I don't know, though. The ESPN stats have 0 fumbles for him. Jonah. Maybe they just don't have them calculated or tabulated. Wicked Garden says, yes, please stop the wide receiver at 20 garbage. Nobody wants to hear it. Yeah, I can't. I can't do that, you know. Hang Willie says Ibrahim also has a big injury. Well, that'll cause you to drop. If the medical evals aren't clean, that'll certainly make it happen. TD says Eskridge trade capital. He's not worth anything right now. That's either release him or try to reclamate him. Is he a bust at this point, Joka? I mean, I don't know if Eskridge is a full-on bust, but he's got busty. If he was a lady, he would be double D. You know? So, I don't know if that makes him busty, but it does mean he has to wear a bigger bra. John the Whale, Jalen Carter, I think the first bump up would be the actual defensive line, then to the linebackers. Bobby has a Hall of Fame season behind Carter, and the Prez gets 10 plus sacks. Woo! Let's go, Jonah. Sign me up for that. I'm with it. Hongwu says Sean Payton will bench Wilson this year. Who wants to bet? It's possible, man, Hongwu. They didn't sign that other backup quarterback for $10 million just for S's and giggles, you know. Jonah says, Brandon, you don't think the Prez and Bobby Wagner from the middle position wouldn't highly make out from the Carter being in the middle? I think the middle linebackers' sacks are going to be off the chain. They could be. Yeah, I think that would help him. I do. I think it especially is going to help him, Jonah, and you have a guy in the defensive line that does now command the double teams consistently. And then that means less of the second level blocks on your linebackers, which was a gaping problem last year because neither Cody Bard nor Jordan Brooks really could get off second level blocks, which is problematic when your defensive linemen are allowing so many second level blocks to get clear and free because they don't demand those double teams. So Bobby's going to run a lot more free because of that. And yeah, if you got the guy getting the doubles, then those other players that are going to be blitzing are going to have more of an opportunity to now get home without having to worry about a lineman. And it's now should be a higher success rate for both of those two guys in that way. It's hard to quantify to an exact point on what it would be for a bottom line increase in statistics, but there's no doubt about it. It would benefit. It's part of the reason why I bang the drum for this guy is that his impact on the defense would be felt in multiple ways. Sam, Space, I want a Carter jersey. Addicted Ox, Brandon, do we land one of the top 4 linebackers in round 2, or is it first and second round only D-line and O-line? I think they probably go, I think linebackers are a big draw in the second round, especially if you've gone Carter with the 5th pick. That makes that even a higher probability you're going linebacker in the second at that point. So if I had to make a pick between, I think center and middle linebacker are the 2 likely positions you look to address in the second round. And I don't know which is more likely over the other. They're kind of both equivalent to me. Jonas says, receiving my Rick Meyer jersey in the mail in time for the draft. I plan to wear it for the luck, the way the Seahawks don't make another stupid first round decision. Laughing out loud. I like a little reverse psychology, reversing the energy thing there, reversing the polarity, You're doing the like Ghostbusters crossing the streams, where they say you don't cross the streams. You never cross the streams. Crossing the streams. But you're crossing the streams with your Meyer jersey. I get what you're doing, man. When you're trying to inverse the gates of hell, desperate times call for desperate measures. Why do I? Ford Wheaton is an athletic freak. I would take a chance on him in the 6th or 7th. Yeah, we would for sure. But why do I? He's not lasting that long. Not in this draft with so many mighty mites and slot guys. Mr. Kane, what the hell is going on? My brother from another mother. Brando is a freaking legend. I saw that this started 3 hours ago and was going to check it out after the gym, and he is still going strong. You know it, man. I got the draft on deck here, Mr. Kane. We're not just in the off-season mode here. We're not just in the dead period. We're alive. We're on Frankenstein's table here, and that sucker's kicking through those straps. Jonah the Whale says, Brandon, in Hawaii, we call our pit bulls bullies. My all-time favorite bully was named Cortez, of course. They're freaking monsters, man. You think a regular pit bull is scary? Go look at a Hawaiian pit bull. Those things are like, I don't know what they fed them over there to get them all amped up like that, but those things are just pure muscle. They just look at, they keep them in the cages out there too. They're just, so freaky looking. Megan says, my draft starts at 9 a.m. Monday and will be away for the full 3 days as I'm 19 hours ahead of you. Oof, awake the full 3 days. Oh, man. It's going to be intense, Megan. It's going to be an intense week next week. I think it Ox. Brandon, what's the over-under on the number of salmon snacks for pumpkin this next week? Well, there's a lot of guilt involved with me for not paying much mind to them because I'll be streaming so much. So you got to figure that there's going to be at least 2 wet food drops, right? There's going to be a couple salmon pâtés in there, right? Owner guilt's going to drive it, right? I'm going to be your typical parent, not around, too busy. Now I try to win their heart over by buying them gifts, right? I'm going to be that guy. But it kind of works on cats, so. Joker says, with the 20th pick, the Seahawks select Bijan Robinson. I don't know. I think Bijan's going to the Eagles at 10. Corey Coleman, if we draft Carter at 5, we should draft Nolan Smith at 20. He's a good character guy and can help keep Carter straight. Indeed, he's a good character guy. I would say that if he was good at keeping him straight, then he didn't do an awesome job of it at Georgia necessarily. But there's a lot of people that do like that, Corey. I like Nolan a lot. Just want to wait to the second round to do it, man. I don't know whether he's going to give you the top end as a pass rusher at 20. If I've got to pick between Nolan Smith and Will McDonald, it's, to me, Will McDonald's so much of a better player and so much more upside as a pass rusher. Which if I'm drafting an edge, as much as I like run defense, it's kind of what you do as a pass rusher that's going to kind of carry the day for me. Corey says, I'd be okay with Cansey. The short arms and lightweight scare me in the run game in the NFL. It's worrisome, man. And it's going to be the key to whether he has success as a player or not. Can he overcome that or not? I think his tape is good enough to make me believe that he will, but it's a very pertinent question, and it's the biggest one with him. And just because I feel he will doesn't necessarily mean that those that say he's going to get kind of undone by that aren't eventually proven true because of it. Copperwise, when I had my second son, we decided to name him Christopher. I wanted Steve Largent, but was voted down. I would have been the same way on that one, Chris. I probably would have lost that battle too. I tried to get my wife to make his middle name Hawkeye, so he could sign his name Seahawk. I lost. Man, all the way around on that one, huh, Copper? The wife just was not negotiating on that, huh? Sometimes they get no on those names. They're like, I got a name involved. No, we're not going to choose one of yours. I would have been the same way. If I had a kid, I would have been me and my wife probably would have gone round and round about trying to come up with some super cool name. I wouldn't have wanted to just name him something normal. I would have been like, come on, Hawkeye Kane. I mean, it just flows. No, Brandon, no. It flows, though. He sounds like a superhero. Do you know what that's going to be like for him in school? He's going to be awesome. They don't have it, though, on that, do they? Weston Baylor, K9, Israel, Alakanda, Roshan Johnson, my dream backfield. Ooh, that'd be a hell of a backfield. I love it. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation. Would you trade up for Cansey from 20? I know I might have said I was thinking I would lean to doing this earlier, Taker 610, but the more I think about it, the more I would say probably not. I think one of Cansey or Brian Breesy would be there at 20 if you're committed to taking another defensive end, if you took another one on top of Carter. And I think the difference between those guys is not so significant that I would want to jump up for Cansey and give up an extra second round pick to have to go make that move up in the first round, which would probably be what it would cost. So I would say no. I want to just sit on 20 and take my best person, or even move back from 20 some picks and pick up some extra picks, especially if you took Carter at 5 and didn't move back off of 5. Take that opportunity then there at 20. I think I waffled on that one a little bit, Taker, before, but no, I'm going to lean on saying no at this point on that one. Thank you for the donation, though, man. The double don, I think like triple donos today from you. So thank you so much for that. Why do I says, enjoy this, my fellow 12s. This draft capital might not happen again in some of our lifetimes. I wish you all a merry draftness. Well said, Why do Wide. Beautifully put. And yes, enjoy it. Enjoy it. You don't know when you're going to be here. How many years we've spent for the last 10 years picking at the back of first rounds, picking over the secondhand parts of drafts as we're already still in the first round. You know, draft after draft after draft. Now we got all these picks. We're picking high as we've ever picked in the Schneider era. Multiple first round picks, multiple second round picks, 10 picks in total. And you're coming off a playoff season. It doesn't get any better. It doesn't get any better. Jonah says, yeah, they weren't having it either. Sorry, I think I missed something on that. Jonah the Whale says Carter will be the first defensive player taken hands down. I don't know. Tyree Wilson's getting a lot of love right now, Jonah. If I was a betting man right now, I'd be laying it on Tyree Wilson being the first defensive player taken at this point. Corey Olson says, hey, bro, please explain the Anderson at 5 talk. Did I miss something that doesn't make sense to me? I mean, I think he's definitely a possibility there at 5, Corey. I think there's some other guys who could be more enticing for sure, but I think he provides a lot of a safety net for you at picking at 5 that's not necessarily there with other picks in this draft at 5. You know, if Seattle doesn't really want to go cornerback, well, you're looking at defensive tackle. Well, okay, Jalen Carter's off the board because of the character stuff. Okay, he's out. Tyree Wilson's probably off the board by the time they pick at 5. So then if you're not going with a guy like Will Anderson and you're not going for like a quarterback and you can't trade back, what are our other options here? Anderson or Cansey? Well, you probably would go Anderson on that case. You know, Anderson or the cornerbacks. Teams never drafted a cornerback higher than late 3rd in their entire history here. I think they would probably go the other way with it. Part of the problem here is not necessarily that Anderson's not that lock solid, lock dead, no doubt about it guy that you would take at 5 and just feel unbelievable with it, Corey. Part of the problem comes from this is the weakness of the tier 1 portion of this draft. That's the real problem here, is the alternative options that exist there aren't necessarily wonderful options, especially if you have a guy like Carter that doesn't have the clean background. He doesn't, you know, get through their checks in that respect of things. So I think that's really what's kind of a place with it as much as anything. He provides you a little bit of that safety that you're not necessarily getting from the other picks. PT says Jalen definitely needs to be wearing number 99. I'd say so. He'd look good in 99. Joker, don't forget Adams is also coming back too. Maybe he'll blitz again too, but I would be more cautious since he gets hurt a decent amount. He does. And he has been hurt blitzing twice now in Seattle. He hurt his shoulder once blitzing when Gerald Everett gave him a little shiver And then, of course, last year when Russell Wilson gave him a little shake, he got injured. So blitzing has gotten him hurt here as well. Sean says, good night and morning, Megan. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest. How many defensive players are the Seahawks drafting in the first 2 rounds and who? I think they're going to draft 3 defensive players in the first 2 rounds. I think it's going to be Carter and Breezy, and then they're going to take a middle linebacker, so it'll be one of Jack Campbell or Trenton Simpson or Deion Henley would be the other guy. One of those 3, whoever would be available, let's call it the first or second round pick, Sean. That'd be my guess. Jonah, but if the rumors are true, okay, I'll give you this. If the rumors are true and Arizona is taking a defensive player, they will take Will Anderson Jr. hands down. He's perfect for them. He might. They're reportedly very enamored with Tyree Wilson. Both the Texans and the Cardinals are being very, there's a lot of flames behind them just loving Tyree right now, if we're to believe the reports. Megan says, only a couple B? Pumpkin will riot. Oh no, she'll get a lot. I'll have to spoil her this week, Megan. She's definitely going to put on a good pound or 2 of salmon weight. Got to watch out with that salmon weight. The water weight will get you, but the salmon weight will really get you. Especially her. She's a big girl. Corey Coleman, Kenny McIntosh, Roshan Johnson, Israel, Eric Gray are my favorite day 2-3 backs. I like those guys. All of them I like, man. I'd be happy with any of those guys, Corey. All with kind of little different skill sets there, too, that you've picked. Just little slight differences in there. Kyler says, would you rather draft Ringo in the second or stick with what we've got? Stick with what we got. Jay Dallas says, trade 20 for a second and a first next year, please. I'd do it, Jay Dallas. Wouldn't mind picking up maybe 1 pick in this year's draft, get like a third this year and a first and a second next year maybe. Something like that would be kind of cool. Hangwood Louie, I think if we have a chance to get CJ at 5, also we can get 3 first-round picks. It's possible, Hungwoo. The one part that's maybe a little bit reticent on this one as we've gone along in this process is that you have the Cardinals who are screaming bloody murder that they're completely willing and ready to trade their pick to anybody who wants to come up and get it. And they can't move that pick. And now you got the Texans who are very publicly stating the fact that they're not intending to take a quarterback. And so they're really, as much as anything, putting up those flags of saying, hey, we're open for business on this pick. And nobody's jumping up to go trade with them. Now our team's going to be much more likely within 2 picks of that to now suddenly trade up with us. Maybe. But it seems like nobody's kind of willing as much to pay the price this year. Sean says, do you think Nolan Smith can be converted into linebacker with his short arms? Hard to say, Sean. I have been asked a bunch on that by a couple different people in regards to this one. And the thing that makes me hesitant to believe that it can be done is that I've never seen it done. I'll make predictions, but I like to have a track record that I can base those predictions upon. I can't remember the last edge that we've seen come into the NFL who was an edge in college who then became a middle linebacker in the pros. So maybe he has the ability to do it, but he'll be kind of the first one to do it. I think he's probably an edge at the end of the day. You know, and I think like the Hassan Reddick comps on Nolan Smith are probably apropos. They're good comps. And that's probably who he's going to be. He won't maybe put up the kind of sack season that Hassan did this past year, but he'll probably be a good run defender who can give you a little bit of pass rush when he rounds out into who he'll be from the edge. Jonas says, Brandon, that's just what I heard about the fumble problems. I don't have any stats to back that up, but I was curious why he's not a higher prospect also at running back. It could be too, ESPN just didn't update their fumble list here in what I'm looking at. So he may have those problems with it, Jonah. But as I look at it, they've got nothing listed there for him as far as any fumbles. But that does seem weird in 4 years when he's touched the ball. I'm thinking they didn't put the stat in there, Jonah, because he touched the ball. He literally had, I'm not overstating this, by the way, the man had 800 touches in college. So I would think there'd be one fumble in there somewhere. Isaac says, kid's about to get bullied in school, left my house. Whitey says, Brandon, what is the realistic way you could see Seattle mess up the draft? And would that draft still improve the team or doom it? I guess it's a pretty good question. Why do I have thought about it. I do come back around again and again on this to thinking, how is it you really do mess this draft up? You know, I just go back in my mind and say, okay, you know, maybe you take, I guess let's go with the pathway of it. You go Nolan Smith as an edge with the first pick. You come back and you take wide receiver at 20. Then you try to wait and deal with the defensive tackles later in the draft. There's not as good of names now there in the second, third round there, so you don't really deal with the defensive line like you should have. The defense is not wholly improved, but then you still have picks throughout the draft where you could still do some damage with. So here's the thing. I mean, that would be the path, I guess I would say, wide to where you could go wrong, because now you're stretching on a guy like Nolan Smith in top 5, and that's kind of a ridiculous pick for that guy at that spot. And then you go back at 20 and go with a receiver who might not see the field very much. But even in that case, why that would be a bad draft, you still would come out with it as a more improved team at the end of the day of that draft. You know, maybe it's just marginal improvement over the huge improvement you could have taken if you hit the draft out of the park, but you're still going to be improved with 10 picks, with 4 picks in the first 52 selections. I mean, you've got to really, really stretch and overdraft to kind of mess those picks up. There's a reason why whenever we see every year, why the teams that are looked at as the teams that win the draft, oh, they had the best draft. Isn't it odd how always the teams that win the draft are the teams that had all of those picks at the high end and the top of the draft? You know, because when you're picking in the high point, it's a lot easier to go get good players. Sean Lyons, did Seattle bring in Will Anderson for a top 30 visit? If not, why didn't they? He just literally came in there, I think, today, Sean. So yeah, they did have a top 30 visit with him. Hungwoo Lee, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Hungwoo, for all the donos on the channel. Says we should target Arch Manning in 3 years. We will finally get all the refs' calls going our way. That's right. Arch Manning not only comes with his built-in talent, he's a legacy pick, which means that he gets the plus 30 on his player card for officiating calls. So it's an extra on top of his natural talent that knows no bounds. It's pretty funny. The joke is on you, though, with that, Hungwoo, because there's no way that a Manning's going to let a Manning go out onto the West Coast. Mannings are East Coast guys. Midwest is as far as they'll go. But it's got to be an East Coast team. Yeah, don't forget, remember his dad, when San Diego drafted Eli, said, no. Send him to New York. He will go to New York. That's where he will play. He's a legacy NFL. You will listen to me on this. Thanks for the $5 dono. And hey, if we have a chance at Arch Manning, sign me up on that kid. He looks good. Deadly says, are there diamond quarterbacks later in this draft other than Hooker? I think DTR is kind of interesting. Dorian Thompson-Robinson out of UCLA. I don't know if I would say that they're diamonds necessarily, but guys that could come in for a couple games as a backup and give you good play. Stenson Bennett, Dugan certainly has maybe that possibility in him to give you that from time to time. Jake Hayner. I'm not as big on Tanner McKee, but somebody else might say Tanner McKee. I don't think any of the guys are really going to do much in the NFL level, though. I dig the Hawks. A lot of mocks, PFF mock drafts have Arizona taking Carter at 3. So interview with Anderson makes sense. Dynamic player if we can't get Carter. Very much so. Yeah, agreed. Makes a lot of sense. Mr. Kane, I love you all. Going to bed. Looking forward to listening to the stream tomorrow. Go Hawks. Go Hawks Nest. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Sleep well, man. Hope you have a great night. Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I meant, when did Anderson fall? What did I miss? Oh, yes, Corey. I call this period in a lot of ways with certain prospects, the period that we reach just about a week and a half, 2 weeks out of the draft, Corey, where we hit the spot where it is paralysis by analysis. And guys start to get picked a little bit too much apart. You've overlooked the film a little bit too much in certain cases of things. You've gotten caught up in the flashes of one particular player without recognizing the lack of consistency. Carter's fall has come, Corey, because of Tyree Wilson's rise. And what teams look at it is that Anderson's topped out. There's no upper end to him. And Tyree Wilson still has this huge ceiling left above him that he's going to be able to tap into, which will eventually make him a better player than Anderson. I don't buy into it, Corey. It's an assessment that's made kind of strangely, in my opinion, because Tyree Wilson's not tested out at all. He had that surgery, so he couldn't do a pro day. He couldn't do anything at the combine. Yeah, the arms are long. Yeah, he's really big. But you don't really know how sudden or quick he really is. You don't have any of the testing scores to go off of with him. At the end of the day, Will Anderson went out and gave you 3 great years of production in Alabama, playing in the toughest conference in the land, which Tyree Wilson wasn't. The thing I never hear about with Tyree Wilson and the Anderson comp here that continues to go along is how Tyree Wilson got to play against much lesser competition. And he didn't dominate as thoroughly as Anderson dominated out there at Alabama. For my money, Corey, it doesn't make any sense, but teams are looking to draft upside when they draft in the top 5, not to be looking at what the guy is as his floor. I think Anderson has a really high floor, and I think most of the time, Corey, when you talk about a guy with a high floor, you're talking about a guy who's going to be limited on their top end. But I think Anderson hits his floor fast, and that floor is still a really nice top end where, okay, he's not 17, 18, 19 sacks a year kind of guy, but he can be the consistent 12, 13 sack a season guy who also gives you really good run defense. And that's very valuable to me, but everybody, I guess, thinks this Tyree Wilson guy is going to be the next great thing. I'm not as convinced, Corey. I'm not as convinced, man. But this, I would say, when I run my next mock, Corey, you're going to see Tyree going as the first edge. Not because I want it to happen, because I think it is going to happen. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Jonah says, we feed them coconuts and poi, my boy. That's what our bullies eat in Hawaii. And any trespassers laughing out loud. Yeah, you ain't trespassing in Hawaii with those dogs on point. You will not be leaving with your life. You're not fighting off those monsters, especially if you have 2 of them coming at you. Just climb a tree at that point. Get on top of a car. Seattle 808, that's what I don't get. How can people actually have any faith in Jamal playing linebacker, box, safety? Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in that either. The only time that I've been a proponent of doing that, Seattle 808, is if you're in dime situations and then you bring him out to be your middle linebacker in dime, which in that case, he's not likely to deal with having to deal with the run game, and you can kind of use him as a piece. At the end of the day, to get the best out of Jamal, you got to use him up around the line of scrimmage. He's not a single high safety. He's not a cover 2 safety. He's a guy that needs to be in the box. And finding a way to be in the box, you've got to let it ride and just trust that the injury situation will hold up to a degree. I don't think that we can roll with Adams forward where we try to protect him. There really is no way to protect a guy in the NFL, especially a guy that's the foundations of his game are built upon him being in the most unprotected state there is to be in the football field, right near that line of scrimmage. Sean Hines, Seahawks Nest, what will you do in your live stream if we draft Carter at 5? I'm going to dance for probably about 5 minutes. I won't even say anything on the mic. I'm just going to rock all my old man moves. I'm going to dab. I'm going to do the Dougie. I'll probably add a little moonwalk in there. There's no telling. Some Charleston. I might go to the 20s on you guys. Okay. I don't know. You don't know where I'll be going. It might go wild. And I had thought about doing shots, but the problem with that space is I've got to stream the next couple of days for about 35 hours. So I'm going to need my brain sharp for the next few days beyond that one. Joe the Whale, Brandon, laughing out loud for real. If no one Smith was a good character guy, he would have kept that dude in line at Georgia. I had a good laugh on that one, Brandon. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? He was there with him. Should we play Mario Kart if we get Carter? We should. Absolutely. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, do you think Hooker makes it to the second round? And if he does, do you grab him to sit behind Geno and compete with Locke? I'm third round guy on Hooker myself. coming off the torn ACL, older prospect. I still have a ways to go as far as teaching him goes because he's not played in a pro-style offense. It's going to take him a while for the development. I would go more third round at that point for him. I think second is just a little bit too early for a guy that's got that injury history on him, in my opinion. And being old and injury. Why do I agree it will be hard to mess this draft up? Even the bad options would still fill needed holes and build the roster. Exactly. It's very tough for me to find the guy. And I know that there's going to be a very wide variance of who's going to go in this first round, and there'll be surprises in this first round. But you're talking 5 and you're talking 20. I just don't think that that's going to be as much a surprise in there. And the value in that second round for where they'll be sitting, I think will be driven so well that they're going to land the good player from it. With Arch Manning, we'll get 4 PIs per game. I'm telling you, it's that built-in value there with that one. Give up all the trade assets to get up for him. He's going to go to some blue blood franchise. You guys know it. He'll end up in New York. Oh, New York just happened to, Oh, how'd that happen? Oh, just lucky, I guess. Just sort of happened. You just sort of landed in their lap. Brody13 says, my buddy that works for the Seahawks says number 1 on our board is Jalen Carter. Ooh, you getting me excited, Brody. You getting me excited. You're putting a smile on my face, my guy. Let's go. That'd be a wonderful thing. I'm going to be a very, very happy man on draft day, folks. Do not expect any unbiased reaction to the Jalen Carter selection. Do not expect me to be applying journalistic-like integrity to anything. Expect complete and utter, just disgusting. Just make you change to another YouTuber channel. Fanboying out. It's going to be that bad. It's going to be that bad. It's going to be a bad look, and I'm not going to care because I'm going to be celebrating my ass off. I'm going to be laughing. I'm going to be calling the rest of the NFL crazy. I'm going to be saying see, this is why you're going to be fired in a couple of years, you idiots. I'll be a very happy, happy man on that. Sean, do you think the Texans grab a defensive player at 2 and drop another season to grab Caleb Williams next draft? I've really struggled with belief that the Texans would truly not take a quarterback at number 2. They did seem to have their heart and mind and soul set on Bryce Young. And now they can't get Bryce Young, and they're going to be like the child in the throwing the toys out of the pram. I think they eventually come back begrudgingly to the fact, Sean, that they just got to take their quarterback and call it a day. So I think they eventually land on that spot where they just make their peace with it. But it's a process, and they still haven't made their way through that process here as we land on Wednesday of the week before the draft. Mr. Dog, would Jalen Carter or Draymond Jones have a bigger impact this year on defense? Probably Carter, in my opinion, Mr. Dog, because Draymond Jones might produce more sacks, but Carter's going to draw more of the double teams and command more attention from offenses, which is going to free other things up for us defensively speaking. I don't think Draymond Jones is going to command double teams at any point in time. He's a difficult defender to deal with, and he's on his rise, and he's a lot like Uchenna last year, where you're getting a player just still going up, not necessarily a finished product. But I think Carter's going to really quickly, from the moment he drops on that line in that rotation, he's going to command double teams in there. And if you don't, he's going to wreck shop. And Brody, thanks for dropping that knowledge in the chat, man. The insider info. I appreciate you on that. It's wonderful news. I hope it's true. Joker says, I remember one point Miles Murphy was going to top 10. What happened to that? I think the more evaluation process people got into on the tape with him and the less there was just the consistency that you would be looking for from him if you're talking top 10. He doesn't necessarily have the complete and utter freak show nature to him of Tyree Wilson from a build standpoint. He doesn't have the production of a Will Anderson off the edge standpoint. But he's been very solid through the testing process. He had a good pro day. His numbers were good. His weight was good. There's nothing that's going to ding him as far as not being a first round pick. I don't know where he goes exactly at the end of the day, but I do believe he will be a first round pick. It's just that the tape was underwhelming, Joka. You're going to see, I mean, the case is the same with Simpson, all those Clemson guys. They just didn't have that type of final season at college to really stamp it in there and put themselves in as a top 10 pick. They had more of a muddled, kind of a bit of good, bit of bad kind of final year there. And that has people kind of dropping and dipping them a little bit. And I think kind of rightfully so. When you look at all of the reasons for each of those guys, why they're not going to be top 14, 15 picks. Hongwoo, yep, Jones is definitely a penetrator. Space the ducky. We'll get the ducky in there, man. I'll be working on my dance moves this week. And then it's just going to be one after another. You might have to avert your eyes, you guys, but I'm not going to care. And Megan, if I break a hip, it'll be the best broken hip I've ever broken in my life. Worth it. And the content, you guys would get to hear me screaming out like a little girl, just, my hip. I think Docs, oh, geez. Space says, oh yeah, what does Christopher Walken think about Carter to the Hawks Nest? What do I think about Jalen Carter? Christopher Walken, what do I think? I'll tell you right now, Space, what I think about Mr. Carter. What do you want as a football team? You want to win, lose, bit of both? You want to dominate. You want to come in right. You want to know when you get out on the football field every game, all the time, every day, you're going to win. Always. You're going to dominate defensively. Middle line of scrimmage. No better this draft. Carter, Jalen, remember the name, or he'll make you remember, or he'll make your mama remember. I don't know. Either way, he's great. They should pick him now. I know it's not the draft today, but we should anyway. Let's call him. Let's call him. Voice is not good. I'm 4 hours in the walk-in struggling. Joka says, what that makes no sense. Why would the Mannings fight to go to New York? Like California is in the same market. Makes no sense. It was the Chargers. That was the big problem there, Joka. It wasn't the California market. It was the Chargers ownership. They didn't have the best of reputations. So Brody says you should have shots during the draft for good luck. I maybe will. I'll tell you what, Brody, we may do it at the end of the drafts. The tough part is I got to do, it'll be draft night coverage. Me and Brendan will be doing a show after the draft night coverage, back the next day doing 8 or 9 hours, then with Brendan again, another 2 hours, then again the next. So it's like, if I drink, I'm toast the next day. Like I'll be trying to do the draft coverage with one eye open. Like Jalen Carter's good. This is really good. He's a good player. I like him. Maybe on the final day of the draft, though, we'll whip out. We'll get the drinking going. Maybe on the last day as a celebration. I definitely am open to doing something like that. Hank Woodley says, if Carter is a bust, it's whatever. If a quarterback busts, we'll be set back several years. Beautifully put, man. Completely agree with you on that, man. 100%. 100%. Not the worst thing if it goes wrong, flush it, recycle it, move on through. Marcus B says, if you dab online, I will unsubscribe. Marcus, I can't make no promises about how my reaction is going to be when this pick comes through. If we get the best player in this draft, if we get my draft crush that I've been having going on for now 4 long months on this channel, if we get that guy, Marcus, I can't make any promises for how I will react. I can't make any promises. It will be a disgusting celebration. It will be absolutely just be like, this is, I can't look at it. What is he doing? What is he doing? Did he just whip his hair like Willow Smith? Is that what he's doing now? Did he just go to that move? Thank you, Marcus, for the donation. Oh, I will be dancing. A little salsa. I'll be whipping out all the moves. Fun fact, folks, back in the day, back in my early 20s on a cruise ship, I won a dance competition. Yeah, kind of a big deal. Joker says, John knows what he's doing at 5. He ain't dumb. Probably on a top 10 general managers in the NFL. No, he is not dumb. John knows what he's doing. Joker says, NFL came out with a post top 10 general manager. They had John Schneider at 9. That's pretty good. That is good. And I do think he's a top 10 for sure. Probably well inside a top 10 too, I'd say. Well inside. Seattle 808 we will see vintage B-Wags this year. I love it. I'd love to see that. That'd be great. Get him some protection. He can run around, man. He can still get it done. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, Dream D-line setup. Uchenna, Breezy, Carter, Jones, Murphy. Whew. Sean, that'd be deadly, man. That's a lot of talent on that defensive line. And you got, don't forget, you got Jaron Reed there as then your back-end rotational guy. Not a starter, not the first backup off the bench, but now he's your back-end rotational guy, for injury. Not bad. Megan says, I will tell you something about the Niner fans. They are scared about what we'll do at 5. Oh, they're shaking their boots, especially they start seeing the Trey Lance trade talks. And that is not a fan base that is on the same page at all right now. Jesus, I've got to say, at least our content creators are like nice to each other. Holy hell, dude. Those guys are going like, y'all are on the same team. They go at it. Every time I get onto Twitter, I'm watching Niner content creators like going after other Niner content creators. Like, what do you guys are on the same team here? What are we doing? Megan says, I'm already out on Carter 5B, but if you dance, I'm so out. There might even be some singing, Megan. There might even see some singing and the dancing. Like I was saying, and when it comes to this happening, I'm getting my draft dream scenario with the first pick met. Pinch me. What am I in the holodeck here? Am I in the Matrix? Am I creating my own reality? That's going to send me into celebration. It just is. Mathis Grew. What do you have to say about Jalen Carter talking back to coaches, showing up heavy to pro day, coaches saying he's not coachable? Like, what's your opinion on his negatives? So what are my opinions on Jalen Carter talking back to coaches, showing up heavy to pro day, coaches saying he's not coachable? None of these things have I seen attributed to anybody on any set quote, Mathis. I haven't seen that I've heard those things mentioned. But I've not seen where they're put to who coach what, when, where. I have his coach on his pro day, Mathis, the same pro day where he failed out at and showed overweight, saying that the guy is a generational talent, that he was a key member of that club. Now, maybe that's just coaching talk and he wants to talk up his prospects and make his guys look good for recruiting purposes later on. Okay, so be it. I lay down pretty concretely at the top of this, Mathis, why I'm in on it. And is there a risk here? Yeah, there is a risk here. Is there a point where maybe Carter goes off the rails and doesn't succeed? Sure. Maybe that does happen. Maybe that does occur. Am I willing to take that risk for the Hall of Fame talent that I'm going to be onboarding at this point? Yeah, I am. When it comes to the not showing up in shape, Mathis, or another thing that I heard about was his conditioning last year. I brought up at the top of the show here that the very first game on the very first play against Oregon, he has a sprained ankle, continues to play, doesn't sit down, doesn't cash his chips in, doesn't say, hey, I'm already a first round pick. I can just take my time with this. He's back there playing on it. Then a couple weeks later, he gets a cheap shot, tears his PCL. So my question to you, Mathis, is do you think that he was fully recovered of that, playing on that throughout the whole entire season as he was going into this post-draft process? You know, Mathis, there's a lot of guys who just shut it down through their testing numbers here. Tyree Wilson doesn't have one single testing metric at all, but he doesn't get any shade. He uses this medical excuse for the surgery thing, but he doesn't get any shade. So is there an explanation for why the pro day didn't go as good? Being that you had the injuries that he was probably resting throughout the course of the offseason that had just arrived the past couple of months because they played deep into the season. Yeah, that's an explanation to me. It also explains why they were rotating him out so many snaps in Georgia at time, as he was nowhere near 100% throughout the course of this year. But I see a guy that's willing to play and go out there and put it on the line. I saw a guy that could have, in the bowl games, Matthias, shut it down and said, hey, nope, I'm a first round pick. I don't want to risk myself. I've already had 2 injuries this year. I've already had 2 injuries. I can't get injured more, coach. I'm going to sit it down. You guys are going to have to do it. No, what he did instead is he got on that football field and helped his team go out there and win a second national title. There's risk, but there's reward here. And we shouldn't just merely get caught up on only the risk and let that be the obsessed point of this whole exercise that we get caught in just that. We should also remember the upside that comes with this. We should also remember the level of production that he has provided on top of this. Because this is not a guy that's like on his way to reaching potential like a Tyree Wilson. This is a guy who's already there. This is a guy who's already ready. Now, is there characteristics? Yeah, there is. But the stuff we start talking about, talking back to coaches, coaches saying he's not coachable. Who's the coach that said that? Where's the direct quote you can provide for me that's this is where this is coming from? Because if it's just this unnamed, unspecified sources stuff, and not you on this, Matthias, but I kind of don't give a lot of that a whole bunch. I'm not a big fan of unspecified, unnamed, anonymous sources. That means it could literally be coming from anywhere and somebody could have just literally have pulled it out of their butt in order to draw out clicks. In the age of the click age, in the age of the clickbait articles, I think we've got to have a little bit more of a reticence to believe that stuff a little bit when those kind of quotes come out in that way, in that fashion, in my opinion. Walken would be pro Carter and Pacino would be anti Arch Manning. Oh, for sure. I love all day. I'm telling you, Jalen Carter, we're going to make this team best team in the next couple of years. Super Bowl, no doubt, all day, all time. Al, what do you think about Archie Manning? Oh, I'll tell you about Archie Manning. Archie Manning is nepotism all day, all long. I can't believe it. Why the NFL would have a player like this simply because he's the son of Manning royalty. No, not on my watch. Never. I'm going to ever allow that. What are they doing here? What are they trying to say here? That will just allow grandsons to play. That will allow grandsons to play. No. And somebody was asking about Brody. We had a guy, Brody jumped in the chat here, said he had some inside info that the Seahawks number 1 on their board is indeed Jalen Carter. So dropping a little bit of inside info, nuggets. TikToks, Brandon, toast or French toast after shots in the morning. Just teasing. You guys want me to watch me throw up on stream? A joke, a hungover NFL coverage. Yeah, it's already brutal for me in day 3 and 2 with the voice going. Doing it hungover might be too much. I'd have to probably just drink all 3 days, hair of the dog, just to make it work. Wilbur Knight, Henley at 37. He's going to be like Parsons. I don't know if he's going to be able to rush the passer off the edge, Wilbur, like Parsons. But as a middle linebacker, can give you that kind of play for sure. Yalrek says Archie thought the Chargers would ruin his son's career like they did his. Yeah, he had some reasons for why he did it. It was kind of understandable. Megan says last day drinking will be good as I will need to sleep and the booze will do it after being up 4 straight days. That would help. I think I'll have to crack at least some beer and maybe a shot or 2 on the final day in celebration. Jonah says, hey, Brandon, let's keep talking up Tyree Wilson. Okay, before you talk sense into these lame Cardinals laughing out loud, they choose Carter instead. Ha ha ha. That's right. I mean, Tyree's he's really the best. You know, you don't find freakish talents like this every day built like that. It's just, he'll get there. I mean, he's not at his top end yet, but you know, I mean, I'm sure he'll 2, 3, maybe 4 years down the line, he'll get there. Byron D has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 12 long months as a Ring of Member honor. Thank you for that long devotion to the channel, Byron D, and all that support. He says, favorite scenario for our top 4 picks. Pet the M&F cat. Well, I gotta get her. Come here. Come here. Come on. She's being elusive tonight, Byron. She was weird last night, too. She's in a little mood, I think, right now for some reason. My favorite first 4 picks. Let's go with Jalen Carter, Kalijah Cansey, John Michael Schmitz, and Deion Henley. There's my first 4 for you, Byron. I'd feel pretty good about those as the first 4 picks. Pretty solid. Thank you for your support, man. See, wait. I feel bad for Buda Baker, too. He did nothing to deserve this. Grug, I don't know how I can celebrate the Carter pick, but I know I'm instantly switching over to Rob Stanton's stream to see his reaction. Maybe we'll rate him on draft day. Make him feel a little bit better. Jonah, I don't want the Prez to be middle linebacker just in dime scenarios where we get Bobby off the field. Other than that, I just want him to play his position and we sneak him up occasionally. Understandable. I was just positing it as a possibility that'd be a way if you had worries about Bobby in coverage, that now you bring a guy out there that's a bit better in coverage than Bobby would be from the middle linebacker position. Just a creative thought with it maybe to apply, but I get it. Just get him down by the line of scrimmage no matter what you do, you know? Hung-Woo Lee, shouldn't Niners take anything for Trey Lance? I think it's better to hold on to him, personally, Hung-Woo. I mean, they need insurance at the position more than they need to be weakening the position, in my opinion. Kyler says, what makes me kind of nervous is Bijan going to the Cardinals at 3, total game changer. Been no connection with them and him and them going there. That would be very surprising. Life of a pallet builder. If we pick Jalen Carter, will you be getting a Carter jersey and what color? Blue, white, gray, action green, or throwback? Yes, I would be getting a jersey of Carter, and throwback would be the answer for me. I think you'd look really good in those throwbacks. Let's say. Joke, I saw a 2-hour argument why Brock Purdy was better than Trey Lance. Niners are crazy. Yeah, that fan base talked themselves into Purdy. And I tell you, watching him throw the football, I'm like, you guys do realize the guy cannot push the ball up the football field. Like, there's NFL throws he cannot make. He was throwing to wide open receivers last year. When those two things go down and are reduced, he's going to be mightily reduced as a player. But that fan base is going at it with the quarterback position. Nobody's on the same page. Hey, you still got some Garoppolites. There's some devout Garoppolites in that fan base still. Megan's just singing. It was nice knowing you, B. I think the Hawks. Brandon, would Al Pacino sing if we get Carter? Oh, I sing all day if we got Carter. Jalen Carter, get him in the draft. Michael Crowhorse, what's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat, buddy. Brandon, thank you for the show. Always, sir. You and may everyone have a good night and God bless you. Hey, God bless you as well, brother. Appreciate you, man. Hope you're having a good night as well. Brody, are we getting throwback jerseys? If so, that'd be dope. Next season, Brody. Next season's the throwback. That's what the reports are saying. So it's going to look sweet. And I've been trying to tell the young kids, I've been telling the young bucks that weren't around here during the 80s when those jerseys, like, you're going to like these jerseys. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, will you be wearing Zorn Hawks Nest? I will be wearing Zorn to annoy you, as you know what you have to what you have to say to keep me here. I do indeed. But then we've got to do the Zorn Largent combination for draft day, Megan, to increase the powers of the luck. As we know, those jerseys are undefeated in combination and therefore need to be utilized at the best possible dates, specifically a draft where you have 2 first-round picks. Jonah White, when we draft Carter at 5, I'm immediately grabbing my Seahawks country flag, walking it out to the highway and stopping traffic for 88 seconds. I'm going to rip my flag off the wall. I'm going to go to one of those overpasses. I'm going to stand up on the overpass like I'm that girl in Titanic where she's like, I'm flying. I'm going to be like that, but I'm just going to be waving the flag back and forth epically, just and the wind's going to be blowing hard, so it's going to look super epic, like a damn Michael Bay film. Traffic's going to be driving, looking up, and it'll be like, it's going to be epic. I'm going to have to stop the stream to do it at that point, but it's going to be worth it. In space, if we get Washington, I'd geek out even more, man. Jonas says, I'm dancing the robot when we draft Carter. I got to add that one in too. I as well. Grug says, gosh, man, I can't believe we're getting Jalen Carter just 8 days from now. We're going to have the next Donald Ramsey with Carter Woolen, except it's better. Except better. Except improved. Sean Hines, Hawks Nest, what's your reaction to Seattle getting 2 top 10 picks and 2 top second round picks for Wilson now? I love it, Sean. I love it. They've come out on this trade. There's been no trades in recent NFL history where you could say a team's come out better than they have in this situation, I don't think, absent the Minnesota trade in recent history. So it's one of the all-time great trades. They are absolutely on the right end of it. They absolutely got the maximum returns that they could have gotten for it, Sean. And there's no doubt about it. Both John Schneider and Coach Carroll on this played it masterfully. I do believe that. And should, on top of the draft that they had so much success last year, on top of having the 98 season, on top of having the faith in Geno Smith, on top of moving Russell Wilson and the timely fashion by which they did to get the max returns, because they didn't make the Chicago Bear trade the previous year. They waited to get the max returns on it. And having all of those decisions go in the right direction for them should certainly earn them, and from the fan base, a good amount of goodwill. Wilbert, we are loaded up on picks, man. Loaded to the 9s. Megan says, if Carter was injured, as you say, B, and I hear that, why wasn't it disclosed? It was disclosed, Megan. They're all of, number one, when you go about open disclosing and talking about it, coaches are always going to protect players from telling the other teams what the player's dealing with injury wise, because they don't want the teams to target them. In the NFL, you have to give out injury reports, Megan, but the teams wouldn't want to do that necessarily. They're impelled to do it by the NFL. They're impelled to do it by the rules. But if anything, you get a guy injured, you don't want to let another team know that he's injured. They'll attack that. Football is kind of a cold-blooded sport in that nature of things. But all of these deals, I mean, you can Google search this stuff, Megan. Just Google search both of the 2 injuries I talked about. Carter sprained first game. Carter torn PCL in the game against South Carolina, I think it was. You're going to get stories coming right up from it. So it's not even a matter of like, well, this is like, somebody's saying that this might have been a thing that happened. It happened. He was injured. He was playing through those injuries throughout the course of the season and still playing dominant. Imagine what happens when you get him at full strength. Imagine what happens when he's not being hindered by his injuries. James Valvis, I've given Wilson plenty of shade. One reason I'm so big on the quarterbacks is all the defensive players have real questions about them. If I must gamble, then gamble on the more important position. Logical? Reasonable, James? Understandable. I have a certain way that I'd prefer to go in this draft, but if they go other directions, like taking a quarterback, I will support it because of that for said reasons, reasons you gave, and also because it is logical, it is reasonable. And what you say is correct. There is question marks on these defensive players. Joker, Russell Wilson is going to play better than last year. He'll be like Kirk Cousins, not back to elite form. I think he'll be better. Space walking, laughing out loud. Walking struggling a little bit tonight. He's tired tonight. Don't know why. Why do I? As a Blazer fan, you have to trust me on this. It's easier to swallow picking Carter and him not panning out over seeing him go to another team and be an all-pro. Beautifully put, man. And I do trust you on that. I think there's a Jordan reference in there. Am I not wrong on that one? Why do I? A little bit of a Jordan reference on that one. Megan says, I wonder how Nolte feels, though. I don't care if they take Jalen Carter. Who cares? He's going to get him or not. I don't just give me a drink. Jalen's fine. Nick likes Carter, man. He's surprisingly pro Jalen Carter. But Nick, Megan, Nick likes them wild childs. Just the way Nick Nolte rolls. Johnny Utah, Carter's definitely worth a gamble. Our draft really starts at 20. Amen. Amen. And Hongwu, I don't think Sean Payton's going to deal with what Russell Wilson not towing the line in that offense. John says, did I hear Pumpkin in the house? You did, man. She said it's time for some love. She's not doing the kitty tree for some reason. Why aren't you in the kitty tree? Megan says throwbacks for 2 games minimum B, and I have a pretty good idea which it is. Yeah, definitely. I want to see the throwback as much as possible. Silver and blue Yarick. It's going to look tight. Motor says, I think Pumpkin wants to wear this orange jersey. I think she does too, man. We might have to put her on, someone in the chat, I think it was Space, or somebody sent me the like little kitty outfits. She let me put her in it, so I was pretty surprised. She let me actually put her in the outfit, and she walked around with it. She wasn't happy about it, but... Wu-Tang says, damn, missed the show today. I'm feeling it on Carter. Grandpappy Pete gonna get him right. I agree, man. People get him on the right stretch. People get him in the right mind. People will turn that kid out in the right way. That sounded wrong. Jonah says, I just want to speak my piece, Brandon. I'm not big on alcohol or getting people I care about to get drunk because I believe it damages your body. Laughing out loud. Yes, on that guy, but I encourage some green. Fair enough there, man. I'm not a big drinker either, man. I barely do drink, and I certainly, when I do drink, don't, outside of that one stream I did with the Rams that you guys are aware of that is often gets referenced. And I had a reason for that. I was mourning the end of an era on that stream. But I'm not usually a guy that does tend to drink towards getting smashed hammer. I can handle, I'm a lightweight. I can handle 1 or 2 beers, and I'm usually about good. Why do I, a normal year, the black cats around the area give me the side eye and avoid me during draft season? I think they know Seattle has 4 high picks this year and seem more laxed. See how the way hold orange cat like Simba. I'll give you a Simba before we leave. She's getting her loves right now, so but I'll do a Simba. We'll do a Simba as we sign off. For luck. For drafting luck. Jonah says, haha, Brandon, if we get our draft crush Carter, you have to hold orange cat in the air like Carter did that quarterback and praise the lords of football. Hell, I'll do that on the stream right before we sign off today. I do that every day with her. Sean says, HawksNest, with Coach Carroll saying they brought Evan Brown in to play center, will they still grab Schmitz to play the same position? I think they'd be open to doing it, Sean, especially just to kind of develop him and have him there as a backup. You do only have Evan on a 1-year contract, and you don't have a real valid backup now with Fuller gone behind him. So you do need to reinforce that position, I would think, a little bit. It was probably a Kevin Durant and Michael Jordan reference, I'm guessing, on that Blazer. Blazer, trust me. John Stillwell, are you going to pardon me for all my sins? What sins, John? Jonah, Brandon, you're cracking me up tonight, man. You did just reference the Willow Smith hair whip. Ha ha ha. You don't even have hair. Ha ha. I put on a wig, man, to make it work. John, a little burned out, man. Get that rest, bro. Don't go too hard. You got to rest up in betweens, you know? Joka, good season for the Seattle Mariners. Seahawks coming up, cracking the playoffs. Mariners off to a slow start, but they should make another playoff push. It's 162 games. There's time for the Mariners. Jonah, you want a dance competition on a cruise ship? Brandon stuff I can't breathe, bro. You're killing me tonight. Tore that dance floor up. Hey, how can we make the Mariners stop being the Mariners? I don't know. We've got to figure out the black holes in the lineup. We got to get Robbie Ray back to front. It's early in the season. They just got to get things figured out. James says, yeah, the Wilson trade was great. Now do Harvin, Graham, and especially Adams. The leash is not that long. One bad draft and the fire Pete and John crowd come back out in force. True, James. True. It's a valid point. Good point. And there's been some bad ones in there as well. But it's why I was trying to also add on top of the trade. It's getting the Geno Smith trade situation right and coming out good on that one. It's the deal that you got done with Geno Smith, which was so, to me, team friendly, and how you got that set up, especially considering some of the other contracts that are handed out. It's James getting the draft nailed as much as they did, you know? So for me, it's not just the one thing they did, but it's a couple of the things that they did that should, earn a little bit more of that trust. But you're right. If things fall into disarray, if they mess up this draft, there will be certainly those, calling for his head, on that. Megan says 2 games is what the organization's saying. That makes sense. I'd love to see more, but I get why that's it. Jonas is Dan Brangan. I'm just going to say it. I love the Hawks Nest. I love the work you do. Aloha, you bro. You know how us Hawaiians are. You're officially my Calabash cousin. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, my Calabash cousin as well, brother. I would love nothing but love right back at you too, brother. Appreciate you. TikToks, Brandon, any news on the Hawks Nest Social Club t-shirts? I'm going to go get a little logo made up cheap and easy with someone. I'll just spend like $20-$30 and something we can get just shirts going with it. So that's on my next parameter. It's probably going to have to wait until after the draft for me to jump on, but that'll be one of the things I do start to push forward on the draft to try to start getting some merch going. For sure. Johnny Utah, I'm not mad about Percy Harvin trade. He may have only played one meaningful game for us, but it was the Super Bowl. He helped us out a little bit that year. Helped us out in the Minnesota game. Helped us out in the Saints playoff game too before he got concussed. But it wasn't a great trade, but we got some value from it, even though it was a small amount. Motive says, well, we did have Drexler when Jordan was drafted, so we didn't really need him. I mean, who even had an idea he was going to be so great? Drexler had his jersey retired. Durant above Odin by far. Yeah, it was a little bit harder for them to make that deal. Though I take a little bit of a page out of Bob Knight's book when he talked to the Blazers and he said, you just should draft Jordan. And they said, but we already have Drexler. And he said, then play Jordan at center. John Stillwell coming in with a $30 donation. Thank you, John, for the huge dono, brother. Second dono today of the channel, I believe, as well. So thanks for that, man. Brandon, can you remember the last time another team was so instrumental in another franchise rebuild as Denver has been in ours? Well, thank you for the $30 donation. I really do appreciate it. I think this is where the echoes, John, do go to the Minnesota trade with the Dallas Cowboys. That trade facilitated that dynasty. That was what allowed it to happen. Absent that trade occurring, if they just sit on Herschel Walker, it doesn't happen probably as well. They don't build as strong a team. That's the one that definitely does come to mind as one that was given in that fashion. Has it been done in another place? trying to go through my history books on this one, John, and think about, because I can't think that there is. Teams that get in the Super Bowl go through the 80s and 90s. The Broncos made it a bunch of times. They kind of did it organically. They weren't given a lot of extra picks. Giants did it organically with Parcells and Taylor and building that defense and getting an offense to do just good enough. Bears were kind of similar on their one title they got. The Redskins built it kind of organically and how they put theirs thing together for a little bit of a run there in the 90s. The Bills didn't have picks that were drawn from them. I'll think a little bit more about this, John, but as I go through it in recent history, I do think the Cowboys and Vikings trade there was really the only one that you could find as a comparison. I'm trying to go through what else could there maybe, be there. And I'll tell you, the Lions are going to be experiencing a little bit of this too on their plus side, because if the Lions are able to drive forward off of these Rams pick, especially this top 10 pick that they just got from them, that could end up proving to be something that helps them in that way, too, from an equivalent standpoint. But I can't think of any other teams that were given this kind of draft capital to get it done in this way. From one single team to be so instrumental in turning them into a winner, and turning them into a winner really fast, John, There's been big picks given out for players and all that, but the teams don't always do much with those picks all the time. There's been a lot of the big swing kind of money, deals. The Rams, for instance, trading with the Redskins for those 3 picks for RG3. What did the Rams really do with all those picks? What was the benefit at the end of the day from those picks that they got? Not much, not a whole lot necessarily. They didn't get it all out of it for it. So I think only the Cowboys won. I'll think about it, John, but I think it's just that's the only one I can think of. Very unique, the situation we find ourselves in historical terms within the NFL. John says someone should Brandon some decaf. Probably would. My hand would stop shaking, John. Thank you though, man, for the $30 donation and all your support, bro. Hope you're not too burned out there. Get your rest, man. You should get your relaxation. Moda says, plus Pritchard said Durant had the best performance he'd ever seen when he brought him in to scout him. He will be great and win lots of scoring titles. Odin will win championships. Wrong. Yeah, and didn't Odin have the back worries at the time on top of that? Like, weren't the back issues with Odin still a part of what he was dealing with at Ohio State? Kat, what are we doing? What is this? You're going to crawl around my back? What does that accomplish? Yeah, you're weird. That made no sense. Jonas says, oh yeah, man, the Cowboys robbed the house when they traded Herschel Walker. I remember that one crazy. They paid for that for years, the Vikings did. Oh yeah, that one hurt. And they paid, I think, Walker a contract too. Jonas says the second crazy trade might be Seattle for Prez, Jamal Adams, but Jamal can still have a Hall of Fame career and turn that around, laughing out loud. He could. Story's not completely set. Oh, love me some Soundgarden, John. Day I tried to live, wallowed, blood and mud. Utanks' Caballero has looked good. I never want to see Tommy Patella in a Mariners jersey again. His at-bats are straight brutal. They are straight brutal. Yeah, it's tough watching him run out there. And it's tough seeing this lineup still continue to just struggle to produce runs year after year after year. Even when you add bats to the lineup like they have, I mean, we got Teoscar in there. We've got Jared in there. It's like not enough. It's just cannot get a legitimate lineup out there rolling for whatever reason. Boy, is it frustrating. James says, call me crazy, but I'd rather draft Cansey at 5 than Carter. Among all the other issues, those UGA defensive players haven't torn it up in the NFL. It's true. There hasn't been one that's necessarily gone crazy yet. It's still more potential with those guys than it is production at the NFL level. It's valid. I love Cansey, man. He's my number 2, James. So I've got him behind Carter. I have Carter significantly ahead because I think his top end is just higher. But I love Cansey, man. And Joker, yeah, I can't remember. Can't forget Devin Hester, can we? I dig the Hawks, Brandon. Wow, cool. T-shirt or just a simple coffee mug. Hope cash register rings well, my man. It's getting more requested, so I think I've got to start to do it. But I've got everything set up. I've got the store set up. I've got all my stuff. I just got to get the design because I can't use the Hawks Nest logo on shirts because then I would be whacked by the NFL. So I think I'm going to just redesign a Seahawk logo to something that's a bit of an offshoot, Hawks Nest below it, see what you guys think of it, and we'll just kind of roll with something like that. John says Dave's Grohl is not bad, but he couldn't carry Matt's symbols. Matt Cameron symbols. John firing shots. Shots at the drummers. Dave Grohl catching strays. Why do I? I've watched 40 years of college football. The only guys in the last 20 years I've seen physically dominate like Carter is Ndamukong Suh and Quinnen Williams. And Carter is quicker than they are. Agreed. And I love that assessment, why we do wide. I think that's right on point. Right on point all the way down on that one. He's them, but a little bit more, huh? A little bit more. And Nudero says, I've been watching this stream all night, but keep losing internet. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Addicted to Hawks says, please no more Herschel Walker trade. I'm an old-time Viking fan. That Walker trade haunts me. I bet it does. Greg, if or when we trade back from 20 to the late first and pick up an extra second rounder, who do you want to pick at that spot? If Breezy falls, it'd be great to jump on Breezy there. If Will McDonald's there at the end of the first round, I'd be open to it at that spot. If Bijan Robinson slipped in there, I'd be open to Bijan Robinson at that spot. Sealy Ringo at the end of the first round, I would jump on that. Adetwami Adewari, the end of the first round, that'd be another guy I would take a look at. James says, it's more about how I view Carter than Cansey. I think Carter's a sure bust. I think Cansey will be a solid guy on the line for decades or more. I think that's fair. As much as I do love Carter, I'll acknowledge that there is certainly a bust worry and concern that is there and real. You know, Lester Cross, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Lester, on that, man. Thanks for the support. It says free money. Now, name as many Seattle bands as you can in 15 seconds. Mother Love Bone, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Mother Love Bone. We got Jimi Hendrix, Foo Fighters ish. I think that was all I got. Who are the guys that sang who's the guys that sang the Peaches song? Those guys. Queensryche. Silent Lucidity. It's not bad. I got a good 12 on there. Thank you for the donation, Lester. Feel pretty good about that. I got a lot on there. Larry Bird, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, keep up the grind, bro. Thank you, Larry. Thanks for the donations, all the support. You guys are always very kind at all these streams. It's amazing, but appreciate you, man. I love what I do, man. It makes it very easy when you love what you do. That's Gaio. Says, I hope we either come out with Carter or Anderson from this draft, and I will be happy. Me too, Gaio. Me too. I'd be very happy with either of those two guys. Hung Lee, Titans defensive tackle, just got a huge contract. He had more character concerns than Carter did. He did have his share of character concerns coming out of Mississippi State, did Jeffrey Simmons Hangwu. That is for sure. On top of a torn ACL. It's a good point, man. Very good point. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, how does Howard feel about Carter? I think he's not a fan, but could be wrong. Well, I'll tell you, Megan Gok Roger, I've seen many a player come through with a absolvement of issues in their background. Some come from the tattered remains of a broken childhood that saw them without the keen influences to allow them to mature and grow, as one would expect a 21-year-old man to do so. In the case of Carter, this may very well be the case. And for this intrepid reporter, it provides insight into an explanation why he might have some of those off-the-field background concerns. When it comes to the bottom line, when it comes to the real deal, holy field, there is one player in this draft, for me, Howard Cosell, that dominates unlike any in recent football history. And that man's name is Jalen Carter. Howard's very much in on him, Megan. He's big Carter guy. TJ says Anderson or Carter, or if possible, both. How would you try to get both? I don't think I'd be as much drawn to necessarily feel like I got to go get both. What it would take to get both, you'd have to pick Carter at 5, and then you'd probably have to trade. You might have to get in front of Chicago at that point at 8 in order to get Anderson. And what's that going to cost? 20 to go to 8. You're going to probably have to give up a future 1 and maybe a third this year to do this, or a future 1 and a second to do this. The cost would be too great for me to do that, TJ. That price is just too high. I can't do it. I just can't do it. James, love you, Brandon. Always appreciate your thoughts. Thank you, James. And nothing but love right back at you, man. Always appreciate where you're coming from as well on this kind of stuff. Love you pick your brain. Love where you're coming from with this. And, I do get the Carter thing, or the Cansey Carter thing, and the worries on the Carter stuff. I made the determination for me, I'm going to take that risk. But I won't poo-poo anyone, even in disagreement. I'm not going to say it's not well-reasoned and well-arrived at if you come to the standpoint of going a different direction, of the risk being too great, of the likelihood of the bust being realized being too great. I can understand the standpoint of it completely. It's not arrived at lightly. Lester, you got a couple I missed. Macklemore, Hole. It's hard for me to give credit to Hole. Especially because I feel like Courtney might have reportedly actually killed him. So her husband. So that's that one. But that's technically, I did miss those 3, Lester. I did pretty good though. I got Mother Love Bone on there. It's not bad. There've been a lot of bands coming out of Seattle though. We're legit. We got, who's the Big Butts guy? I like big butts and I cannot lie. The brothers can't deny. Who walks in with everything around thing in your face, you get wrong. Sir Mix-a-Lot. He's a local guy too. Seattle fan as well. Whitey Wise's pumpkin coffee mugs. Maybe that's what I need to do, is get her face on the coffee mug. That'd probably sell, actually. Johnson says, Brandon been like this all night. 4 in the first, 4, forget it. Am I off tonight, John? Hawk says, give me Alan Page or Sir. Sorry. Old Purple People Eater, shout out. I thought I would think you would have said John Randall addicted to Hawks. Alan Page is good, though. Cat's just coughing out a hairball. Motive, I remember Steve Ettman dominating 2 in the early 90s for UW. Was even drafted high, but had knee problems. But he had the longest touchdown of any defensive lineman in NFL history at the time. His knee was in okay shape, Motive. He played on that AstroTurf, and he just tore it in Indianapolis's dome, which that's what that AstroTurf could do from time to time. Sad. He would have been, I think, one of the best defensive tackles of all time if it hadn't happened. Div says, Brando, dream top 4 picks. Anyone? Yeah, so I'd go Carter, Cansey, John Michael Schmitz, and Deion Henley. If I'm pressed, I'll go with those. Maybe instead of Henley, I'd go with Keanu Benton as an alternative from that. Something like that. John says I didn't like a lot of those bands. I like the ones Matt played in, like Alice in Chains. Almost Overkill. There's a lot of bands at once coming out of the area, John, that's for sure. It's interesting, they all kind of had their own little bit of sound, though, I felt like. The Knox, give me Mozzie or give me death. My 20th pick round chant. You have to pick him in 20th if you're going to take him, that's for sure. Div says, Brandon, my top 4 picks, Will Anderson, Christian Gonzalez, Bijan Robinson, Darnell Washington. That'd be a hell of a draft, Div. Sign me up for that draft, man. First 4 picks, hell yeah. I totally spaced for Mixlaw in the first go-around. I got it back on the second go-around, but it took me, I forgot. I did space him out for a second there. PTHV, how do you feel about quarterback Cunningham from Louisville in the 3rd or 4th round? I'm not a big guy on MPT. I mean, he can do the stuff with the legs that you'd love to have quarterbacks do, all the movement stuff, read option stuff, be a de facto running back with his legs, but his arm is severely limited. He doesn't have either arm strength or accuracy. It makes it hard to go take a quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round who's missing both of those 2 elements. So I think he's more of a 6th, 7th round guy in my opinion. James, I will say that right now I'm Carter's biggest detractor next to Stanton, but the minute after we draft him, I become the biggest supporter, or at least well-wisher. Go Hawks. I get it, man. I get it on that. And, it's going to be one we're going to be nervous about even after picking him, even after all the excitement. I'm going to have that nervous in me of like, can he keep it in line? I'm not going to get any ATV stories dropping on his head, please. Don't give me any Isaiah Wilson stories of out in the highway running from police. Like, just keep it together now. Keep it together now. That's good to hear, James. It's good to hear. And likewise, I'll be supportive of them going in different ways if they don't necessarily go this route. John says, I'm a big detractor of him too, but I've decided to stay out of it. It's gotten hot. Jody Allen actually has to sell the team. Yeah, but she gets to choose the timeline. And yeah, Joker, I think that they're going to be probably sold next year. Summertime, wintertime of next year, but somewhere in there. J-Up says, DK on Coward said that the throwback jerseys are a throwback with a present-day twist. Ooh, interesting. I didn't hear him say that, but that's interesting. Div says, what would Jeff Bezos bring to the Seahawks as the owner? Commitment to winning, local connections, Div. And then, of course, he would have the thing that's the most important, which is loose purse strings. When owners sign big contracts, 4-year deals, a lot of guaranteed money, you've got to have all of the guaranteed money put into escrow immediately. And not all owners have the purse strings to call upon that amount of money whenever they want to call upon it. He would be able to. So he provides you in a lot of ways the same benefits that Paul Allen brought, which is what then gives you all of the built-in advantages that you could want from an owner to give you a little bit of advantage over other teams that might not have that level of commitment from their owner to be able to play with the money in that way. Megan says that the Hawks Nest, that's fair, Mr. Cosell, but I came from a broken home and never would have thought to be that unmotivated. Sometimes certain people don't have the light bulb turn on at the same precipitous degree and relevant speed as others. Some take a little bit of time, but the key, Megan, is whether or not it will indeed turn on to its full luminescent state, or whether that light switch is off permanently. This intrepid reporter believes the light bulb is going to turn on, and it's only a matter of time. Kronos 109 says, trading Lance for a third is a 49ers general manager firing speed run, and I'm all for it. Yes, it is. You talk about a move that's going to get a guy fired. That was one that could get it done. That's one that could get it done. John says chaos. Candlebox. I did forget that one, Wu-Tang. That's another good one. Kind of a one-hit wonder, Candlebox, but it was a good one hit. Guns N' Roses. Are Guns N' Roses considered local? Do we get to consider them local? Wu-Tang Financial Sister Mix-a-Lot also had Bramello, which is hilarious for anyone who spent time in Bremerton. Yeah, he'd reference local stuff. Remember he's got the song too about the fly markets or whatever, the little de facto markets used to show up around Seattle area. Jonas's shirts with pumpkin on it wearing Seahawks colored glasses trampling on tiny little 49ers would sell. I could put that together too. Get her on the green screen jumping, have her jump on something. That'd be pretty cool. That's a good idea. And Dig Doc says, no, Alan Page all day, all night. Laughing out loud. Yeah, he was a good player, man. I get it. John says Chris was the best vocalist I ever heard. He's good. Hard to beat those pipes. Lions Mania says, you really believe that Tyree Wilson's going to the Texans? I really believe it if they don't go for quarterback, Lions Mania. If they really are truly going to pass on a quarterback, then what I'm reading, I'm going to believe is not just smoke here, that Tyree Wilson will be the pick for the Texans at that point. I do. It's odd. I wouldn't have put it together months ago, but this is where it's going. And stuff tends to drift like this just before, the draft in this kind of way a little bit. Div says, who's the best nose tackle in this draft? Maze Smith would be the best nose tackle, followed by Keanu Benton. Megan says, Hawks Nest thumb is throbbing, so I'm heading out to rewatch the Kraken win from last night. Sounds good, Megan. Take care of that thumb. Ice that sucker up. Keep it immobile. All that good stuff. Matt John says, I watched her rip the whole staff at Vulcan to pieces for fun one day. Oh, goodness, John. That's funny. Gus Bus, Nirvana's good. Jonas says, Steve Emtman with the greatest college defense Great Northwest has ever seen. The Washington Huskies 8-man front. They were crazy good. They had one safety and he was 6'7" from Hawaii.
Yeah, that was amazing defense and maybe one of the best, almost even better for how dominant they were. There's even the Legion of Boom. A lot of NFL guys went from that defense. Played a lot of years too. Clark says, I'm not going to lie, I just wanted regular throwbacks, no modern twists. I've seen a lot of concept art for modern throwbacks, and I just don't like them. I hope they're good, though. I would just like to go pure old, too, on that, Grug. Just go pure old. Joka says, you think Jeff Bezos is going to be a good owner or another Howard Schultz? I think he'd be a good owner. I think Howard Schultz was a very unique kind of beast in the way that he did what he did. I do. I just think he's kind of foul for it, to be honest with you. And as much as I know Bezos gets a lot of hate in the local area because of Amazon's big business practices, I don't think that he would do the same thing that Schultz did, which was absolutely do the city completely dirty. Megan, have you seen the possible throwbacks be? You'll love them. Everything I'd seen was just more of a pure reinvention of the old. There wasn't the modern twist on them. That's making me think I didn't see them. Megan says the light bulb is busted with Jalen, Mr. Cosell, the Hawks Nest. Very well, maybe so. Maybe so. Jonas says, how much more can we charge if we sell the team after a Super Bowl winning season? That's probably worth a good $300 million extra. Maybe more. Boom Chakalaka. What's up, man? Says, how's it, brother? I'm doing great. Just joined the stream. Hope you're doing well. Oh, well, yep. Jody Allen has indicated she wants to sell some shares in the team. James says, my dream top four: Richardson, Cansey, after a trade up, Bijan Robinson, and Joe Tipman. I like it, man. I like it. I'd sign off on that. I'd be with it. One thing we're going to have to figure out in that scenario then, James, is the zero tech. Where are you getting your zero tech from? I'm good with it. Oh, goodness, kitty. Robinson won't last past the Cowboys. I don't think he will either. John Stillwell, Howard Schultz should be drawn and quartered. To do that, too, it's one thing for an owner who's like just a guy like Bennett, you can see Clay Bennett coming a mile away. You can smell the grease coming off that guy. It's not hard to see what he was going to do when he came in and did it. It's Schultz that I blame wholly for that situation, and he should have known better. And, he should be ashamed for doing that to a local city like Seattle, like he has. It's done so much for him. Dirty move by Schultz. Absolutely dirty move by Schultz. And he should be frowned upon in Seattle evermore for being the guy that allowed them to leave town. Absolutely just wicked. Wicked. Moto says Guns N' Roses is a band from Los Angeles. I thought so. They signed to Geffen Records '86. The band comprised of vocalist Axl Stradlin, guitarist, bassist McKagan, and drummer Adler. There we go. Hungwood Lee, a lot of things said about Malik Willis is the same as AR, and Malik Willis sucks. Yeah, it gets brought up probably about once a stream to me, Hungwoo, where people say that there's relation between Malik Willis and AR. You're going to have to explain to me, if you feel that way, why you feel that way a little bit. Because outside of them being somewhat raw prospects that need to get further in their development, once you leave that as the basic comparison, there's no comparison between them. AR has much better size. AR is much more lethal as an athlete and as a runner of the football. AR has a stronger arm. AR has a better delivery. AR has shown more of the subtleties that you look for in the quarterback position, which Malik Willis had none of. The same subtles that I just pointed at Hyung-Woo Lee in a recent video I posted this past week on Anthony Richardson. You don't see Malik Willis using eye discipline to move a safety off of a spot so he can come back to a backside route. You see none of that. Malik Willis played the quarterback position at Liberty like a blacksmith. And that's the other difference between these two guys is Malik Willis was looking like a raw prospect playing for Liberty where he wasn't exactly dominating. You know, AR is doing it at Florida going up against much tougher competition. On top of the fact that I believe that there's two differences in their age and when they're coming out. I want to say Willis was at like 23, 24 years old. AR's at 21. So I mean, if you really want to take a general vague comparison on the two, yeah, you can maybe somewhat generally apply it. But there's a reason why Malik Willis Hyung-Woo went in the third round last year in a draft that sucked for quarterbacks. There's a reason why he went there, and there's a reason why AR is going to go in the top 10 of this draft, which is already going to have 3 quarterbacks probably taken in the first round ahead of him. The NFL is also kind of telling you that same thing, I think, with this. So I can't see the Malik Willis comparisons at all. I just don't. It's a very, very kind of, I mean, it's not, they're just not the same kind of players. That's Gaio. Have you looked into Israel Abakanda at all? Oh, I like me some Israel Abakanda. That's Gaio. I actually have him, I think, higher than pretty much everybody, pundits, consensus board. I'm higher on him than just about anybody else that I've seen out there and where they've posted him at. So I have Bijan Robinson as my number 1. I have Zach Charbonnet as my number 2. I have Jahmyr Gibbs as my 3rd best running back. And then I have Israel Abakanda as my number 4. So I trust in what he's going to be. His speed is legitimate on the football field. Absolutely legitimate on the football field. That's Gaio. And a fun runner, runs hard. He's not going to mess around. He'd be a good zone runner. Breakaway speed. I love his game quite a bit. Joka, is AR-15 just another Malik Willis or way better? Way better. Way better. And whether or not you believe my opinion or not, again, come back to the fact on this. Think about this. Last year, you had teams needing quarterbacks, and you had one quarterback taken in the first round. One. And then we didn't get another quarterback taken all the way into the 3rd round. You know, if AR-15 was in the same range of Malik, then okay, he's going 2nd round then. If that's the way the rest of the league views him and the rest of the NFL viewed him, that's where you would be seeing him being projected to go. But that's not what we're hearing about the projections of him. Hell, he may have an outside chance of still being the number 1 overall pick in this draft. And at no point was Malik Willis threatening to be that guy. So no, I think they're different prospects. Justice's got to take a quick break. We'll be back. Sounds good, John. That's Gaio. It's crazy people wanted to take Willis at 9 last year, laughing out loud. It is. And I certainly, Gaio, was not one of those guys. I was certainly one of those guys to say, you instead need to, on this situation, let this go. You still let him, don't be the one to make the bad pick. Don't marry yourself to the wrong prospect. And the team didn't. And they were smart for doing so. And part of in not doing so set themselves up, and they got better players for it. Shane Germany says Richardson and Levis are way better quarterbacks than what most people believe. Even better than Stroud. Ooh, nice little bold take there on by Shane. And I think they are all worthy of being together and considered top end prospects. All 4 of these quarterbacks, to your point on this, Shane, I think are guys that deserve to be 1st round quarterbacks that are all better than the quarterbacks that came out of last year's draft. Way better talent, way better arm talent, way better mobility. You just kind of go down the line on it. So I agree. There's some slept onness when it comes to Richardson and Levis a little bit in this draft versus the other quarterbacks that have gotten a little bit more hype. Nick Guzman, Richardson would have been the first quarterback taken, no doubt, if he was in last year's draft. 100%, man. 100%. You would have seen the Jaguars trade out of the pick, some team to trade up, some team would have then taken Richardson at that point. That's why I say it's hard to go to this Willis AR comp. 2 guys that are going to be drafted 90 picks difference of each other. And to say that, well, they're like the same. Not really. Israel is a beast due to super fast and hits the hole without hesitation. I'd be surprised if he gets past the third. I've got a second round grade on him. Likewise, I would be shocked if he does go that far. Boom Shakalaka says, so Seattle is usually pretty secretive on who they may pick in the first round of the draft. Why does the whole league know what Seattle is going to do? It gets a little bit more clear, Boom Shakalaka, when you're picking at the height and the top of the draft. It does start to kind of settle out a little bit easier for teams. Now teams are still making an educated guess at the end of the day, and nobody knows for sure what they're going to do. But I think that there's also guys, I tend to think that when you hear from these league circles, there's being so much uniformity between, sources from the league saying they're hearing this. I also think there's leaks that come out, and there's probably points within the front office that they've indicated to some friends somewhere in some organization that gets leaked in other places, and you get a game of telephone where there has been maybe some indications here that Seattle is looking at him and really, really, really looking at him, not just sort of passively looking at him. I'm guessing on that a little bit, Boom Shakalaka, but you are hearing a lot of people make the connection between the Hawks and Jalen Carter at this point. That's Guile says, I'd love Israel as a late round pick, would be a stud next to K9. Yeah, Guile, he's not lasting out of the third. He ran a 4.26 40. He had in a great production last year, 100 yards in every game but 2. He's going third round at the latest, I think. That's my belief. Hungwoo, thank you, Hungwoo Lee, for the $10 donation. Appreciate you so much, man. He says, all the AR hype starts with Florida doesn't have talent. Cam Newton didn't have talent around him and went undefeated. But do you want Cam Newton that much? Someone can't take a chance on him. We can't. Well, and again, Hungwoo, you know with me, and thank you for the $10 donation. You know with me, my preference is to go in other directions. So I do want to go in other ways with it. All the AR starts for me. So I guess I can't speak of other people's hype on this, Hungwoo. I can't. I can only speak on mine. And when it comes to my hype for AR, why I think he's a first round quarterback is because I do think and believe that he can make every NFL throw. I think he is every bit that 99 percentile athlete on the football field. I think he's already starting to employ subtleties of the position where he's trying to play the position right, Hungwoo. So when you make a reference to a guy like Cam Newton never committed to playing the position the right way. He was always, throughout his NFL career, was going to be that read option. I'm going to run the position like a quarterback. I'm going to look to scramble. I'm not going to really go through read progression. I'm not really going to learn the pocket subtlety of movement, right? As I say with some of these mobile quarterbacks, Hungwoo, he played the position like a blacksmith, not an artist. Well, what you get with AR-15, and Hungwoo, this was backed up by the video that I just launched this last week. When you look at it, it's on the tape over and over again, is you get subtleties within how he's playing the position. And within those subtleties, you see a quarterback growing and trying to learn how to play the quarterback position. So when he gets pressure, you don't feel from Anthony Richardson that his first instinct every time is to just bail out and leave the pocket and go. That's not the feeling you get. You still see the eyes looking down the football field. You see him willing to climb the ladder of the pocket, take 2-3 steps forward, which I showed in my video this last week. Cam Newton wasn't doing that stuff at Auburn. Cam Newton wasn't doing that stuff at Carolina. When you look at his throwing motion, way more cleaner than Cam's motion, way more of a use of his upper body to his lower half speaking together, and the ball coming out fluidly. Cam had a tendency to throw up as open. He would open up his shoulder wide open on throws, time and time again. Time and time again. Mechanics all over the place from Cam Newton. Lower half didn't talk to his bottom half. His feet sucked. He was all arm on his throws. But what you see with Anthony Richardson is that's there. The mechanics are good. The places that he struggles with is on the short throws and being accurate on those. And that comes from the same place you see it on with him in the combine, which is that his feet get a little lazy. But it can be corrected. It can be fixed. And he's showing the willingness to do that stuff. The eye discipline, Hungwoo, that I talked about in the video. Cam Newton's has never moved anybody off a spot with eye discipline in his life. So there's things that AR is bringing to this that are plus strengths that give you hints and sparks of life to believe that that's stuff that he's going to tap into long term and that he's going to grow in his game. because he's already trying to work on it. It's the example I make of Russell Wilson at times. Why didn't Russell Wilson advance in his game as he got older? Why didn't we see the old man skills start to come to the table? Well, the reason why, in my opinion, is because he never grew them. He never worked on them. He never did that lonely work that I talk about. That's the same thing I thought Cam didn't do. But I see in AR some of these willingness to maybe do that lonely work because he's not just trying to lean on the athleticism and win the day by his legs. He's trying to be a quarterback. And if he's already starting to try to do that at a college level before he even gets to the pros, it gives me a little bit more confidence that he's going to be able to tap into it at the next level. And as regards to the Florida talent, there's no denying on this that when you look at his completion percentage rate, his adjusted completion percentage, when factoring in the drops that were many across that Florida team, he'd be up at 64% if he didn't have the amount of drops that he did last year, which does put the accuracy issues into a little bit of a different perspective, in my opinion. Again, though, I say with this, Hung Woo, it's not me banging the table for him, of course. I want Carter. I'd like to go a different direction. I don't really want to take a quarterback with the 5th pick. But to say in us taking the 5th pick and Anthony Richardson, you just drafted Malik Willis. And I don't think that's what you're saying necessarily. But that's the part where I push back in a little bit going, no, you're getting a much better player than that. You're getting a lot more upside than that. You're getting a player with a way more widened skill set than Malik Willis. But Hung Woo, thank you for the $10 donation. You are awesome, brother. Appreciate you. Nancy Berope, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you. Joka says, is Kenny Pickett any good with Pittsburgh? He seemed decent to me, just lacked awareness and decision making. He came on really strong near the end of the season, Joka, and gave them a lot of signs of life in that offense. I've never been quite sold on Kenny Pickett as a player. I think his upside is the very end of his upside is as a top 15 quarterback. One reason I wasn't really big on taking him in the first round, it's sort of the law of, reduced expectation for the position, I guess. When you're taking a first round quarterback and going, well, we got a top 15 guy. I think that's where he kind of rounds into at the end of the day. Doesn't do much for me on that. Spencer Brando, can't wait to listen to another banger tomorrow during work. Sorry, I couldn't make it for most of this one. It's forever and always for Hawks. It's always Hawks Nest for life, though. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Hopefully we got some good content for you tomorrow. John the Whale says, you need to have a drawing portrait of you and Orange Cat like John and Garfield. That would be so sick. That would be pretty sick. I'd feel weird, though, having that at my wall. I'd be leaning in fully into the cat guy thing, Boom Shakalaka, chances John trades back in the first round, or does he pick? I think he trades back on one of the 2 first round selections, Boom Shakalaka, like with an 80% certainty. Whitey Wise says AR's floor is a bigger, faster Justin Fields. He has a very good floor with that running ability. Well said, and I do agree. Hung Woo, we are on like mind on this. He says, even if AR becomes decent starter, it will take a couple years. 100% agree with you on that. This isn't something where you pick him to expect that he's going to come within the first year and maybe even the first 2 years and be ready to go. That's a completely valid point. You are having to sign up for the process with him a little bit in that respect. Motive says, just a little similar in that they were considered raw athletic quarterbacks. AR is above and beyond way more athletic than Willis. Plus, he didn't show signs of being really good. Willis didn't. Yeah, in vague terms, you can find the comparison between them for sure there. But if we really flesh it out and get to the details of it, that's where the separation between the two becomes really more and more apparent the closer you get on that. But in vague terms, Jonas says, nope, we claim Guns N' Roses. That's what's California going to do? They want to fight? I'm down to fight. You know where you are, California? You're in the jungle. You're going to die. Zirzik says Jalen Carter's going to be a bust. Nick, I tend to lean towards Roshan and Sean Tucker as running backs since they'll be available in the 4th and the 5th. I love it, Nick. Both those guys are fun running backs. Roshan's a hammer. Sean Tucker's got some real swivelly hips to him. He's a bounce outside cat like nobody else in this draft, where he can take an inside A-gap round and bounce it to the outside with just such fluidity. Fun player to watch on tape. Both of them very good backs. Grug says, where do I rank Woolen among all corners? Probably top 3. Who would I put above him though? See, that'd be a good question. Who would I put above him? I was thinking 3, but I'm trying to think of the 2 names I'd put ahead. It'll come to me here. Let me think about it, Grug. I'm going to go 3 off the top of my head, but maybe higher because I'm not thinking of who was taking him. Spencer says, also wanted to give my 2 cents for what it's worth. Of course, man. I've progressed to where I'm fully in on the F it, we ball mentality. Double me up with Carter and Cansey and let's steamroll this sorry-ass division. I love it, Spencer. That's right. Steamroll this sorry-ass division's right. Now I'm with it. Give me Carter and Cansey and let the Bulls go on parade. You know? Let them just stampede down the center of that street, taking bodies out one at a time. Just goring people. Just flicking people 3 feet into the air, spinning them. Tired Canadian. If Levis was there at 5, I'd be tempted, but Geno is the man, and we have a golden opportunity to win the division if we get a defensive line and offensive line help. Well said, Tired Canadian. This is what informs you a little bit about the selection, and what you want to do with it is a bit of Geno's presence here. Geno's not here. That's way more opening the door to Don Levis. I still tend to think that Levis is going to go to Indianapolis at the end of the day, but I think you can do more damage with going with defensive line, offensive line, especially Tired if we're talking about next year's impact and getting the most out of next year's team. Yalric says it's kind of hard to hide what we're going to do when we just made the cuts we did the other day. They're definitely going to be looking defensive line with those cuts, that's for sure. But hey, you got Miles Adams to sign his tender. So maybe that's another on the other side of it. Moto says, what? You're saying Auburn had no talent when they beat Oregon for the Natty? Crazy talk. Cam wasn't the only good player. Look at some of their defensive players who were highly rated and that little running back. Are you saying that to me on that motive? No talent. The team beat. Or I think you're probably responding to somebody in the chat because I was saying I didn't say it didn't have any talent there. Oh, you're talking to Hungwell, I think there. Sorry. James, Zero Tech, Pickens might fall to the 3rd. Yeah, Ika might slide. If not, one will fall to the 5th or later, like Roy and Coburn. I do admit it's not Smith or Benton. You know, you're right, but it's workable, James, right? And we don't need the Zero Tech to do that much damage if you do have a Carter and Cansey on the other side of it. Yeah, if you've made those picks on the front end, it makes that Zero Tech kind of matter a little bit less from that angle of it. But Pickens, fine with them down there in the 3rd. Ika into the 4th. Roy Coburn into the 5th, right? If you're going to, anywhere you want to pick in that lane, that's okay at that point. Then those guys will be fine. At the very least, they come in and give you decent run stuffers, I think, in a rotational role. So, you know, you can even double down on it with there's the Coastal Carolina kid. You go Coburn and go with the Coastal Carolina kid, Clark, you know, and then you've just got a couple of guys that are going 50-50 on the Zero Tech. I think they can get creative with that. Yeah, you want the big dumpers. That's right. In the Zero Techs, you want the big dumpers. That's what Bill Belichick always looked for. He wanted those guys with the big butts. Protect his linebackers. Young Wu says, I'm not saying he's that good. Cam Newton had good, but I just don't see the plus strength of AR for this team. I think there's better routes to go with it, Hung Wu. I think if you're looking at a guy developing for a year or two here, and then you're ready to have him on board instead, you have Geno here to play. I mean, this is the kind of situation AR needs to go to, and that he does need to sit for a year or two. You have the quarterback in place that can allow you to do that. it makes some sense on that. But as I say on this, Hungwoo, there's other places and other ways I'd like to go in this draft for sure at the front of this. Spencer, one high-level season, and it was mainly unstoppable red zone efficiency on quarterback runs. Agree with Brando. Cam was never technically mentally elite as the art of the quarterbacking is necessarily. He wasn't. He was running things simplified, one read, and so much running. So much running. And you're right, yeah, the red zone efficiency was another part of it. Because you couldn't defend them, and they had a good running game on top of it. And I'm not saying Cam was a bad player at all, but definitely when it came to him as a passer, there were limitations with him. And a lot of it just came from, to me, the lack of work that he put in. He never cleaned his mechanics up. He never got better or tighter with it. His mechanics were what they were when he walked in day one to Carolina, and they kind of remained in that same place by my feeling on it. Megan says, sorry, B, what do you mean by lonely work, Hawks Nest? So, there's that work you see from quarterbacks, Megan, and it's the one that they all like to post on their Instagram. They're on their practice fields. They're throwing the pretty balls in the sunshine, slow motion shots, close up of the ball spinning, right? That's not the lonely work. That's the stuff where you're showing everybody how hard you're working. You're in the weight room. You're showing them doing box jump drills and all that. The lonely work is the lame footwork on the ladder drills, the looking at the tape in the middle of the night, watching hours of film over and over again, working on the little subtleties of the craft, the little small details that aren't exciting, that aren't sexy, that don't get people standing up off their seat, but help you win football games and help you play the quarterback position better. So with Geno Smith, Megan, my example of lonely work for him is that he's been this backup for 10 years from when he didn't get his chance in New York. And he spent those years working on his craft. He learned from Phillip Rivers how to get better about handling blitzes. You see him picking up from a Russell Wilson better ability to be creative and use your mobility to extend plays and how to do it. Just little things you see them picking up, but it's not work that's fun work. It's hard work and it doesn't go fast. And all you can do to get there is keep working on it year after year after year until that light bulb eventually clicks and you master it, for a lack of a better word. But a lot of quarterbacks aren't willing to do that kind of work, Megan, because it isn't as celebrated. It's harder to sort of pinpoint the returns of it. James says AR won games. Without AR, the Gators wouldn't have won 3 games. AR scored 33, 36, 38 points against SEC, FSU, and lost all 3 games. Great point, James. Fantastic point. Tough schedule, too, last year. They weren't working through just easy opponents. Even their out-of-conference schedule, they had to take on Utah. There was no just light, easy wins through that schedule last year for Richardson. Danny McCormick, thank you for the $7 donation, Danny. It's good to see you in the chat too, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. It's Jalen, Richardson, or Levis. Didn't even host Tyree for a visit. 20 is way more interesting pick. I got 0 clue. No receivers in the round 1, no corner. So who knows? Agree with you on that, man. I think those 3 are likely one of those 3 you're looking at for sure there, or a trade back. Danny, I think if not those 3, then trade back would be the 4th thing I'd add onto your deal there. I also agree, no wide receiver in the first round for us. I wouldn't look to target that. We may not even see a wide receiver taken in the first round. I think you'll still find 1 or 2 taken because it's just such a need position. But when it comes to pick 20 right now, Danny, there's about 20 different directions they could go. And they're all fairly legitimate. You can make a strong argument for any of those directions. So who's that player? Who's going to be the pick at 20? Do they just move back at 20? That's incredibly hard to figure out. Very, very hard to figure out. I agree, man. Thank you though for the $7 donation. I hope you're getting hyped, man. We're now almost within 10 minutes here. We're going to be officially within a week of the draft. Jonah says, I think people just for some reason want AR-15 too bad. And it's not a terrible thing. I think in general, a lot of people just don't believe in the hype. So people are over being promoted something. Yeah, that's true. And everyone's going to have their different assessments and outlooks on players. Zach, give AR a year under Geno and he can shine. That dot Geno can throw. Imagine AR with the spin Geno has. He could be amazing. I think you give him the development time with AR. That's my prerequisite for success for Richardson, Zach. Is you got to let him sit a minimum of a year and maybe commit to even letting him sit 2 years. And if you can stick to that commitment and not force him out on the field too early to develop bad habits, then I think you can get this kid who can jump on the field in that 2 years and be outstanding at that point. Why do I Seattle takes Richardson and has a pistol package for him? Give him 4 or 5 plays a game. Bring out that Russ run option too. You could do it, man. You could definitely do that at that point. Be a way to get some immediate value. Yeah, she's definitely my Garfield cat, that's for sure. She's even got the plus size to her. John says Cam Newton, the guy who was afraid to jump on the ball to save his team. In the Super Bowl too, right, John? Not just a regular season game, not a preseason game, in a Super Bowl. Boom Shakalaka, to be clear, who they are. Anthony Richardson, Boom Shakalaka. Joke, I feel like Justin Fields is going to be good, but somewhat concerned on how often he threw the ball. He had a terrible offense, but would seem like a Lamar habit, weak arm strength, and longevity issue. It's a possibility with him, Joka. It remains the part with Justin Fields that he has to answer those calls a little bit right now as it stands. And they remain big question marks on him. Valid question marks on him. So I think the nice thing is the Bears this year are finally going to give him the supporting cast to ultimately make that determination. And they haven't up until this point. Mark Cadigan says, what's up? Jalen Carter dominance, Anderson's IQ and natural leadership ability, or Tyree's strength moving inside really all fit the culture. Hard to go wrong with this pick, Mark. I think that's the gist of your comment, and I agree with it. It's hard to go wrong here. It's hard to mess this one up. You'd almost have to work to do so. Seattle wait, not Sauce. Don't do a beat. I'm not putting Sauce ahead. Nope. Not doing it. Maybe Jai Alexander might be the guy put ahead. He's got a strong argument to be made. John, I called down there today. Seattle's 30-1 to win the NFC. Ooh. That might be a bet that I have to put down here. Joka, where does Geno Smith rank compared to other quarterbacks? Is he top 15? I think he's right at top 10, Joka. Right at the top 10. TheSeahawksNest in 12s. Hope you don't mind. I invited my Ravens friends to the chat. For sure, Megan. Bring them on in. You know I like having any fellow fans from other teams in here. 100%. John says, well, I give up. Brandon doesn't want to talk, so I'm out of here. Nice. John, I'm down to talk, man. What do you mean? The guy afraid to jump. Did I miss your comment on that, John? Oh, he said, did I miss anything? No, you didn't miss anything. We're good. I thought I got you there. If I missed your comment, let me know, man. You know, I'm 6 hours in, so I'm a little bit, the eyes start getting a little crossed. But I got you, bro. I'm just behind in the chat here. We got a lot of folks in for 12 o'clock. So we got almost 200 people here in the chat. 30-1, though. I'll take those odds, John. Oh, Surtain. Seattle 808. You got that one right. Surtain's right there. Let's go. I'll go Surtain and then Woolen. Try to not be too homery, but no way I'm putting Sauce in there. No way. Megan, the self-improvement work is the lonely work B? Kind of. It's more of coming to understand every defensive front look you could get, understanding every line call that you could possibly make, having ultimate command over the line calls, understanding every exotic blitz that you could possibly see in the sport and how to deal with it. Just little places where you can get your advantages, I guess, so to speak. And yeah, it's something Russell just never did, Megan. And why? Because he wanted to show you all the work of, here's me on the field. Here's me throwing the football. Here's me, doing things that you can tangibly see that stand out and pop and that are fun. It's no fun. You can't show an Instagram post of you staring at a rewinding and playing and rewinding and playing and rewinding and playing the same play over and over again, right? It's hard to make that look exciting. Zach Woolen should have won defensive rookie, but unfortunately he is in Seattle and not New York. A first round pick going to New York will take it every time versus a later round going to Seattle. True. New York's always going to win out on that one. I'd probably go Surtain, Jair, and then Woolen would be my role. He's on his rise, though. Zach says, I would agree, B, if we do select a quarterback here, is it. If not, Seattle's defense is where they need to go. Yeah. Agreed. And we're going to go ahead, folks, and probably start to get this wrapped up a little bit. We're about to 6 hours here, and I got to stream tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, I don't. I get to take a couple days off, so we're on Saturday. That's right. I forgot that Brendan wasn't there tomorrow. Joker says, if we take Josh Downs at 3 or 4, wouldn't it be crazy? In the 3rd or 4th round, it'd be okay. It wouldn't be crazy. That'd be all right. Marcus B, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, bro. Says, at this point, I just want Seattle to make a pick. Imagine, Marcus, we just trade all the way out of the first round with both of our picks just to pick up all these extra picks in the future and don't even pick in the first round. That'd be brutal. But the nice part is, Marcus, in many years, we used to have to sit to like the 20, 26, 27 range, wait for that 3 hours through the first round, tapping the toe, going, okay, are we there yet? Are we there yet? And then they would trade out of the first round and we wouldn't even select. This year, at least we get 2 and 1 in the top 5. Thank you, Matt, for the donation, though. We're inside a week here, officially. Xavier Howard didn't die. Felt like he had a little bit of a down year, like Joka said, Spencer. That's why I kept him off of it, but he's still one of the better corners overall. Yeah, it doesn't tear down Woolen to say he's second to Surtain. Surtain's in his bag right now. Definitely in his bag. Megan says, okay, maybe I'm missing something, but how can a player know all that at the Hawks Nest? It takes a long time. You know, this is why I will say that a quarterback is always a sort of a developing guy. It's the why you see, Megan, this thing happen with these quarterbacks that'll turn 33 and they begin to lose some of their physical ability, but their brain has gotten so much more advanced in their view of the sport and their understanding of it that the brain overrides the little bit of athleticism or the little bit of arm strength that they've lost. And that's why you'll get guys that'll be at 31, 32 years old like Breeze or Brady or Peyton Manning. And they can come out there and have their best years of their career at that time when they should be starting to kind of wind through the end of their physical prime theoretically, because they've done that work that takes so long. You don't just learn it over an off season, right? I'm going to master blitzes over one off season. It's something that you just work on for years and years and years and years. And then you're 9 years down the road and you're like, oh, I've got this all kind of figured out. These guys can't fool me as much anymore. I've got a way to deal with this. So yeah, I that's kind of, I think, the key part of it, because it's not an instantaneous reward in doing it. You know, you don't do it for a few weeks and you see those rewards. You got to wait so long to get it back. That's why I think not a lot of players are always willing to do that kind of hard work. Hongwu DTR has been climbing the board. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting into the 3rd round. I wouldn't. James says, I saw a couple of national articles calling our Russell Wilson 3 our best player ever. It's like they never heard of Walter Jones, Steve Largent, and Kenny Easley. Yeah, that's silly. Or even Cortez Kennedy. That's kind of silly for sure. I wouldn't buy into that. Tony Borges Silvas, always love listening to your streams while I'm at work. Makes the day go by faster. Go Hawks. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate you tuning in. I always love to hear that. I hope it does do that indeed. See, this is the new thing she's done where it's now she wants to be held like a baby all of a sudden. Kat didn't do this for 10 years. She would never let me hold her like this and then just decided one day, okay, now you're going to hold me like a baby. Yeah. Yeah. Mark Cottigan with the $2 donation. Thank you, Mark. It says, what does PFF say we need center? We just got Brown. He's a 1-year deal. You know, you didn't sign him to a multi-year deal, so he's not here past maybe 1 year, Mark, and you don't have any depth behind him at the center position. He's a guy that's played a lot of guard too, so PFF may not view him as being a guy that's going to start out at center and be okay for you there. But they've also just, to the bottom line answer your question is they just haven't done their due diligent homework on it and realizing why he was signed and where he was earmarked to play for us. But it is technically a need. Spencer says, Brando, I'm just having fun at this point, to be fair, but imagine we reassemble the Illinois Avengers in Seattle. Witherspoon, Sidney Brown, and Jatavius Martin. Hey, sign me up. I love them all, Spencer. And while you're at it, just go get the other Brown kid over there on at the running back position too. Top it all off, Spencer. Go hog wild at that point. But they're good players. They're good players, and there's no doubt about it. Those guys have lived in the weight room at that program. They put in the weight room work. Those guys are all just like cut out of a granite. But Sidney Brown's one of my favorite players in this draft. Just regardless of need, just a favorite player. Spencer says she just misses her dad, Brando. Yeah, she does. She does indeed. She gets in that needy place. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, I saw an episode when Garfield had to go to the vet and was overweight. Couldn't help but think of Pumpkin when I saw it. Hope you're keeping her on her diet too. I'm trying to get her exercising more, but the diet's been a little bit of an uphill battle. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, because you like to eat. You're hungry all the time. Yeah, all the time. Trent, if we can't get JR at 5, does it make sense to reach for Hendon Hooker? I think the tape shows him better than Hooker, so why reach for a lesser player? I wouldn't reach for Hendon Hooker. JR, some of these, I'm a little late in the stream here for some of these. JR. Maybe you'll have to just put the name in there. It's hard to drop acronyms on me at 6 hours in, folks. We got ARDR, BRTB, TBD. You have to type out the name for me to know what you mean on that. I'm not sure what you mean, Trent. I'm sorry. My brain's probably in that brain fart mode of JR. For some reason, but I wouldn't reach for Hooker. I'd go in the Hooker in the 3rd round. I wouldn't select Hooker anywhere outside of that. And even then, I'm not hot to trot in doing it. Why those picks lost in the Adams trade? AVT and Wilson are great talents. They are. Yeah. May says, you know what I'll do if you don't keep running Diet B? I'm trying. She's hard though. She gets very hungry. And then will probably AR. Yeah, maybe that's what your mean was AR and then JR. You type AR of it. Hooker will definitely fall to 20. I wouldn't want to take him there though. Older prospect, torn ACL. I don't know. I'm with you, Nick. I've got a lot of trepidation about taking Hooker in this draft. If I'm doing it, do it later. I can't think he's going the 1st round. Grug, I really wish we gave up 1 first rounder. What a treat it would have been to have the 9th and 10th overall picks. We'd probably be talking about Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis on the same line right now. You very well could be, for sure. You're sure. Tony Wright, good evening, Brandon. Hey, I hope that's, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the chat. You caught me kind of right at the end here. Megan says, Pumpkin, stay on your diet. I'm trying to keep her there. And we will, folks, that will be kind of a bit of a wrap up here as we're going to kind of put the button on this one. Why do I says no 25-year-old rookie quarterback has ever been a good starter, and Hooker is essentially a 26-year-old rookie for next year and never playing in a pro system. I will pass. I will pass for the same reasons. Just that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Really doesn't. Mark, would you trade 20th, 37th, and pick for the 10th and a 4th? No. No, I don't know that you're getting a really remarkably different player at 10 than you would have gotten at 20 as far as the talent level is concerned at that point. And you're losing out on 37th then. And a 4th rounder in this draft isn't as valuable as other drafts, Mark, because of the fact that it's not as deep a draft. 4th round talent would fall off. You're into tier 3 by that point. Yeah. Greg says, rejoice 12s. Bread Band is the Seahawks next week. Rejoice indeed. Mark, I want Cansey and Anderson, both. I get it, man. It'd be a devastating line to be able to add both of those two guys. You know? Trent, there's a rule of thumb in football here. This is the same thing that came up a couple weeks ago on the deal with the Seattle trading up with the Arizona Cardinals. Teams are not going within the division going to hand a quarterback to one of their division foes, especially their main division rival. There's, so, I mean, we can discuss the possibility of Trey Lance, Trent, just for S's and giggles, but are we talking about it for there being any feasible pathway to it happening and occurring? No, it's not. The Niners are not going to trade us a quarterback. They're not going to do that. They'll move him somewhere else. There's no way. It's not even a possibility. Definitely last call. Jonah, Megan, look at the view. I do have one last thing I want to let you guys know because you guys hung in here. So all my late folks here who have hung through the chat through the late hours, I've got a final little nugget that I'm about to drop for you guys. And this is going to be, actually be something unfootball related. So a little bit of a nice little nugget to finish this off for you guys. As you guys know, some of you guys might be knowing, I've been working on a book for a very long period of time, and I'm just getting everything wrapped up on that. So I think as a little bit of a fun thing to do on the final night of the draft, as we finish up, I think I'm going to release my book on draft night. So maybe a little bit of a double bit of bump on that one, but I'll be dropping it over on Amazon, self-published style. So got my cover kind of figured out, I think, for the most part at this point. Got everything on point and ready to roll. But thank you to all of you guys who've hung in here a little bit later in the chat today on this particular stream. Get a little bit of extra information on that. So I will be having probably a link on the final day of draft day for the book. We'll be publicizing. I'll be definitely pushing it here a decent amount. So hopefully you guys like it. It's on the way. A book's coming, man. It's not a Seahawks book either. So fictional. Tony, good evening, Brandon. Tony, you came in right at the end, brother. I sometimes get folks in at the end like yourself on it, and I feel bad because you guys pop in. I'm like, man, you got me just as I'm 6 hours into a stream about to sign off. You literally jumped in at 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 62 seconds. Tony says, good evening, Brandon. Hey, I hope that your organization isn't thinking about taking Anthony Richardson with one of your first round picks. He has too many red flags. I do think that the organization is considering it. There's other ways I would prefer to go here, Tony. I do think that he's a highly talented guy. I think that you have to commit, Tony, to sitting him for 2 years if you do draft him. I think that that's not a situation that organizations, teams, and fans like to make their peace with. But I do believe that Anthony Richardson does have the highest upside of any quarterback in this draft. And so if you can wait for that 2 years, if you can let him grow, he's got that potential inside him to get there, and it's not empty potential. He has a real decent chance of getting there. But you're going to have to commit to waiting in that way. And most franchises don't want to wait in that way. And most fans don't want to wait in that way. But I think that he is a very talented quarterback. I do. And I think as long as you wait that time, he will get to where he's going to need to get to. Hangwoo says, my point with AR is him being good is all theoretical. Well, I think any of the quarterbacks in this draft, them being good is all theoretical, right? I mean, it's theoretical that Bryce Young is going to be able to remain upright and not get broken in half the NFL playing at 190 pounds. Like, that's big theoretical right there, right? That could every bit, if not more so, derail Bryce Young's career versus anything else that could derail Anthony Richardson's career. You know, there is no, it's a bit of maybe the theme of this show a little bit. There is no certainties in any first rounds. There's very few. Trevor Lawrence, John Elway, Andrew Luck, Caleb Williams. There's very few of those guys that come down the track like that are undeniable and have almost no questions to their game. Anyone ever that you end up picking is always going to have some of those things going on. And in AR's case, Hungwoo, yeah, you'd absolutely like to not have this guy only have 13 starts at the college level. You'd like him to have that extra level of college, that extra year of college experience that CJ Stroud and Bryce Young got. And if he had it, he probably would have put up put up much better seasons and looked like a much better prospect. But we don't have that data to operate off of. So we can only operate off of what we have. And does him not having that final season of college football for that refinement, for that level of production to reinforce his value in and where he should be taken in the draft, does that then mean that he's not worthy of being taken high in the draft? Not necessarily. Right? It means he's missing that year. It means he has to have that year of development built in, but it doesn't necessarily mean just because he doesn't have it, he's not going to get there. He's a tough evaluation. And there certainly is as much of the boom factor that's there with him, Hungwoo, as far as his potential. There is absolutely the bust factor down there as well on the other side of it. I don't discount that. I don't. But you're getting maybe the most talented quarterback in the draft. You just got to wait for it for a couple of years. And if you can develop it right, and if you're good at developing quarterbacks, you should be able to develop it right, then you should be able to trust your process if you're an organization. Yeah. Tony says, that's all right. I'll catch you on the next time. And I'm sorry, Tony. Yeah, I'm at that 6-hour mark. My head starts getting a little bit womp, 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 womp. Robert, how on earth is this man still going? Haha, legend. Thank you, Robert. Mark says, I think Stroud's the closest sure thing. Very well could. But you know where it goes right now, Mark, is he's looking like the guy that's going to dip with Anthony. It's looking like you're going to get Bryce Young and Will Levis, and then maybe Stroud's the third guy at this point. You know, even the NFL can't get quite on the same page with how they view it. I ended writing game. Why do I never wrote that? Grog, Niners trading lands to Seattle is like traveling through Romania with the stacks of gold and an open horse carriage. Not something you want to do. Yeah. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Hangwo says we should take someone who's sure someday. They're hard to find, man. They're tough to find. You can probably count on your hand the number of quarterbacks that are sure things over the last 30 years of football. You know, it's tough. It's kind of an easier said than done proposition, but I get with you. And again, the whole thing with this, the bottom line, Hungwoo, is we really basically agree here. And that, you know, I'd like to go a different direction than quarterback with the 5th overall pick. Same thing, Tony, with what I'd say with you on that. Same feeling. I'd like to rather go with I don't want to go with a quarterback. I'm just saying I understand it if they do. You know, I get it. Boom Chocolate, I miss these streams. Miss you too, man. It's good to see you in the chat. I will be streaming up this whole next week. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday I'll be on Brandon's channel. Wednesday, Wednesday we'll be back here, and then draft starting up. So get ready, folks. We're going hot. That's Guile. Do you have any insight on why the Texans like Tyree at 2 over Will Anderson? The general feeling that's been presented out there at this point, that's Guile, is that the Tyree's got the higher upside to him. And if you're going to pick top 5 in a draft, you want to go for floor or you want to go for upside? Will Anderson has reached really closer to where he's going to hit on his upside, and there may not be a whole lot extra on top of that, especially when you factor in some of his athletic testing numbers. So teams are starting to look at Tyree and go, oh, the size, the length, he's got more juice, he's got more get off than Anderson, he's got more explosiveness. And they're saying that means he's going to be a better player as a pro. I don't tend to agree with the sentiment on that's Guile, but that's sort of the common refrain that seems to be being brought out. Zach, my instincts tell me Pete and John are in Legion of Boom 2.0 mode with this draft, but with Geno, Tyler, and DK leading the offense instead of Russ, Baldwin, Taint. Wow, looks good. And it makes sense. It does, yeah. Joka, was Joe Burrow ever a sure prospect? No, not in the way of the guys that I just spoke about. He was a highly rated prospect. People loved his game. But This was also a guy that couldn't beat out Dwayne Haskins at Ohio State. Yeah, wasn't a generational. Boom Brandon, you upgraded your wall game tremendously with Seahawk art. It's building up. I got to give props to some of our subscribers out there, man. We've got with Ricky Waters and got the Hutch on there, and we're going to be adding some more. I've got a Dave Craig signed picture here I'm going to post soon, which I think somebody sent me just to troll Megan, which is pretty funny. But it's going. It's growing, man. That's for sure. It's growing. Zach says, do you think that John and Pete may trade any of the picks in the first round? Yes. I think you're trading back on one of your first round picks, Zach. I think one of those is going to go. I don't know if it's 5 and I don't know if it's 20, Zach, but one of those two I think they trade back on. Space says, what's the name of the book? The name of the book is When the Sleeper Awoke. I'll go show you guys a picture of the cover. Final cover. Let me show you guys this. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's kind of a big deal. Here we go. I don't know if it'll show up good, but here's the cover. Little thing's not. There we go. There's the book. I'll have that sucker released out. Draft night. Final day of draft. We'll get that thing posted. I'm stoked on it too. This is a book I've been working on for 14 long years. Before I started this channel, I've been working on this book for a decade. So, James, I've been a writer for my whole life. Amazing you have found the time to write the book length fiction with these marathon streams. Admittedly, this thing was really written for the most part about 6 years ago. And I have been your typical James. You'll know this as a writer. I've been your typical, I can make it better. I can improve it. I can keep getting it better. I can keep trying to improve it. It very much was like this was very much a baby thing for me. So I just kept kind of grinding on it, and it's a pretty big book too. So it's going to have a share of pages to it and all that. But yeah, this has definitely been one of my, I'm stoked to finally get it out and released. I'm excited. I'm also worried because I haven't got anybody to read this. So you guys will be the first ones to read it. So I'm sure there's going to be a couple things in there that are, not super clean because it's hard to sometimes get people to, you'll read my book? Yeah, I'll get around to reading it. No, I will. Wouldn't the Texans taking Tyree over Anderson kind of be like the Jags taking Trayvon Walker over Hutchinson? Yes. It's exactly an equivalent on that. Very, very well spoken on that, Addison, in that respect. It's very much a same kind of situation. And as we saw with Hutchinson last year, right? It does look a little bit like the Jaguars overthought that situation, doesn't it? Maybe Walker ends up developing, but Hutchinson comes out and gives you 9.5 sacks, 3 interceptions. He looks every bit like a not impact player off the edge, at least a very plus player coming off the edge for you with the Lions. So I think you are seeing history kind of repeat itself here just a little bit. Megan says, still waiting for the shirtless Zorn pick. I know you're getting from me at the Hawks Nest. Megan says, been working on the cover the last few days. Well, thank you, Megan. See if we can get it. Maybe we'll see if you can get it bettered off on, get it kind of finalized. Space is nice. Will you sign mine? For sure, man. For sure. I'll be doing digitally initially, but then I'll get the hardcover stuff created, the hardbacks. Zach, is that a sneak peek? Awesome, man. You know it, man. I got to reward you guys for hanging on so long here. Got to give you something. Space, I'm proud of you, man. Thank you, man. This is definitely a book I'm really proud of. I'm going to also start, I promised you guys as well, I'm going to let this start to kick off a little bit of the writing stuff. I've decided I'm going to start posting to my old screenplays. So I'm going to start to get it all posted out onto Amazon. We'll get the full meal deal for you guys because you guys have wanted that too. And I figure like, what the hell? Why not just post the stuff out there, see what people think? Wide fantasy, kind of it's like an Odyssey journey. But it's got some mixing of thriller, sci-fi, horror elements into it. It's kind of got a mix of a lot of different things that it's throwing into play, but not a fantasy. It's set sort of into the real world for sure. James Valvas, The Sleeper Awakes is an H.G. Wells novel. It is indeed. It is indeed. Maybe some influences there, James, in that respect. It's based in this world, why do I? With some fanciful elements. Mark Cardigan with a $2 donation says, hit us with a Boston accent of Jalen Carter. I'm going to tell you about wicked Jalen Carter. He's a wicked player coming up out of there, Georgia. He'll come out there. He'll give you that good stuff. Yeah, he will. He's got a wicked spin with a wicked swim. He comes out there. He just busts you. He busts you good. Nothing like that Jalen Carter out there. I don't know why no one else wants him, but we're going to take him. I love me some Jalen Carter, Mark. Ain't nobody like Jalen Carter. Best player in this draft. Best player last couple of years in the draft. Jalen Carter. I don't do a good Boston. I can do a Boston, Mark, but it all becomes Kennedy. Let me tell you, this Jalen Carter is the best player you'll ever see in your life. There's never been a Jalen Carter, a player like this on any defense at any time in NFL history. It ends up becoming a little bit that. It's not my best with the... I just say a lot of wicked. That's wicked sharp. Why do I says, if I can read through War and Paxney, can read through anything, such a boring book. Well, I promise you this is mine. I don't think mine's a boring book. That's for sure. I don't know if it's well written. I'm not sure about that part. I'll let you guys determine that. Sean Hines says, Hawks Nest, is there a scenario where the Seahawks trade back up into the first round to grab a third first round pick like the Jets did last year? There is a possibility of them doing it, Sean. They tried to trade back up in the first round last year to go get Linderbaum, the center. They could do it this year. The inhibiting factor here, Sean, is that theoretically you're trying to cut back the amount of money that you spend on your draft picks. You have 10 picks right now, which account for $16 million, which you would really like to kind of pare down considering you're at basically negative $3 million of functional cap space. If you're trading back up into the first round, I think you're increasing that cost, not lessening it. And that could be a bit of a difficulty on that. Megan says, I have a signed copy, number one, and you know it, B. You know it, Megan. I'll get it. I'll get you a signed copy. Megan says, I'm not letting anyone read my novel. 40 years in the making. I get it. It becomes your baby. How many pages? I think my novel's at like 550, 600 pages. It's a lot. It's a lot. What time does the sunset down under? Carter will be able to fill out the middle, says King Joe, a problem that we've struggled with for a while. He will, King. He's a great fit in the middle. That's Kyle. What's Carter's ceiling? Carter's got an amazing ceiling. Carter's got the biggest ceiling you ever seen. You gotta go to the damn monastery to find a ceiling like Carter. It's unbelievable. He's got a Donald ceiling. He's got that Donald ceiling. Sounds like Joe Pesci. Yeah, it all starts to blend together about 6 hours in the deals. Megan, 500 to 600 pages. B, I'll read in a couple of hours. Yeah, you might spin right through it pretty fast there, Megan. It's like 500, 600 pages. It's not 5,600 pages. No, it's not that bad. I wanted it to be it's long, but it's not absurdly long. It's not War and Peace. Why do I says just say Noma in a Nomar and a Nissim voice over and over, and you can get a good Boston accent. I'm usually better with it, but it's mainly just when the streams go along, the voice starts to definitely go. It definitely starts to go. Oh, happy 420 to YouTube space. Salute you, sir. That's right. It's 420. Celebrate this day. What a beautiful day it is. We are going to go ahead and wrap that up, though, on this note. 6 hours, 15 minutes on. And do me a favor, folks, and do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I would really appreciate it. I want to thank all the folks that donated in the chat. Man, we've had so many. Mark Cardigan, thank you for the double dono there at the end. Megan, John Stillwell, Lester Cross, Larry Bird, Hong Woo Lee, Danny McCormick, Marcus. My goodness, with so many folks that donated in the chat today. Tremendous support, as you guys always do so. I really do appreciate you so much in that respect of things. I've made my peace. I've laid my money down. I've put my name on the wall under a player. I said, I'll stick future reputation on this. I'll eat my crow. I'll take the bullets from y'all when I'm wrong on this one. But I'm going to trust myself right now. I'm going to lean on my gut instinct on this right now. I'm going to say at the end of the day, I feel good about this one. Is there worry? Is there concern? Is there risk? Yeah, there's risk. There's all that stuff. But there is with every player. It's a matter of the amount that we're talking about. And while the risk remains there with Jalen Carter, the explosion remains there as well. The upside remains there as well. And I'm not going to get the lot lost in the forest despite the trees on this one. I'm going to keep my eye on the prize. And the prize is a game-wrecking defensive tackle, the likes we haven't had around here in some 20, 30 years, 25 years. Let's bring it back again. Let's bring that dominating force back to this defensive line. Let's shore up what has been weak for us recently. What was our greatest weakness last year? Let's kick off this draft by taking the best player, bar none, in this draft with your first pick as you begin the rest of the 9 selections you have up ahead of you. Let's go that route. Let's go all in. Let's not worry about the downside. Let's concentrate on that beautiful, magnificent upside. So as I go now for a couple days, and I will be back Saturday, 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time with Brendan on the B&B show. I hope you remember this. I hope this is at the forefront of your mind. I hope you're getting excited for this draft. And don't get worried. Don't get concerned with how this is going to go bad. If we land with Jalen Carter on draft day, remember, always remember, 4 times you picked in the top 15 over the last 12 years with John Schneider, and he's hit all 4 of those picks out of the park. Have faith, my fellow brothers and sisters out there in Seahawk land. Have faith that we're going to kill this draft, that we're going to push this onward into becoming an elite team in the near future on the back of this draft. And if Jalen Carter happens to find himself to be a Seahawk with the 5th overall selection a week from now, and I hope you are jacked to the nines, because I will be. And if you aren't, I'll be here to remind you every step of the way. Even if we pick Carter and you're worried, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.